T5. We had a lot of smoke. We don't see you guys. But I'm very excited to bring you this one, as we have 12 wonderful players. We have uThermal, which is probably not in the arena yet, but he's coming. We have SOS. We have Lambo, Reynor, Clem, SKillous, Geralt, Spirit, Art, Christianer, Laser, MaNa, the current Polish championship. He was the first one to come here. He's really taking it serious, and I like that. They are fighting for $10,000 prize pool here in the NCK arena. Because of the delay, let's go, let's start already, because you guys want to see the best possible StarCraft level. And we will start with Streamer Zone, SOS, and of course Art is also here to be our translator. And I wanted to ask you, because in 2021 you went to retirement, and it was probably a shocker to a lot of us, and I would like to know, why did you retire, and more importantly, why did you come back to become active again?
그럼 일단은 저기 2022년에는 은퇴하신 때 그거 사유가 무엇인지, 그리고 그것보다는 더 중요한 것은 왜 다시 스타트를 하게 되었는지 좀 설명 부탁드립니다.
우선 그때 당시 은퇴했을 때는 우선 나이도 많이 찼고, 그리고 실력적으로나 약간 게임에 흥미적으로나 많이 떨어져서 은퇴했었던 것 같고요, 제 기억에는. 그리고 다시 돌아와서 게임하는 이유는 이기면 재밌어서입니다.
Okay, so SOS said that back when he retired, he was getting older, he felt like his skills were dropping, and also his interest in the game were not really there anymore, so he decided to leave the game. But after those few years, the game changed, he became interested in the game again, so he come back to compete once again.
Nice. Fighting. Let's go. So now, obviously, Offside Esports, Christian is also with us. He's going to be the opponent of SOS, and I wanted to ask you, you were just 11 when SOS won his second World Championship, and I was curious whether you were watching him at some point, and did you get inspired by his plays?
Yes, I was watching his gameplay in the past. I was super inspired by his gameplay. Also, like, I was watching the other pro players like Zest or Deer, and also get some inspiration. I think he is a very difficult opponent to play against, because it's very hard to expect what he's going to do. Like, it's very hard, but I think if I play solid, I should be fine, and maybe I'm gonna take the win.
Nice, I like the confidence. So let's not prolong this anymore, guys. Let's see who's better this time, the Polish young Protoss. There's 10 years of difference between them, and that will be an interesting one, in my opinion. So let's go. You can shake your hands if you want, and please go to the computers and let's play. Let's start.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day here, the offline event, I should say, for the first time in a long time, the offline event of the Fusion Esports League, the FEL Fusion Esports League 2025 Krakow. I'm of course SI VIP, and a shout out to Indy, shout out to the players Christiana, SOS, and the translator Art as well for, of course, providing that little introduction on stage. Of course, this is a big offline event happening over in Poland, happening over in Polonia, in Krakow, and of course we are here as one of the many English streams. Of course, there are multiple series happening at once. We are going to be live here on the CranKy Ducklings covering Art versus SKillous. Meanwhile, we do have Rotterdam covering SOS. SOS is going to be casted versus Christiana over on Roddy's stream. I would have loved to have covered that series as well, but we're splitting up. We're trying to split up. We're trying to cover as much ground as possible. So the plan currently for the stream is we're going to be casting SKillous versus Art, and we will also be casting MaNa versus a laser. Casting MaNa versus a laser after that as well. That is going to be the plan. That is going to be our plan, of course, moving forward. And I believe Rotterdam is going to be casting Spirit versus Geralt. So Spirit and Geralt, that's going to be over on Rotterdam's channel after this initial series. Otherwise, hope you've all been doing well. And again, a shout out to Geralt for hosting, for organizing this event. Again, the stage is looking... Oh, actually, speaking of the stage, we can have a bit of a... We can poke in. Yeah, we'll shout out to the... Oh. Yeah, we can see Cristiano, we can see SOS getting ready. The lobby is set, vetoes are done, and they are going to be jumping into those matches. Going to be jumping in. Oh. Likewise, we have our own series that we're setting up with as well. Hold on. There we go. As vetoes are underway, and shout out to Arts as well for actually being the translator. It's really cool to see. I mean, for those who don't know, Art, he spent a lot of time in South Korea, so yeah, his Korean's actually pretty good. Actually pretty good. Beautiful. As it looks like we have our series. Okay, so the vetoes are done. Vetoes are done. We are jumping into Skills Resort. Meanwhile, you can see the clean. you can see the clean feed over that they've begun their own series. Cristiano and SOS have their own series. Otherwise, we have ours. Oh boy. And again, looks like we're going to be jumping in. Also, I see share my share my. Oh, right. Actually, I didn't get to go into the event itself. It's offline. That's all I've seen. That's the offline event. Meanwhile, here we go. As you can head on over here, we have our double elimination bracket. We have, of course, Cristiano versus SOS. We have Art and SKillous. We have MaNa, Laser, Spirit, and Geralt. And we have some big names as well. We have Clem, uThermal, Reynor, and Lambo as well. We have our players. We have our bracket here. And again, there are certain players that were traveling, of course, like Clem and Reynor. They were just in Riyadh, they were just in EWC, and they go straight from Riyadh, and Lambo as well. They were just in Riyadh, they fly straight on over. To the other series. They fly straight on over to this tournament, to Poland. So straight from one to the other. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. You can hear the beeps. We are loading into our first series. Let's go. We're loading into our first series of the day of the broadcast, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our red Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss himself. Representing Team Liquid, it is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Art. Let's go, Matthew, let's go. Here we go. We have our PvP again, the first of many. We do, of course, have Rotterdam covering the other PvP over on his personal channel. We, of course, are covering Art and SKillous. We have our own. We have our own series. We have our own matchup. Let's go. And again, the StarCraft just doesn't stop, right? Roddy, he, of course, just flew over from Riyadh. We have Clem and Reynor and Lambo flying over from Riyadh. And we also have Wardy. Wardy's going to be casting in English later on in the evening once he lands in the UK and once he is ready, of course. It is a bit of a longer flight. Once he gets there, I'm sure he's also going to be going live covering this event as well. So yeah, all the English coverage, all the StarCraft. And again, it was a really intense week covering EWC. I'll be honest, I barely got any sleep this week, just because of the long days and the rough times to go to bed as well. So I'm a little bit fatigued, not gonna lie. It's a little bit intimidating. This is a one-day event, by the way. I should emphasize that. This is not 2 days. This is a one-day tournament. Everything is playing out here and now tonight. It's gonna be around a 12-hour cast, around a 12-hour stream, longer than EWC days. EWC days, they were tame. They were quite tamed, they were like between 8 and 10 hours, which is very doable. But here the bracket is massive. We're expecting a longer broadcast here for the FEL, Fusion Esports League. But again, a shout out to Geralt, a shout out to those working behind the scenes for making this event a reality. And again, they do have plans to make this an annual tournament, not just a one-off, but to host this next year and for many years to come as well, based on its success. If you happen to be in Poland, if you happen to be in the area in Krakow or around Krakow, then consider going. Consider going. Again, it's going to be lasting all day. So, hey, if you're, for example, in Katowice, if you're in Silesia, if you're even in other parts of the country, you might be looking over. You know what? Let's catch a 2-hour train. Let's head on over. You'll be there, and there's still going to be plenty of StarCraft going on. So you can go, man. You can go. I saw some people in Poland in the chat, or some Polish viewers in the chat, I should say. So, you know, if you happen to be in the area, then consider going. Consider going. Consider catching a train over and enjoying some StarCraft with the rest of the boys. Consider it. For now, though, we do have our fake proxy pylon here by SKillous going for a fake proxy. Behind this, going for a 2-gate opener into an expansion. Meanwhile, we see Art staying on one base, going for a robo hybrid offensive play here. Now, of course, he realizes with the scout that, of course, there is an expansion, but that will cause him to have a delayed expand, to have tech first as well. So a bit of a slower start here from Art, something more economic out of SKillous. So we already have our first and big divergence. No predictions. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, that's just I do apologize. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. I do apologize for the later prediction, but again, we're still kind of easing our way into the broadcast. We'll get there. We'll last the night. But thank you for letting me know. Yes. Oh, the art of translating. Exactly. 1-hour train ride. That's nothing. Go for it, Pappy. Go for it. I know there are some people that are going for a train ride over from Katowice. I think that's 2 hours. Katowice. I think it's a 2-hour train ride. That's nothing. That's nothing. Kraków. Meanwhile, we have 2 more gates on the way. So this was originally an economic opener out of SKillous, but he throws on 2 more gateways, going to Glaze, going into Glaive Adepts. A very spicy, very aggressive start here from SKillous. Likewise, proxy pylon across the map to commit to a proxy here, to commit to the all-in. And again, Art is in the dark. Art thankfully does have a defensive immortal, but where are the shield batteries? Where's the defensive setup here? There is none. There is none. So Art, he is not aware that he doesn't see the gateways, doesn't see the move out. Art is in the dark, and the game may end sooner rather than later. The proxy gateway is being thrown down. The adepts are moving out as well. Art, he will spot the move out. He will spot the main army. He now sees, he now knows, and we need to set up here. There we go. Now we get the pylon, but it's such a late pylon. Oh, when behind Dark Shrine on the way here for Art, going for a proxy Dark Shrine across the map, going for his own Glaive Adepts, his own Immortal Glaives Adepts, a shade into the bases. 7 probes going to be going down, and we are still not done. The army, one Adept does fall, one Adept does survive. Meanwhile, we have more warp pins, and we have the move out. SKillous, he confirms the army's back at home, and he commits. He sends that baby over the FEL logo. Beautiful. As the army is gearing up. Now, a couple of things here. Zero detection. True. Zero detection for SKillous. So we're about to get rowdy here. On the one hand, I do favor SKillous in his attempt to break this base. Remember, there's no shield battery. There's no use for the energy overcharge outside of the sentries, of course. So this is going to be a tough hold, but we'll see if he can hold on. And if they commit to the shade, it's going for the immortal. He's going for the main army. We have some army here stuck in the back line. Trying to breaks through all the gateway units, but there's a defensive DT, and again, zero detection. DTs, they can defend defensively back at home, and they can also attack across the map. There it is. We do have the aggressive DT warping in, and if they try to bust into the bases, the wall is solid, and the DT is going ham, sniping the sentries. Ooh, we do have a secondary wall, and Art, can he hold? Can he survive? Here comes the DTs, just the one Dark Templar across the map, but if they bust into the main, they'll kill everything, and we're going for the base trade. We're going for a full-on base trade. We shade into the main base. At the same time, DT into the main as well. We have a Forge on the way for cannons. We need more Dark Templars. The problem here, one DT can do some damage, but I mean, time is of the essence. Time is of the essence here. Again, we have 2 robos on the way as well. We have one, yeah, there we go. 1 proxy and 1 back at home. So 2 robos. Probes are going down. Likewise, still shading back and forth. Are down to 0 workers. There's 1 worker left, 1 probe remaining. Top left, the proxy probe. The pylon's going to go down. That will depower the first robot, but remember, there's 2 robos and there's a forge. There we go. Robo's depowered. Oh, he finds the other robot. Okay. Okay. Finds both robos. Depowers one. And kills the other. Oh, but there's 2 pylons. Ooh, does depower. Oh, no, he gets the observer. The observer pops out. Which means SKillous, he can race back home. Yeah, here we go. SKillous, he can race back home. GG gets called as 1 observer, and with that, SKillous will take game number 1. Whew, GG. SKillous, who will take a lead in the series. Ay, ay, ay. Does take a lead. Now we're getting into game number 2. We're getting to that second game. And again, SKillous is up at 1-0. And we'll see if he can claim the series. Again, it was a cheeky build by Art. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and it took so long for the DTs to get any damage, right? It took so long for them to swipe away at the workers. There were just so many probes to kill. We saw that the Mass Adept did wreak havoc, did overwhelm, and with that, SKillous was able to annihilate the economy that much faster. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into our next game. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be on MaNa. Just make sure we go to all the castles involved. And here we go, we're getting into that second game. MaNa, a much larger map of the map pool, and we'll see if Art can actually stabilize and get into his own game. I mean, these PvPs, we expect them to be fast, right? We expect them to be fast, we expect them to be quick. Even Art was saying, he's like, can we make this a fast series? I want to watch SOS. Fair enough, fair enough. Understandable. Big SOS fanboy. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of MaNa, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, leading the series 1-0 for Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player, the pink Protoss himself, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is from Atlanta, Poland. It is Art. Let's go. See in the chat. This isn't a replay cast, right? If this was a replay cast, it would be in the title of the stream. So if you look at the stream title, if you see that there's no statement there's a replay cast or anything like that, then you can assume otherwise. Also, exclamation mark B in the chat, so you can have a look at the bracket yourselves. You can have a look at the bracket on Twitch chat or on YouTube chat. I believe it should be pinned on top of the chat box, so you can see the event is happening right now. The event is live, of course. Players, they flew over from Riyadh, from Saudi Arabia, from EWC. They flew right on over to this event to cover it, to take part, to compete, and to take place here in the FEL, in the Fusion Esports League. Let's go. Let us go. Of course, the event is live, and you should assume that if we're casting something, it's live, unless stated otherwise in the title. For now, we do have an economic opener here. We have ours going for a gate expand. That is an expansion before the cyber core, before the second gateway, before the second gas crash. This is hyper greed out of Art. SKillous going for a standard opener. 2-gate opener, gateway, 2-gate opener to cyber core, so everything's standard here from SKillous, and he's setting up a proxy across the map. Now, it is not uncommon to cut corners here on MaNa. Why? Well, welcome to MaNa. MaNa is the largest map in the map pool, so longest rushes and spike ground. Because of that, it makes sense for Art to attempt to cut corners, but we can see SKillous, the mind games here, his goal is to punish his opponent for being greedy. SKillous didn't even scout, by the way. He doesn't even know what's going on. He's blindly assuming that Art is being greedy, and the assumption is correct, and Art is in trouble. Art, he is in a lot of trouble. Even Max isn't this greedy when it comes to his play. So this is going to be a very brutal defense here from Art, very brutal position, and it's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be difficult old skills. You see how T confirms. He sees the base is almost done. The next is almost done. That's how greedy Art was. Ay, ay, ay. And here comes the Robo. Here comes the Stalkers. The Adepts are rallying everything across the map. And SKillous, he will commit to the one base all in. Oh boy. He is going to be committing. With that, here we go. The Prism is on the way. We have the Bay as well, so it's good. Jeez, we're having fun here. We're going into disruptors. Okay. SKillous working towards disruptor tech. Army still rallying across the map. Here comes that proxy gateway. So we have a we don't have a proxy gateway yet. So still 2 gates, still just 2 gateways. Prism has arrived, so now we can reinforce across the map. And Art, he is scouting. He is aware, of course, of the opener. Shield battery's already done low ground. Meanwhile, we do see SKillous. He just avoids the low ground, goes straight into the main. He's headed straight for the main base instead. Gets into the bases. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3 probe kills. Not bad. 3, 4 probes going down. Likewise, Stalkers, they poke in towards the natural. And workers are falling. Workers are falling left and right. Oof. Yeah, 4, almost 5 probe kills. And here comes the actual army. The Immortal and soon to be the Disruptor. Disruptor's almost out. Prism takes a lot of hits. Oh, that should not have happened. That's a lot of damage being dealt here to SKillous. Ay, ay, ay. As Art, he does juggle back. Preserves the army. Yeah, so far so good. Nice control here by SKillous. He hasn't lost anything yet, but the army's getting quite low. And Art, he's holding. He's holding up the shield batteries out of energy. He needs a little bit more time for his own Immortal. But remember, we now have that big power spike. We now have that 1 Disruptor. Now, how well is that Nova going to connect? First Nova goes off. Takes down the Zealot. Takes down the initial shield battery. That's still a lot of Stalkers, though. Yeah, the Immortal's going ham. Pushing into the mineral line. Meanwhile, that offensive Immortal's almost done, but remember, there is no shield battery. And SKillous is still breaking through. Getting into all the Immortal. Boys are being pulled into the end. Oh, no! Oh my god, never goes off. Takes out a Stalker. And GG. GG gets called. Art, he is broken. And SKillous, he will break through. He will claim the series 2-0. He'll advance on into the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very fast series here and a very strong showing by SKillous. Remember, we did have a 2 base all-in game 1, and now we had a 1 base all-in here in game number 2. So hyper aggression here out of SKillous. GG, well played. I was not expecting too much of that out of SKillous. I was hoping that Art would try to be aggressive himself, and in a way he was, but the DTs, they just were too late. They were too late in game 1, and here Art was just being hyper greedy, and he was punished quite heavily for that greed in game 2. GG. GG, well played. A strong showing here from SKillous, and with that he will claim the series. With that he will move on into the next round, and up next on the channel is going to be MaNa versus a Laser. Oh boy, that is another round 1 match. Meanwhile, I believe SOS and Cristiano are still ongoing. I will reach out and figure out what is happening. We might wait and wrap up that series first. Okay. Just reaching out. I will say Cristiano and SOS, they're still mid-series. They're currently, Cristiano, he's up 1-0. Cristiano, he's currently up 1-0. Again, Cristiano, he's coming in as one of the heavy hitters. I mean, I say coming in as one of the, a lot of these players here are going to be heavy hitters. A lot of them can disrupt the hierarchy here of the player base of the invites as well. And yeah, Cristiano, he's 1 game away from taking SOS out. Una más is all he needs. Let's catch up. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out what's going on. Again, when it comes to our player base here, we do have our invites actually from the top. We have our invites. We have Clem, uThermal, Lambo, and Reynor. We have our 4 invites here for the tournament. 2 Terran and 2 Zerg. For the Polish invites, we had Geralt and a Laser. And from the qualifiers, we had Spirit, Christiana, MaNa, SKillous, SOS, and Art. And as you're mentioning, Christiana, he's already up 1-0 versus SOS. SKillous, he takes down Art to advance on a face-off against uThermal. Oh my god. So SKillous versus uThermal in the upper bracket quarterfinal. We'll get there. We're going to wrap up the first round first, and then we'll jump into the quarterfinals. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Clem is waiting for the winner of Christiana and SOS. We have Reynor waiting for the winner of MaNa and Laser, and we have Lambo waiting for the winner of Spirit and Geralt. So again, some big names here. All the Zerg players towards the bottom half of the bracket. So again, there's no potential upper bracket ZVZ finals, but again, double elimination. True. I should emphasize that as well. It is double elimination, so no one is out. Art, he's going to be knocked down to lower brackets, but alas, he still has another life. Meanwhile, even if SOS goes down here, he'll have another life in the lower bracket as well. So don't you worry. Don't you worry. Also, we have confirmation that we are going to be waiting for SOS and Cristiano to finish. So let's jump in. Let us jump in here and now. Bam. As we do have Cristiano and SOS. Game 2 is on Persephone. They're 10 minutes into their game. We just see SOS pushing towards the third base, but Cristiano, he's very nicely set up here. Oh my god. As we can see, SOS with his Streamer Zone jersey rocking up. Do love to see it. But again, Cristiano currently is up in workers. He's even on bases. He has a greater economy, has a larger army. When it comes to the compositions themselves, it looks like so far we have Mass Gateway as a composition for Cristiano, moving out with Double Adept for Harass. SOS, the pressure is on. He's going for his own drop in towards that main base, and we'll see if he can get some damage done. Right now, SOS is behind. He needs to get some damage done here to catch up. Oh boy. He has to get some damage done. Meanwhile, Adepts, they do shade in. So far, only 2 probe kills. At the same time, here comes a drop into the main. But Cristiano, he does react. He does react in time. And he will shut this down. So I'll try to... There we go. I can see the players. And I guess I'll get rid of this. Yeah. I kind of like the logo here. Okay. I'll also make sure there's no double layered sound. Again, this is the clean feed that we're casting from, at least for SOS versus Cristiano, which is why we have player cams as well, as this is an offline event. Cristiano versus SOS. Streamer Zone. Set esports. Beautiful. Yeah, so we have a Dark Shrine away from SOS. Again, SOS is behind, so hey, when behind Dark Shrine, DTs that will help. They will help at least somewhat. As Cristiano is pushing in, he's up that 20 supply. He has that prison to reinforce, going into mass charge lot reinforcements. You could argue that his quality of his army is a little bit lower, but he's trying to overwhelm. Can he get on top of the Immortals? Zealots are lagging a little bit behind. Very nice force fields out of SOS, but there we go. 1 Immortal goes down. There's still 3 left. That's a lot of Immortals. And they will survive here. Again, those force fields buying so much time. So even though Cristiano has a larger army, he cannot break through, but he will settle for the 4th. Nicely done. Takes down the 4th base. Takes down the 4th, now pushing in towards the 3rd. He can even peel off into the mineral line at the natural, but no, he wants those Immortals, and he's going to get them. Yeah, he should be able to get at least 1, maybe 2. There we go, 2 Immortals going down. There's 1 Immortal left. And that is the backbone of SOS's army. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, and with that, Cristiano, he's overwhelming. Thank you for letting us know in the chat as well. SOS was down 20 workers at the start of the game, and there it is. Cristiano, he will take the series 2-0, knocking down SOS and advancing on into the next round. GG. Strong showing here from Cristiano. Hey, you can see SKillous in the background. You can see Nikita. I think he's conversing with MaNa. That might be MaNa next to him. But yes, we can see the Polish boys in the background convening together, of course. And Cristiano does take down SOS. GG. GG, well played. Impressive showing here from Cristiano, bearing in mind these are best of threes, of course. And also, as a reminder, double elimination. So SOS, he's not out. He's not out of the tournament. He's going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, where he will have a chance at redemption. Meanwhile, a big shout out to the casters as well. Shout out to Zed. I believe that's Zed on the left, and Indy, of course, on the right. Este Indy, so the Polish boys are, of course, casting at the event itself. We, of course, casting from here, Australia. We're doing what we can. But GG, well played. Impressive showing there from Cristiano. Again, even though some of these players were not able to go to EWC, they are fighting their hearts out here, and at least they have another big premier event that they are going to be fighting for, a big offline event. Again, $10,000 are a part of the prize pool here, and they're all duking it out. Oh my god, I think we almost cut to a break. Well, we'll get there. But for now, again, the next series on the channel is going to be MaNa and a Laser. As we mentioned before, there are going to be 2 series happening concurrently. It's going to be MaNa versus a Laser on this stream, and it's going to be Spirit versus Geralt over on Rotterdam stream. So a big shout out to Rotterdam. Is going to be casting the other match in English. Is going to be covering that other series. And we have our own, as we should be having some updates here on the Wikipedia page. Yep, there we go. Bam. Again, when it comes to the event itself, oh, I think that's a venue. Okay. But they're showing ads at the moment as they're cutting to a break. But when it comes to the bracket itself, again, Cristiano is going to be moving on to face off against Clem in the next round. It's going to be a spicy PvT that will be taking place. Meanwhile, we do have SKillous up against uThermal, and we have those other first round matches ahead of us. Up next, MaNa versus a Laser. Now, when it comes to the upper bracket quarterfinals, every series is going to be casted. So we're going to be casting, as in we're going to be in every series. So we're going to be in every series here for the upper bracket quarterfinals. I believe after the upper bracket quarterfinals, though, we're gonna peel off. Of course, Rotterdam, he is a bigger stream. He's a bigger channel. So Roddy is after the upper bracket quarterfinals. Rotterdam, he's going to be covering the upper bracket semis. Both upper bracket semifinals, which are going to be really good matches. I believe we might be heading down to the lower bracket after the upper bracket quarterfinals. I would love to keep casting the upper bracket semis, but we might have to be relegated to the lower bracket instead, just to spread out, just to cover more matches, just to cover as many matches as possible. We'll see how the schedule turns out, but I believe currently that is the plan. Currently. Also, I saw some people bringing up Reynor, how like, oh, Reynor he did very well at EWC. Both Reynor and Clem, they came in as heavy favorites, and Reynor, he was the player that was so close to bringing Cyril down. I want to say that he even should have, like, he was ahead in that series. He was winning that game, winning those matches. If you missed out, check out our YouTube channel for the VODs. We, of course, were casting EWC here live on the CranKy Ducklings, and Reynor was looking so good against Cyril, and again, he got a little bit too excited. He made mistakes, and we saw Cyril have a crazy comeback and actually bring Reynor down. But there's a world where Reynor could have had a deeper run and maybe even have become our champion. Meanwhile, Clem, he also had a bit of a lackluster performance. Classic was a player that was able to stop Clem's run. But what I'm getting at is that we never get to see Clem versus Reynor. It never happened at EWC. It could happen here, though. They are the top 2 seeds of the tournament. So unless we have another upset, unless Mark, unless SKillous, unless some of these other big names like Cristiano, Lambo, Laser, MaNa, I can see some of these guys taking maps and taking series. By the way, they're not favorites against Clem and Reynor, but they can make them bleed 100%, and we'll see if they will. Otherwise, I would be looking forward to seeing Clem versus Reynor, just because Reynor was looking so good against Maru, but Maru played a lot of mech. If you remember that series, Maru versus Reynor, Maru, he played a lot of mech throughout the course of EWC, so it'd be nice to see Reynor against a bio player, for sure. Would be nice. Until then, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break here. Vetoes are underway, and when we return, we will have MaNa and a Laser facing off. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Just catching up in the chat. But yes, we missed out on the beginning of SOS versus Cristiano, so we didn't get to see how Cristiano got his lead. We just saw that he had a lead, so we weren't able to quite see that. But again, MaNa and Laser are coming up next. We're going to be heading on over. We're going to be heading off. We're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you soon after the break with some more StarCraft with a ZVP. See you then.
After Christianer took down SOS, and SOS needs to play in the lower bracket. But let's go with the next one, and this should be what we sometimes say a banger, but the Polish one between two of the best Polish players currently, because these guys just met 2 weeks ago in FEL Cracov Polish Championship. So I would like to ask them about this slightly. And first up, Elazer. Yeah, you just played against MaNa 2 weeks ago, and it was a rough one for you. Usually, you know how to beat Protoss, Polish Protoss most of the time. You are super aggressive, but MaNa could hold on. And I was wondering whether you prepared something different, or do you feel confident this time?
Yeah, I think last time to be honest, I played kind of bad. You know, I mean, respect to MaNa, I actually thought he played the best StarCraft I've seen from him in a very long time. But I also watched the replays a couple days ago because I hate watching replays versus Protoss, because every time I watch replays versus Protoss, I get angry because I see how many mistakes they do. But this time I was watching, I was like, I kind of played bad, and I think I didn't execute my plans correctly. So I kind of improved the plans I've had, and I think I will execute them this time properly.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I like the preparation, and well, obviously you won. You are the top one of Poland currently, and I wanted to ask you, because I know you for such a long time. I can recall like an interview with you on some website, like 20 years ago, like you were 14 or something, and you've been playing StarCraft 2 for so many years. And I wanted to ask you, what keeps you motivated to play this long, this many times? There are ups and downs, but you are still, after all these years, still here. And I was wondering, what inspires you to do so?
I just like the competitive itch that it scratches, you know? Like, it's the 1v1 game. I never played the perfect StarCraft. I can always improve. Even after all these years, there's so many things that you can learn about StarCraft, and I don't know, I just like constant of the StarCraft game, and it just brings a lot of joy to me to improve day by day and just get better.
Nice. So yeah, we are all a little bit adrenaline attached, I would say. And well, Team Liquid takes over. So if you want, shake your hands, guys, and let's go. Let's start next match.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the FEL, the Fusion Esports League 2025 Krakow. We have returned. We just wrapped up with our first 2 matches of the broadcast with our PvPs, but now we have the best in Poland facing off against each other. Number 1 and number 2, we have MaNa and Elazer. As they just mentioned during the on-stage interview, MaNa, he just won the Polish Championship. MaNa has been crowned the best player in Poland, better than Elazer, Geralt, Christianer, Spirit, and any other player in Poland. He is now holding that crown. Elazer holds the number 2 spot. He holds the number 2 spot. They faced off in a best of 9, and MaNa was looking dominant in that best of 9. But now they're here in a best of 3, shorter series. I would say that if we end up in a best of 5, best of 7, best of 9, I favor MaNa, 100%. I favor MaNa against Elazer. But in a shorter series, like a best of 3, this could go either way. We could see Elazer cheesing the hell out of MaNa and knocking him out and getting a quick and fast cheeky win. We could see MaNa weathering the storm. I still lean in favor towards MaNa, but I would say that in a shorter series like this, in a best of 3, I would say that things are looking a lot closer here this time. They're looking a lot closer this time. So it's going to be a lot more intense, I'm sure. It's going to be a lot more intense. So here we go. Here we go. We're now getting into our next game. We're getting into our next series. We're going to be getting into MaNa versus Elazer. Best of 3. Vitas are done. Game 1 is going to be in Persephone. Game 2 Incorporeal. Game 3 Ultra Love. Let's go. Let's go. As we are jumping in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Polish player, the blue Polish player, the Protoss player, the blue Protoss. Representing Team Liquid, it is MaNa. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, with the Polish Zerg representing Team Liquid, it is Elazer. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are jumping into our next matchup. Here we go. Whew. As yes, also I mentioned something in the chat, but if you maybe aren't seeing the Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, fun fact: Lambo, Reynor, and Clem, they just landed. They landed 15 minutes ago in Krakow, in Poland. They're just now being picked up as we speak, which means jet lag is gonna be a thing here, or at least exhaustion is gonna be a thing. Fun fact: originally they were planned to arrive much earlier, but there were some delays. When it came to the schedule, when it comes to the plane schedule, I should mention, travel schedule, the itinerary, if you will, and because of that, they had to take a later flight, and because of that, they're coming in as the event has already begun. Of course, their matches are still a ways away, so they have some time to get ready to get to the venue, but it means, bam, they go straight from their plane ride from the airport straight into game, straight into this tournament. So that might also be a factor. That might also help some of these other players like uThermal, like SOS, some of these other players that traveled, or some of the home players, the Polish players. It will give them that home field advantage for being a little bit better, well rested and ready for the event itself. Oh boy. So that may be a bit of an X factor. For now, though, we're settling in. We do have a standard opener. Laser going hatch gas pool, forsake the unnatural, expanding towards his opponent. Now, because of this expansion, because of the setup here, and because of how Laser typically does approach PvZ, there is a high chance that with this base, we're going to be spreading creep that much faster across the map, and we might indulge into an all-in. Laser is very fond and has been very fond of all-ins in this matchup. He is not really known to go for a longer and later game. In the past, he was. But if you've been following a Laser recently, you would know something. If you've been following a Laser, you would know that he's been playing a lot of AoE, a lot of Age of Empires 4. So a Laser, he's been streaming and playing and competing in a different esports, in different RTS. He's been devoting less time to StarCraft, and as a result, I do feel like that is one of the reasons why we've been seeing a very cheesy Laser in recent weeks and in recent months. It's been much more cheesy than normal. So that's what I'm leaning towards here. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. For now, it's going to be the Stargate opener out of MaNa, standard opener out of our Protoss player. MaNa, he himself isn't really too cheesy. We expect standard play. We expect Stargate into a third base, potentially into earlier Storm, earlier Archon production. MaNa, he does deviate a little bit. He has some variance when it comes to his builds, but for the most part, we expect him to be the defender, and we expect a Laser to be the aggressor instead. Here we go. In the train now, on my way to the tournament. Didn't know they had one in Krakow. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I mean, Krakow is meant to be like a really big touristic city. Fun fact, for those that maybe don't watch the CranKy Ducklings, for those that maybe don't watch our weekly talk show, it was announced a couple of months ago at this point that there is no more IM Katowice. It is now going to be IM Krakow. The big annual IM event is going to be switching and turning over to Krakow instead, which again is meant to be like a bigger city, is meant to be more of a touristic city, is meant to have access to more people and all that good stuff. So yeah, it feels like a lot is kind of moving in that direction. I think we announced that like at the beginning of the year, I want to say. I say we like, you know, spoke about it as it was already reported on beforehand. Meanwhile, we do have our follow-up here. This is before the third, by the way. Before the third base, we have a much faster Forge, much faster Twilight Council. Now, because it's taken so fast, because it's so quick, there's a higher chance that this is going to be charged, not Blink and not Glaives. But we'll keep an eye on MaNa here. The fact that this is so fast, though, is very suspicious. It is suspicious. If we do go into Blink, like this feels like an earlier timing, I'm still leaning towards charge, but we'll see. Meanwhile, double Oracle here across the map. So far, 3 drones going to be going down. This is some damage. This is okay. And yep, as we expected, charge is on the way. The reason why we expected this is because of how quickly this was before the third expansion. So really early charge here out of MaNa. MaNa is going to be hyper aggressive. A Laser checking his vision. He has not seen too much. The Stalker is here to avoid, to punish the scout, to deny the scout. Now, thankfully for a Laser, he's not cutting corners. This build that MaNa's going for is designed to punish a player that skips roaches. And as you can see here, a Laser, he skipped roaches. Like, there is no roach horn, but there is a safety Baneling nest. So Baneling's going to be paramount here in the defense. Banelings, if they can connect, they can shut down the eventual charge all in. Nice clean up on the reps. Hydrogen has been... Oh, no, he cancels! Ay, ay, ay. Laser, he did scout, by the way. He checked the main base, but he doesn't know the timing. He might think it's just Blink. Again, Ling Hydra is ideal for Blink. Is not ideal against Charge, though. This is where we need Banelings, and without Banelings to defend, I don't know if a Laser can hold. Big misread. A big misread here from a Laser. Canceling that Baneliness, going Ling Hydra. Charge Zealots there are amassing back at home. Gateway's about to finish up. You can see the Zealots there building up here at the third base. Temple Archives on the way. This is going to hit with Archons. And it's going to hit hard. It's going to hit hard. Now, it is still possible now if a Laser cuts workers. You can see here a Laser, he's not even at 3 base saturation. He is cutting workers at 52. That is under 3. I mean, you can see here 12 out of 16. Like, this is under 3 base saturation. We can see the Laser, he's sending everything across the map here and now. And he might be able to break him, but oh God, that's just so much here to defend. Zealots and Archons. Yeah, Laser, he sees. A Laser, he's now aware. He sees the army. Zealots, they do charge in. And a Laser has to get the hell out of here. He's going for Swarm again. He's going for Swarm Host. He's crazy. Okay. We have Chargers on the way behind this. I mean, so far the Hydras have been kept alive, thankfully. We're still missing Zealots here, as Zealots are being pinned back. You can see Laser trying to bait out some of the army here to try to pick off some Zealots. Now going for the expansion, and he will get it. Yeah, big pickup here. It does take down the base. Hydra's under fire. And now's the time to chase down the Laser. Again, you can see how fragile this army is. And this is the big concern. Without Banelings, you can see the Lings, they just evaporate, and the Hydras as well. Expensive losses here. Hydras are falling. There's a Locust Wave. This will buy some time. This does buffer for the Hydras. This is buying time here. And how many Hydras just went down? 5. Only 5. That could have been everything. Honestly, if it wasn't for these Locust Waves, if it wasn't for the Swarm Host, every Hydra would have gone down. That would have been game. That would have been game then and there. Of course, MaNa did lose the expansion. MaNa is now aware, but now Locust Wave is on cooldown, and here comes the army. Now, with good enough control, Laser, he can still hold on here. It's not going to be easy. As Zelsa moving in. Again, Locust Wave is not ready. Hydras, they have to kite the hell out of here. They take down all the Zealots. We need more Zealots. We need more Charge Lots. There's no prison with the main army. And Laser's holding. Does cost him 7 drones, but he does hold on. Now, what's scary here, a Laser's all in. A Laser, he didn't have many workers to begin with, and he's down to 45. He's not droning. He doesn't get a 4th base. He's all in. It's all or nothing for a Laser, and he can knock down this base once again, but Storm is ready. Not the best Storms. Nice pre-split. Storm grazes the army, but nothing major. Locust Wave going for the expansion. Zealots, they're peeling off across the map. There goes down the 3rd. They'll like catch some reinforcements, but there should be plenty to defend. And MaNa, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. A Laser so far, he's doing it. Takes down the Zealots. Contamination here on +2. Heavy delay on +2. And we'll see if a Laser can keep knocking down the 3rd. Now, as the game progresses, MaNa's army is getting better and better. Of course, like getting into Charge Archon, into Storm. This is a superior army. And as you've seen time and time again, like a Laser cannot fight head-on. He cannot fight head-on. If he does take some Storms to the face, he will lose this army. So again, it's a very fragile composition. But it's also very mobile. So he can try to go for some hidden run tactics. Speaking of, he peels off his army, or he splits up his army. We have Hydras on the right, we have the main army on the left. You can see MaNa trying to keep up with the movement. So Laser, he does head towards the 3rd. And so far, he is forcing MaNa to split. And MaNa fighting without his Storms. A lot of Zealots going to be going down, but all the Hydras are exposed. Meanwhile, Storm's here towards the other side. 1 Knight Templar goes down. Oof, but only 1 Templar, and you can see a Laser, he's crumbling. Yeah, Laser, he crumbles on the left. He crumbles here on the right as well. Remember, earlier, how many did he lose? He lost 5 Hydras. Now he's lost 27 Hydras. Oh, God. It's a lot of Hydras going down. That was 18. 18 Hydras just went down for 1 High Templar and Zealots. Contamination on Blink. There we go. Does contaminate. behind this. Now we get a fourth base. Very late fourth out of a laser. Likewise, a late Bailiness as well, but the Bailiness will help, for sure. Bailiness will help. I still favor MaNa in a head-on fight. MaNa's pushing in towards the left-hand side, going for the fourth. MaNa getting ready for his own. Locust Wave is still on cooldown. Storm's popping up. High Templar looking a little bit exposed. But so far the storms are on point. Oh god. Oh no! One of the High Templar gets caught out. No storm. Late reaction there by MaNa, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He kills the fourth, and now he's pushing into the third. Hydra's coming from behind. Where are the Zealots? Where are the reinforcements? Again, pushing out like this without a War Prism is so risky. This army has to get the hell out of here. He's gonna have to recall. Nice storm. Yep, there it is. There's a recall. He does abandon one of the Archons, both Archons even. But he does save the High Templar. And a laser, he lost the fourth. He lost the fourth expansion. A laser, again, we spoke about this for quite some time here. A laser's been all in the entire time. He does not scale well into a longer game, but eventually he will. We have the Hive on the way. We have the Lurker done on the way. Bailiness is done. Now we have Bailing speed in production. A laser's army is becoming more well refined. That is true. What about the economy? It's not there. MaNa's getting a fourth, so is the laser. Ideally, the Zerg player wants to be up an expansion. They want to be up a base, up an expansion. That's not the case, not here. Oh, the Locust Wave is cleaned up. MaNa does move in. Storms are popping up. There we go, Storms in the middle line, Storms on the lane. Bane speed is not yet done. The High Templar, ooh, two of them go down. Nice melee connections. Once again, another High Templar falls. Again, the MVP Banelings, you can see how different the fights are with now Banelings in the mix. And Laser, he takes the fight. He takes the fight. He killed like 4 High Templar. And Laser holds, and Laser, the comeback has somewhat begun. Now, I say somewhat. The economy is still a big issue here. A Laser is still in 45 workers. Now he's building up into 8 lurkers. Now he can do one of two things. He can use these lurkers to turtle up, and to fortify, and to try to force a longer game, or he can just go for a timing attack and try to force his way in. You know, the prism has arrived. Laser moves out. Oh. Moves out with the main army. Prism across the map. Locust Wave may kill the base. Okay. 4th base goes down. Very nicely done. That Locust Wave, the Stormhosts paying for themselves. Zelda get cleaned up in the main. Okay, that was a big loss for MaNa. Losing the expansion. Lurkers are revealed. Gets one. Nah, not even. Remember, no detection. Yeah, no detection here. The base is going to fall. They trade a 4th for a 4th. And MaNa, he's going to have to recall. I'm assuming we have one. Yep, recall is available. Ooh, gets the mineral line. And he's getting cornered here. Where's that recall? Oh, I mean, GG. GG gets called. At the same time, Zell take the right-hand side. Zell take the right-hand side. 9 drones go down in the end. Laser, despite being cornered there, he did have too much going his way. And GG. Sorry, MaNa had too much going his way. GG well played. And MaNa takes a lead. MaNa, he does take a lead. Does take the game. Again, Laser, he was hyper all in the entire game. He was stuck on 45 workers. He had no longevity here. He had one good fight in him. And again, he was cornering the army, but MaNa, he was just about to recall. Or at least he should have, right? Like, recall was available there, so he was going to be able to get out. GG. GG well played. With that, MaNa does take game number 1. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So we're jumping into game 2. And game 2 is going to be on Incorporeal. go. As we are jumping into our next game, into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the blue Polish Protoss player, and we have the current reigning champion of Poland, the current best player in all of Polonia, leading the series 1-0. For Team Liquid, it is MaNa. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, we have the Polish Zerg representing Team Liquid as their teammates. It is a laser. Here we go. Also, if you're in the chat, if you want to get some venue updates from the tournaments from the Fusion Esports League, I believe Kuro will be there. Kuro is going to be there. Kuro is going to be posting pictures in our Discord server. Has already posted one as Kuro is also on a train on the way over to the event. Over to Krakow. Over to FEL. So we're going to be getting a couple of photos here and there of the event. I might show some of them on stream. A little bit later when we actually have them. Let's go. As for now, we have our initial openers. Nothing too crazy. Once again, a laser force take the unnatural natural, force to expand over at the 3rd base location. Meanwhile, MaNa back at home going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Let's go. Here we go. So far, so good. When it comes to Laser's play, last game is kind of what we expected out of him. I mentioned this previously, that Laser, he has been more and more cheesy recently, just because he has been investing less time into StarCraft and devoting more time to Age of Empires instead. So a Laser, this kind of like hyper greedy, hyper macro player that you once knew is no longer there. Instead, Laser, he's been going for more and more and more all-ins. We saw a 3-base all-in last game out of a Laser, going Ling Hydra into Swarm Host play, but again, MaNa did shut him down. MaNa was able to take up in a very, very nice direction to be able to shut that kind of play down. Here we could see a different kind of all-in. We could see a German taxi. We could see something more roach heavy. We could see more of the same. We could see Ling Hydra into Swarm Host again, or just straight up Ling Hydra. A Laser has options with how he wants to be aggressive, with how he wants to commit. But just like last game, we're expecting MaNa to be the defender, and we're expecting a Laser to be the aggressor. Is what we're expecting out of these two players. But really cool to see that Sunny is going to be at the event. Again, this is a full day event, so if you happen to be local, if you happen to be in Poland or in the surrounding regions, then you might be able to pull off the trek to head on over to Krakow or Kraków. Might be able to make it to the event. As we're expecting this to last 12 hours. We're expecting like a 10 to 12 hour stream. We're 2 hours in so far. Let's go, Pappy. Let's go. Robo opener. Okay, so Stargate into Robo out of MaNa. This is an opener that MaNa is very fond of. If you've been watching MaNa over the past 7 months, you would have seen this build before. This should be Robo. Yep, Robo into Twilight Council, into Templar Archives, into a Warp Prism, into an Archon drop. So this is a delayed Archon drop opener here, as opposed to something that's faster like a Dark Shrine opener, where you go Twilight Council into Dark Shrine, into Robo, into DTs, into DT drop, into Archon drop. This is going to be a straight up Archon drop instead with High Templar. At least that's what this should be. Once again, eventually leading into Storm, leading into Charge. Robo's done. Show us the Prism. Yep, there it is. Prism first. Prism first. And now that the Twilight Council is complete, we should be going for the Templar Archives. There it is. Templar Archives. Yep, into High Templar. Again, this is the MaNa build. MaNa is very fond of this build. Some of the other Polish and other European Protosses do indulge in this build every now and then, but MaNa is very fond of this. We didn't see it in Game 1. We're seeing it here in Game 2. So it's going for the Archon drop. Now, if MaNa sees weakness, if there's no Roach Warren, and if there's no Baneling Nest, and if MaNa confirms that, he can, instead of expanding and getting a 4th base, he can reactively warp in a wave of Zealots and commit with Charge, as Charge should be the follow-up after the Archon drop. Now this time, do you see what I see? Baneling Nest. Remember, last game, Alazer cancelled the nest, which is why he was vulnerable and why he was in danger. Here, he lets it finish, so he will have Banelings here to help deal with the Zealots. So Alazer, he's not cutting as many corners. Meanwhile, Charge is on the way. Alazer gets a full scout. Alazer, he sees the Archon drop as MaNa's moving in. He's moving in with the drop. Up. Oh no! Ooh, does head towards the middle and drones are stacking. Here, drones are stacking. And where's the army? The Lings are not quite able to engage. That's gonna be 5 drones going down already, and we're not done. The Queen is gonna fall. Where are the high temp? Where are the Hydras? The Hydras are not here. The Lings are across the map instead. Probe's gonna be going down, but at the same time, so is the mineral line back at home. Charge is not done, but the Archons, they trade well. Oh no! This MaNa does pull away. MaNa pulls away, drops into the main. He can save some of these Zealots as well. Nice save. Ooh, goes for another massive warp in. Yeah, the Queen is exposed. The slow lots are coming. I mentioned before that MaNa, he can reactively reinforce with these Zealots. Prism taking a lot of hits. Oh no! The Prism is going to go down. Big overextension, but he does get a mineral line, but that's still 2 Archons and the Prism falling. That's a lot of losses. And MaNa, I don't think he can save the 3rd. I don't think he can save it. Alazer, he lost the mineral line. He should respond with a massive counterattack, and he's going for it. Yeah, Lings and Hydras across the map. He even has one of the boys as well. The goal here should be to break this base, and MaNa should not have lost the Archons. If he had saved the Prism and saved the Archons, Alazer wouldn't be able to push because he'd be forced to stay at home because of the threat of the Warp Prism. But now that it's gone, there's nothing. There's just nothing here. And MaNa, he should not be able to hold. Like, he should not be able to save this expansion. Now, if these stasis traps connect well, then maybe, right? Like, the stasis traps, they have potential. First one gets baited. Yeah, first one is baited. Zelda coming from behind. And Banelings, they attempt to connect. Oh my god, Hydras, they're exposed. Wow, and the Zealots, they clean everything up. The Banelings did not connect. Really nice splitzer from MaNa. Oh my, that's crazy. MaNa, he shuts this down. Again, he had a very last second split against the Banelings, and where are the reinforcements? Alazer, he droned. Alazer, he was droning, he was not reinforcing. I don't know if you noticed, but as Alazer was pushing, he made like 9 drones. And that means there were no Ling reinforcements. That means that there's nothing. The Banelings are being denied. The drones here are exposed. There's 2 Banelings on the way. They might finish, true. They might finish just in time. They do have some connections. But Zealots, they just annihilate those Hydras. Chargeless, they're pretty good. And without Banelings, they overwhelm. They overwhelm the Hydras. Wow, and just like that, MaNa's done it. GG gets called, and MaNa, he somehow doesn't get punished. He somehow survives despite losing everything across the map, and he overwhelms. He overwhelms his nobles out of control. GG well played. MaNa will take the series 2-0. GG well played. I was expecting Alazer to go for the all-in, winding it back. I want to give a reminder here, something that we didn't point out as it was happening. Alazer, as he pushed towards a 3rd, and I was talking about how he should break that 3rd base, he should be able to kill it, he was droning. He was not reinforcing with Lings, he was not reinforcing with Hydras, he was not making army units, he was re-droning his 3rd base where he just lost 16 workers. So he made the decision to re-drone, not to reinforce. So his army was weaker. So when he committed into the base, his army was smaller than what it should have been, and he just dies. GG well played. He was overwhelmed, and with that, Alazer, he will tap out here. MaNa will take the series 2-0, and again, Alazer, a little bit of 2 minds there, right? I feel like, especially after losing 16 drones, you have to punish, especially after killing the Prism. It was huge. It was a big moment for him. He killed the Prism, he killed 2 Archons, he killed all the Zealots, he cleaned everything up. That was his time to shine. But again, a little bit indecisive there from Alazer. You know, he had one foot in aggression, he had the other foot in greed or in economy, and alas, you know, you can't split your mind in such a way. Not in StarCraft. You got to be committed, you got to be devoted, you got to double down, especially when you're in that kind of position. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, MaNa. He will claim the series, and MaNa will advance on into the next round. I mean, again, MaNa, he was coming in as the favorite player, but it looked like, I mean, these games were close. These games were very close, were very intense. I could definitely see this going to the ace match, and we could even see a rematch. We could even see a rematch later on in the tournament as well. As a laser, he's still in the tournament. Don't worry, he's still in the tournament. He's still in the brackets, but with that, congratulations to MaNa. And with that, that leads us into our next series, into Spirit versus Geralt. Oh boy. Now, originally, these two matches were going to be happening at the same time. Originally, it was going to be Spirit versus Geralt, and it was going to be MaNa versus a laser, and they were both going to be happening at the same time. But because of some scheduling delays, because of some flight delays, because Lambo, Clem, and Reynor are still getting to the venue, we have decided to cast both, to go one and then the other. So we have an extra series here, and this is just to pad some time, just to buy some time to allow the international players to get to the venue in time, to be able to set up and to be able to compete. So we do have a Spirit versus Geralt coming up next. Sorry, I was just checking the stream. But so we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have Spirit and Geralt coming up next. See you then. It's going to be after that series where we have the upper bracket quarterfinals. I believe they're going to be happening one after the other. Currently, I believe that is the plan. To cast them one after the other. So we'll see how all that unfolds, of course. Now, though, we're going to be going on a break, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon in a couple of minutes with our next series with Spirit and Geralt. See you then. Oh, see you then, Pappy. See you then.
where Elaser did beat MaNa, so he prolonged his dominance on the Polish scene. But let's go and start another one. We already have Spirit from Team Rock and of course Geralt from Team Streamer Zone. And let's start with Spirit because you guys probably don't know, but he booked the flight to the event even before he was qualified. And I wanted to ask him whether he would, if he were not to qualify there, would he still come as a guest maybe?
Yeah, I think I would come actually. Because it looks like a great event. I knew it would be like that, so.
Big StarCraft fan then, and I wanted to ask you whether you like TVP lately. Do you feel confident with your Protoss opponents or not?
I feel confident.
Oh, okay. Super confident, super short answers as usual, and I wanted to ask Geralt, what is your before the game ritual? What do you do before the games to be relaxed and focused?
Basically listening some music, and I'm trying not to check Aligulak or stuff like that. Just focus on my build orders.
Oh yeah, recall Geralt likes very much to check his stats. Like basically every game he likes to check his stats. And well guys, let the game speak. Please shake your hands if you want, and let's start another Polish banger, Spirit and Geralt. Go, go.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I hope you enjoyed those brief words here from both Geralt and Spirit. Again, that is going to be our next series. And I don't know if you noticed, but Mark was in the background. It was interesting to see. Like, we got all the players with their jerseys, and Mark, he was rocking with like a fun, not quite Hawaiian, but like holiday shirt. You know, he was looking very comfortable, looking like he's on vacation, which I think he is a little bit at least. So yeah, really cool to see Mark is already there, of course, and we're going to be seeing more players arriving with Lambo, with Clem, with Reynor as well, and they're also getting their own PC set up and ready for their own matches, so really cool to see that happening in the background. But as it was mentioned, we do have Spirit and Geralt. Videos are done, and we are about to jump into our fresh best of 3. As a reminder, this is a best of 3, not a best of 5, so a bit of a shorter series, a bit of a shorter format. Coming into this, Spirit did say he was confident, but I do lean towards Geralt. Geralt has been looking very strong as of late, especially in this matchup. I would say that Geralt has some of the best late game PvT out there. That is, if he can get there, if he can get to the late game, that is where he thrives. But that's only if he can get to that point. I would imagine that Spirit is going to be looking to end the game a little bit earlier instead. I know that Spirit historically has been known for being greedy and embracing longer and later games. I would say that that is the case in TVZ. That is in the case that in TVT as well, in other matchups. In TVP, we've been seeing more aggression out of our players, more aggression out of Geralt, more aggression out of Spirit. So I do lean towards him being the aggressor in this series and going for more double gas openers, but we'll keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, the veto process is over, and we have our maps, we have our order. It's going to be Game 1, Persephone, Game 2, Ley Lines, and Game 3, Pylon. Oh boy, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to Pylon, but we'll get there. For now, we're going to be loading into Persephone and Ley Lines, and here we go. We have our 2 players. We have our lobby. You can hear the beeps. We are loading into game number 1. Let's go. Let us go. It's catching up in the chat, catching up. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the red Terran representing ROC Esports, Rock Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, the land of Poland, representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PVT. We were even hearing in that interview that Spirit, he himself had already booked his flight to compete in this tournament, even before qualifying, by the way. But here we go. Spirit, he does skirt around the edge of the map, and he is going in for what looks to be an eBay block at the natural. For those who are wondering, Poland, of course, is a very large country, so flying from city to city, from coast to coast is not uncommon when it comes to traveling and traversing in Polonia, of course. Here we go. Do have the eBay block here at the natural. Does block. Boys are being pulled. Geralt, he scouts this ahead of time, and with that, he should shut this down. Now, if there was no probe on the low ground, if there was no scout, then this eBay would have progressed further, and Geralt would have been forced to expand at the third location instead to force the unnatural natural. Then Spirit could go for a factory follow-up into aggression, but here, because Geralt saw this so quickly, he could pull the boys ahead of time. He could shut this down. Spirit, he's going for a CC back at home, but Geralt, his base is not really delayed at all. Or it is delayed, but not by too much, and he's going to be able to comfortably expand. Again, this could have been a lot worse for Geralt, but so far, good reaction. Pull the boys, deals with the eBay. Meanwhile, Spirit going for the CC, a bit of a later CC, because he had to get that refund. He had to spend some resources on the eBay. Likewise on the SCV as well. As typically, you skip the SCV scouts. Spirit does turn back around. And we're getting into our openers. So far, so good. We are getting in. Again, coming into this series, in recent times, we have seen some stronger results out of Geralt, of course, but I'm hoping the Spirit can hold his own. I'm hoping that he can be one that can threaten some of these other big players and big names in the tournament. Spirit, of course, he is one of the best Terran players in all of Europe, but has had a bit of a slump, or at least a bit of a downswing when it comes to his recent performances. So far, the probe is going to be forced back and chased down. So far, so good. Meanwhile, Tyler counts opener out of Geralt. So far, so standard. Meanwhile, you see Spirit going for his own 1-1-1, going for a Marine into add-on swap here into, I would imagine, Hellion. Oh, sorry, into Widowmines? No, okay, Hellion is going for the initial Hellion first. You can see that at the moment we're just preserving our gases here, then getting into the starport, and from here we can go into something a little bit more tech-heavy, something more dedicated. Eyes are on Spirit as Geralt shades away, heals up his adepts. At the same time, Spirit can also heal up his Marines. True. Just everyone's using the healing pad. Topping up. Is going to be topped up. Spirit does move out. We have Widowmines behind this, getting ready for a mine drop. Tech Lab is on the way. We'll see if the Tech Lab is kept on the racks or if it's going for an add-on swap onto the starport. As Hellions just trying to break the way through. One Hellion goes down. There's one Hellion left. And so far, he does react. He does respond. And the Hellion shouldn't get much done, as he does get a couple of volleys in the mineral line. Can maybe get a probe. Maybe? Nah, not even. Yeah, not even. He gets a scat at least. Does get eyes on the tech, but that's all he does get eyes on. And Geralt holds. Geralt heals nicely, takes a third base behind this. It was a 2-gate blink. 2-gate blink into a third. A very greedy build here from Geralt. A build that we often don't see anymore, just because aggression has been very trendy in this meta. Oh, sorry, has been very trendy in this matchup. Has been very meta, I should say. But not the case here. Not the case here because the economic starts. Hallucination does confirm Stim is being researched. Okay, big scout. Big scout for Geralt. Mindro comes in, gets 3 probes. But Geralt, he sees that there's no tank production. He sees that we have a prioritization of Stim. So Geralt is aware. Likewise, Geralt trying to intercept that mine drop. Second mine drop comes in. Medevac goes down, but the Widowmines are getting into the mineral line. Oh! Did you get in? No reaction. Oh my god, no reaction! Jeez, that's Geralt. He does not pull away. 14 probes. It was distracted in the main base. That should not have happened. Ay. Geralt, he had the tools to defend. He was shutting this down. He was looking to get almost no damage dealt to him, but no, that's 14 probes. Oh. And, that is brutal damage. 14 workers, that is brutal. That is critical damage dealt. Spirit, he was hoping for 1 probe for each Widowmine at most, but he got so much more than that, and that means the Spirit is ahead. Spirit takes a lead. Spirit, he's ahead in workers, he's ahead in economy. He's throwing down extra axes, but he already has a 3rd CC on the way, so he's going to take a lead coming into the mid game. So very nice setup here. Two-gate third doesn't die to any aggression if the Protoss has more gates in time. I would say that is not the case. We have seen many a Protoss player fall to aggression, which is why if you've been watching StarCraft as of late, you would know that in the meta, we've been seeing some more 3-gate openers and even 3-gate robo before 3rd base as well, just to be safer, just to get earlier access to Immortals, just to get earlier access to splash damage like Colossus. We've even seen 2 gases into Colossus even before the 3rd base as well. Well, I say that those builds have always been the case, but I should emphasize that those builds have been more common as of late. Have been more common. Not here, of course, not in this game. But they have been more common. The reason for that is because of the rise in popularity of 2-base all-ins in TVP from the side of Terran, which is not the case here, of course. If you remember, Geralt, he saw the initial economic opener. Meanwhile, double drop into the main. Does focus on the shield battery. Shield battery goes down, does focus on the workers, and again, another 7 probes going to be falling. Dives on the Colossus. Colossus does get away, but these are still better trades here for the Terran. He wants a Colossus, and he's going to get it. Yeah, the Colossi is, oh my god, it's so close. Can he get it? One more shot. Does bring it down. And this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control here. I mean, it already did. The reason why we're struggling so much to defend is because of the economic damage dealt earlier. For 14 workers to go down, we mentioned how that was critical damage that led into this. Colossus does fall, and Spirit is not stopping. Spirit, he's not stopping, he's not slowing down. Going for another double drop, and he is pulling Geralt apart. Again, you can't afford those mistakes early on. It is so difficult to recover from that. We speak about this all the time, how TVP is a very momentum-based matchup. Very momentum-based. And Spirit is pushing. Spirit comes out double drop. Takes down the Zealots. The Colossus will help clean this up, so nice cleanup here by Geralt. At the same time, we do see Spirit just rallying towards a 3rd. Mineral Land is exposed, no shield battery, there's the recall. And Spirit, can he take the fight despite the recall? As the recall doesn't really bring much over. And he gets another 5 probes. The 5 workers go down. Spirit consolidating his army. As with that GG. Yeah, GG gets called just snowball out of control. Again, Spirit just got so much damage dealt with that drop play with the mine drops, and Spirit takes game number 1. GG. Unfortunately, Geralt, he just had some late reactions to the mine drops. As we mentioned, he was distracted by a mine drop in his main base, which means the drops they were able to burrow in the natural 14 pros went down. That was insane damage. And from there, Spirit took a lead, gained that momentum, and never quite let it go. GG. GG, well played. Spirit does take lead in the series. Now we're getting into game number 2. We'll see if Geralt can lock in. We'll see if he can lock in. We'll see if he can tighten up his play, tighten up his defenses, and bring it back and force the ace match. As a reminder, this is a short series. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. Best of 3, not a best of 5. So, I mean, every little mistake gets punished that much more. Every game means that much more here as we're getting into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on ley lines. We go. Spawning in the top right hand corner here of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. Representing Stream Zone, it is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player. We have the red Terran representing RSC Esports. It is Spirit. We go. As Spirit once again does move out with his SCV, once again going for the eBay block. Now, we saw Geralt respond and react really quickly to this in the first game, was able to shut this down and able to comfortably expand. We'll see if Geralt can do the same this time. Here we go. This may also prompt a different reaction. If Spirit is able to successfully delay the expansion and force the expansion at the third base location instead, then we may see a faster factory instead of a faster CC. As the SCV does slip in, but the probe does see it. Yeah, does see, does confirm the boys are being pulled, and Geralt, he will shut this down. So good reactions here from Geralt. He will force a cancel, and he'll be able to expand. Or even gets a kill in the SCV. That should not have happened. So nice start here from Geralt. Kills the SCV, does force a cancel. Pulling back to mine. And behind the Spirit should be expanding on the low ground. Now, once again, Geralt, he can decide to cut some corners here. Once again, we don't have a double gas opener because of the eBay block. That just isn't the case. That isn't how these builds work. So Geralt, he can feel quite safe, quite comfortable as he moves out across the map. Again, should be to scout, should be to confirm. See you, Alex, in the chat. We did explain kind of the difference of the openers and the change in the meta as of late, and how because of the rise in all-ins, especially two-base all-ins, we've seen a lot of players actually stay on two bases a lot longer just to be safer and just to be more secure. If you haven't been watching TVP as of late, you might be unfamiliar with the change in the meta, but of course that is not applicable to these two games here, as we have not gone for aggressive starts. So this is where Geralt can cut corners. This is where he can be greedy. As the Reaper moves in. Reaper pokes in. Once again, Twilight Council opener out of Geralt. Reaper heads into the main. And should be able to get a scout off. Yeah, we'll confirm the tech. We'll confirm the opener. And back at home, we'll see if Spirit deviates in any way. Already, we do see one. Now, as a reminder, last game, what did we have? We had reacted Marine into an add-on swap into reacted Hellion as a follow, sorry, into Hellion into reacted Widowmine production to go into Mine Drop play, and it was quite committed. As a reminder, we had two full medevacs full of Widowmines across the map. It was much more dedicated there by Spirit, and it was worth it in the end. Did catch Geralt off guard, and did wreak havoc, and did almost end the game with the Mine Drop play. This time, though, there's no add-on swap. This time, there's no reacted Widowmine. We'll see what we go into this time, and what we tech into a little bit faster this time instead. As Spirit is shaking up his opener. Meanwhile, we do have our 3-gate opener here by Geralt. Very safe play. 3 gates into a third. Which, again, this is much more meta. This is much more standard. As opposed to the previous game where Geralt, he was cutting more corners. So going 3-gate blink. Meanwhile, does spot the drop. We'll give chase. And this time you can see here there's no additional Widowmines. We have the tech lab on the factory. We just have the initial mine drop here from Spirit. And he's not making any additional Widowmines, not additional medevacs either. So we'll see if he does start tank production or if this is for an add-on swap. Yeah, there we go. Going for the swap. Now, just like the last game, is going into earlier stim, but here I would say even faster than previously. So Stim is on the way, building up his bio army. I do like this shakeup here, considering I don't think even Spirit expects to get anywhere near as much damage this game with his Widow Mines. He killed 14 plus probes last time. Here we expect it to be a little bit more diminished. We expect Geralt to have a much more secure defense here back at home. And Spirit expects that as well. So here we go. So have our drop here towards the natural. So far, Geralt, he's trying to keep up. Will deflect. Nice movement out of Geralt. Meanwhile, shout out to FaZe in the chat. God, my God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 4 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the content. I hope you enjoy the casting. I hope you enjoy the StarCraft. And I hope you enjoy the offline event, the Fusion Esports League. Again, we're still in the initial round of the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Have a look at the back yourselves. As the mind drop does come in, and Geralt does react in time. Does pull away behind this. We have Storm. Storm is in production. Charge as well. Geralt, he is building up. And here come the upgrades. The timing is upon us. Stim, combat shields. Spirit can soon be active. He's moving out here across the map alongside 2 medevacs. He's pushing. And we'll see if Geralt can hold on. Now, ideally, Geralt would be active to slow down this push. Storm is finishing up in time, but for the time being, he's distracted by the drop. He does spot it. He's aware. He's getting ready to receive. He's heavily reliant on Storm instead. Yeah, Stalker's getting in position. There's 3 Templar, at least 3 Storms. Does miss a rotation, does not spot it. It's keeping up. Storm does run away. Not bad. Storm is revealed. There's 2 Storms left. And Spirit, he's forced back. Oh, that Storm does connect. Brutal Storm of the Marines. Yeah, late reaction from Spirit. Meanwhile, Widowmine gets cleaned up. Draw play is continuing, but so far, Geralt, he has a much stronger defense this time. Remember, by this time last game, Geralt, he had lost a mineral line. He had lost an entire mineral line worth of workers. That has not happened here. This time, Geralt, he's locked in. This time he's locked in. 4th base on the way. He's secure on 3 bases. Building on more High Templar. Building on more Storms. Meanwhile, Spirit on 3 bases, taking up into Ghost. Ghost Academy is halfway done. That's going to be his answer here to the High Templar. Raven harass here into the natural. Drop coming in from behind. How good are the Storms going to be? They're pretty good. Yeah, Storms are solid. The Bio Army is being shut down. We have more Storms coming in. Oof. Oh god, no, he stands in the Storms. And with that, Geralt, he will claim this fight. He's running out of units, though. That's the final Storm. There we go. 1, 2 Templar, 4 some more Archons. Only a couple of Stalkers remaining. And with that, again, Geralt, where those reinforcements are across the map instead, they're hitting the middle line. SCV is going to be falling. Geralt, he does blink away. Celtic has 6 SCV kills, peeling off into the 3rd. And workers are going down. 12 SCV, 13. Oh my god. Yeah, 13, 15, 7, 19 SCV kills more Zealots in the main base, catching more reinforcements as well. Very nice trades here from Geralt. And sure, he may have lost his High Templar. True, did lose 4 High Templar here as he was pushing, but he dealt with the main army. He deals with the mineral line. 20 workers going down. This is brutal damage. And back at home, Geralt, he's on 4 bases. He's on 4 bases on 76 probes. His gases are lacking, but he doesn't need gases as he is warping in more Zealots, more of a gateway composition. Still moving out once again, this time with a prism. This time with a war prism. This time he can reinforce. And Geralt, he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat. Geralt, he has a lot of momentum going his way. Does head towards the bases. Oh. And Storms do zone away. Storms will zone. Climbing on the bunker. Nice splits. Very nice splits set by Spirit. As he forces back the main army, here comes a Prism into the main. Yeah, going for a massive warp in. That's going to be 11 Zealots at a time. Does get into the main base. Spirit, he's out of position. He's racing back home. Nice EMP. But the army is not here. Oof. Nice mind shield so once again. Winter Mines are connecting. Main army moves in. There's not really much here to the main army, so the Zealots, they're running out. Reynor's team takes down 2 Medivacs though. 2 more Medivacs, another massive warp in. You could argue that Geralt may be overextending, but hey, he killed another 19, another 20 workers essentially. And he's still not done. Yeah, he's not done. He's not slowing down. So he does hit the 3rd once again. Back at home, getting a 5th expansion. Again, he's just containing Spirit, keeping him back at home while he expands, takes more bases, builds up more workers, and now does actually get some more splash damage as well. Going double Robo, double Colossus. At this point, now is the time to take gases. There we go. I mean, he already has 2 more gases at his 4th. So it's on a 6 gas setup. He can now afford Colossus. And last game, momentum was heavily in favor of Spirit. This time, heavily in favor of Geralt. It's without Geralt making some big mistakes, it's going to be difficult here for Spirit to bring it back. Ooh. Runs through the storms. Zealots just keep warping into the main base. Geralt gets eyes on the planetary. Planetary does finish morphing in. True. Planetary is now done. Oh. Catching a Templar. I would say even snipe some tech here. That was the eBay. That was both armories as well, so upgrades are going to be denied. Now there's no more armories. So +2 is going to be heavily delayed here for Spirit. Now Geralt, he cannot quite kill Spirit yet. He's still waiting for his splash damage, waiting for Colossus. But he's still dealing economic damage. Still denying mining time. Oh no, he comes back too soon. It's going to be another 10 SCV kills at least. Ooh, Colossus does overextend. Yeah, some miscontrol here by Geralt. No, but he saves the Colossus. 10 HP. GG gets called, and Geralt ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Ooh, GG. We're going to game 3. Again, Geralt had a very strong start, if you recall. He shut down the initial mine drop. He shut down the initial aggression out of Spirit. He was able to get away with his own as well, dealing insane amounts of damage here, getting up to 20 worker kills with his Zealot counterattack, with his storms as well. He was able to pull apart his opponent. If you recall, it came down to the fights as Spirit was quite dedicated with his push. I'm talking about his first double drop of Bio Army. He ran into storm after storm. His army was shut down, and things are looking a little bit dicey because Geralt, his main army, was looking quite small. He was barely holding on, but what he was doing was warping across the map. He was warping across the map. He was able to pull off a Zealot run by, a Zealot counterattack. He was able to pull Spirit apart. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to game 3, and honestly, this could go either way. This could go either way here. We'll see who can claim this series. Will go the way of Spirit or Geralt. It comes down to this final game on Pylon. Oh boy. One of the smaller maps of the map pool. One of the more aggressive maps out there. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the red Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the Polish Protoss representing Streamer Zone, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match. Momentum is on his side. It is Geralt. Here we go. Just catching up with the chat. Thanks for all the inhumanly large coverage of SC2, or inhumanely large coverage of SC2. Ah, gracias, papi, gracias. Yeah. We do what we can, we do our best. I will say that especially, for those that are curious, this year in 2025, we've had 3 days off. We've had 3 days off from casting. One of them was forced because I had no internet. I had no electricity, actually. Sorry, yeah, I had no internet on the day. So one day was forced off, and then we had 2 other days off just because I think likewise some things transpired that wasn't quite available. So we haven't had much time off here. But what I will say, coming post EWC, coming into the off season, we might take things a little bit easier here, a little bit easier, coming into the second half of 2025. We'll see. But a lot of our tournaments that we cast, they're not contingent on the Esports World Cup circuit, but we do want to slow things down a little bit. It's especially recently, I'm getting a little bit burnt out just because it was everything was condensed. I mean, I'm sure you know this as well, right? The big criticism over the past 3-month period was, right, GSL Season 1, GSL Season 2, DreamHack Dallas, Home Story Cup, RSL, FEL Fusion Esports League. Like, so many tournaments were condensed into like a 2 to 3 month period, and it was just non-stop StarCraft, and we did it. We did it, man. We did it all. But you know, it would be nice to take a break after that, you know. Just because there was just so many Premier tournaments and so much StarCraft condensed into that short period of time, that short window. And it's still happening with FEL, but after FEL, then we can take it a little bit easy. I say take it a little bit easy. RSL Season 2 was announced for September, and we have the uThermal 2v2 circuit that is, I think, in 2 weeks. And we also have the StarCraft Evolution League Championship that is next month as well. That's in August, I believe. August coming into September. So there's still some big tournaments coming up, but at least they're a little bit more spread out. at least Stars of Gore, that was the other one. I knew I was forgetting one, but Stars of Gore was also in there as well. Like, there was just so much happening all at once. So much StarCraft. Yes, we did as much as we could, Pat. We did as much as we could. So it would be nice to take it a little bit easy. A little bit easy for at least the next like week or two. We'll see if our schedule does allow for that. Because we still have, of course, all of our weeklies. We have the return of the Turtle Tussle. So, still a lot going on. Until then, though, we are going to be settling in. We do have our 1-1-1 follow-up. Going for the mine drop. At Epstein do get into the main. Oh, that should not have happened. SCV's going to be going down. Denied mining time. This is a rough start here for Spirit. There we go. Does drone drill. Does finally get us around. That's still 3 SCVs for 1 adept. Ay. Likewise, we also got a full scout of the main base. Here comes the initial drop. It's going to be a singular mine. Oh, sorry. It's going to be a double mine drop here across the map. And from here, going for the add-on zone. We have marine production. Tech labs are on the way. We're not committing into additional widow mines. We're not committing into additional drop play. Not yet. Spirit is moving out. So Geralt back at home was a blink-based opener. 3-gate blink into a third. So once again, a very standard play here out of Geralt. Going 3-gate blink. Widow mine drops in. We have one dropping into the main base. The second one is waddling into the natural. Geralt doesn't notice. Does he notice in time? Widow mine does borrow, and Geralt, he does. Oh my god, does pull away. Whew. 3 probes. 3 workers for 2 widow mines, not bad. Considering that 1 widow mine is still alive. And still pinned back. Okay. From here, of course, Spirit, I believe he did count all the gateways. Yeah, he knows. So he's aware of the 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink, he's aware. Should be aware of the would-be third. Back at home. Setting up. Now, for the past 2 games, we've been seeing a big prioritization of Stim. There it is. Once again, no tank production. So no tanks whatsoever out of Spirit. Rushing once again into Stim, into combat shields, into an earlier bio move out. Now, this has been running into the face, or running into just mass Storm. Storm has been prioritized here from Geralt, and he should be working towards that once again. Charge is on the way. Stalker's moving out. Now, because there are no tanks here, that means these bases are more exposed. He's going for Stim. He's going for the upgrades. There we go. Does go for the tech lab, and he will deny combat shields. He was hoping for Stim, but he will settle for the other. Bit of a gamble. Does get combat shields. Oh no! Does lose 1 Stalker. A little bit of miscontrol there from Geralt. Likewise, auto tarts across the map. Getting 1 probe. Gets 1 worker. As the mine drop comes back in. And gets a second probe. Pulls away. Survives as well. But at least without combat shields, this bio move out is going to be even weaker. So it's going to be a bit of a weaker drop. Geralt, he rotates. The drop is moving out, so Geralt, he will spot it. Does he react in time? Oh! Oh, does he react? He does not. Yeah, Geralt otherwise distracted. Does spot the Marines. Does force the unload at least. Yeah, you can see he missed the double back of the medevac, so he's searching for the drop. He's searching. We see Spirit pushing down mid. But Storm is finishing. Yeah, Storm is finishing up just in time. We have 3 High Templar back at home. The Storms are accumulating. They are amassing. Oh. Yeah, Zealous, they do find some workers here at the third. Not bad. They get a couple of SCVs. Get a couple of workers. Chop, chop right. Will force a cancel. Yeah, Geralt out of position. There it is. There's a cancellation. Nicely done. Spirit, he's pushing. Again, even though Spirit was delayed, his army is still massive. And once again, Geralt is heavily reliant on Storm. He's so reliant on Storm here. It does clean up the drop. Meanwhile, we have a June drop in towards the main. Geralt, he does not spot this. Geralt, he's playing blind. He's playing blind. Massive June drop here into the main. Reinforcements in between. And Geralt, he's forced to recall. But probes are going down. Shield battery falls as well. Nice Storm. Do we get a decent storm, but the High Templar goes down? No more storms. Yeah, Stalkers, they're falling, and this one drop into the main base is wreaking havoc. Zealous warp in just in time. That's still 12 probe kills. 13 workers go down. Again, Geralt, he had no vision. That's all he had. He had no vision here in the center. He didn't see the move outs. He didn't see the push. Didn't see the drop coming in. He wasn't ready for it. And Spirit is miles ahead. Spirit, he's miles ahead here. He's up in workers, up in economy, up in army. Now, the one thing that can go Geralt's way is Storm, right? If Spirit takes every Storm to the face, and if the Storms are juicy, then Geralt can recover. But that's really the one way to come back in this game, is if Spirit makes those mistakes, right? If he stims into Storm, outside of that one scenario, Spirit, he should have this. Spirit does move in. First Storm does graze the army. A Templar coming in from behind. But again, the army is fragmented. Decent Storms, though. Not bad. Storms are connecting. We have more Storms coming in, but High Templar exposed. No! Losing 1, 2, 3 at Templar. Yeah, 3 Templar go down. These are expensive losses here for Geralt. On the one hand, Geralt, he does clean this up, but it was not a free trade. You can see here, 4 Templar. 4 High Templar, 17 Zealots, 4 Stalkers. Geralt, he needed a more efficient fight. It's just he came in fragmented, like a portion at a time. It was a messy fight. Spirit still maintains his lead. He does set up. At the same time, still run by the planetary is not yet done, so we're gonna get some down to a quick reaction out of Spirit. He pulls away so quickly. He pulls back quickly as well, I will say that. Oh, he's pushing on the right hand side. Does push on the right. Causing a bit of a distraction. Still gonna be only 6 probe kills or 6 SCVs. 3 pros go down to the auto turret. That one Raven, that the drops as well, they're still active across the map. Still getting value. And Spirit, he will soon max out. Now, once again, I still stand by what I said earlier, how Geralt, his one chance here is his spellcasters. Ooh, as a Prism goes down, High Templar as well. Geralt is getting called out. He's racing on over. He's trying to at least. And Zelze will take some massive mind shots to the face. EMP almost High Templar. One storm connects. Okay. One storm does connect. There's no other storms left, but he will clean up this army. Not a bad fight here by Geralt. It was an awkward engage here from Spirit. Losing all of his ghosts. That was how many? That was 3? 4. That was 4 ghosts going down. That was most of the Marauders. Disruptor has arrived. Show us that Nova. Geralt, can he break the expansion? Not quite. Yeah, Spirit holds. Spirit, he does defend back at home. Again, that wasn't a bad fight here out of Geralt. Did maintain most of his High Templar. He lost 2. Medevac finally goes down. And he's down to 1 Templar. 1 Templar remaining. But he's now getting to Colossus. At the same time, we have Vikings on the way from Spirit. But we have a game. We have a game. Geralt, he got away with his 4th base. Now he's getting a 5th expansion. Geralt, he's catching up economically. And Spirit, he's actually very Marine heavy. Typically at this stage, we would have a more Marauder heavy composition instead. Which means that this army is that much more vulnerable to splash damage. Likewise, how many Vikings? 3. Only 3 Vikings. That's not that many. Geralt, can we pop off? Geralt, he does move out. Oh. We got 1 Zell hitting the mineral line. Never goes off, just running away. No major connection. Likewise, you do have a singular drop here across the map into the main. Main base is exposed, but recall it should be available. There we go, drop into the bases. Main army pulls away. Does pull away. We have a hit score to 3 Marines. Going for the mineral line. The main armies are missing each other. Uh-oh. Yeah, they miss each other entirely. As a result, going for the 3rd. Spirit coming in from behind the Colossus is exposed. The awkward angle here from Geralt. Colossus goes down. Nice storm. Nice storm going up. The Vikings on the Marines. Go, let's get the hell out of here. He has no storms left. At the same time, denies mining. Okay. Both armies are maxed. Both armies are maxed out. There's 5 ghosts here for Spirits. Meanwhile, just the 1 High Templar. The lack of Templar, the lack of Storms is concerning. I feel like Geralt is quite heavily reliant on them. Kills the CC. Especially with this Hive of Viking counts, we do need other forms of splash damage. Oh no! Never is. Oh, gonna connect. Gets 2 ghosts, okay. Crazy blink though. Yeah, a lot of Stalkers gonna be falling. Does for sure does take down all the Vikings. Yeah, Vikings, they go down. There's no Vikings left. No shot. No Vikings remaining. Army's pushing in. He does have 1 storm. Again, that was a crazy blink, but he reset the Viking counts. And there's a storm. And nice storm on the pyre. Geralt, he may have this. Here and now. There's currently 0 Vikings. GG gets called. Spirit is broken. And Geralt, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew, GG, well played. An impressive performance there by Geralt to be able to bring it back. It was a shaky start. It was a shaky start out of Geralt, not going to lie, but he does bring it back. He does bring it home. GG, well played. Does advance on into the next round over Spirit. Congratulations. Congratulations here. GG, well played. Oh. As congratulations, Girl 2 will advance on, and one moment here as I'm trying to catch up with the clean feed. Oh. Looks like we're dropping some frames. Hopefully that does clear up soon. But GG will play, the Girl 2 will play the series. Now we're going to be getting ready for our next matches. If you can see this at all, apologize. It looks like our internet is dying a little bit. Okay, we're back. Okay, we are back. And we are going to be getting into the next round. Okay, let's go. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. Okay, from the top, exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Spirit is broken. It was. But here we go. As you can see, we have our updates here. Bam. Okay, from the top. Can we zoom in a little bit? Not quite. But from the top, we have Clem. We have Clem versus Cristiano. That's going to be our first upper bracket quarterfinals that will be starting soon, TM. Don't you worry, starting soon. We have Clem versus Cristiano in a TVP. We have uThermal versus SKillous, likewise, also in a TVP about to commence. We have Reynor versus MaNa, and we have Lambo versus Geralt. Now, if you're a fan of SOS, Art, Laser, and Spirit, do not worry because they're knocked down to the lower brackets. They're going to be knocked down to the lower brackets. They have other matches ahead of them. Oh boy. So do not worry. They are just going to be knocked down, and they will have a second life to rely upon to try to bounce back and recover and have a crazy comeback in that lower bracket. They have another chance. They have another life. Otherwise, our next series, I think, is going to be Clem versus Cristiano. We should be casting every single series here on our stream, every single quarterfinals match. Clem Cristiano, uThermal SKillous, Reynor MaNa, and Lambo Geralt. Then from there we can follow that. Sorry, I misspoke a little bit. From there, I believe Rotterdam is going to be following that into the upper bracket semis. We might jump down to the lower bracket instead. Currently, there's 2 English streams, and ideally we want to spread as much ground or we want to cover as much ground as possible and spread out. If that's the case, we might have to go down to the lower bracket instead and cover those matches while Roddy covers the upper bracket semis. That might be the plan. But I'll keep you guys updated. Otherwise, we're going on a break. And when we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll have Clem versus Cristiano coming up next on the stream. See you then. Is SOS the only Korean that made the trip? Yes, SOS is the only Korean that qualified. SOS, he's there because of the qualifiers, and none of the other Koreans did attempt to. But we have some big names here nonetheless, like some big European names, of course. SKillous, Clem, Cristiano, uThermal, Reynor, MaNa, Lambo, Geralt, some big names, of course. But yes, we're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we'll have our next series, we'll have our next match. See you soon after the break.
Okay, welcome guys. Let's go. Let's start another one. This time we don't have a Polish representative. There's 6 Polish players here, but let's see something completely different. I'm already hyped because this will be unusual game, especially because we have this YouTuber guy who is apparently a very nice player already. Wow. Okay, people already cheering for you. I like that. So yeah, that's an obvious question. What made you try competing again? What convinced you to try and come to Krakow?
Well, for a long time I wanted to have a vacation here actually. So when I saw there was an event there, I just messaged Gerald instantly like, hey, can I play? So I've been here for a couple of days already sightseeing, and then I get to play in the event as well, which is great. And also I just really want to support everyone that hosts events and stuff, because I think the audience likes to see me play, so I can maybe bring some viewers, and yeah, makes me happy.
Love to have you here, and yeah, let's see what you bring. I hope you are prepared very well. And I was about to ask you about how do you prepare against such a guy? Do you play some standards? Do you watch his YouTube videos? Like, what do you do to prepare against uThermal?
I was actually preparing a lot in my head, of course, and I also know that uThermal was preparing for art very hard, and he even asked ChatGPT to help him with some build order. So I think he just is not really familiar with my playstyle, so I should have a very easy time.
Okay, both of these guys are probably prepared. Let's see who's better, YouTube, uThermal, or Team Liquid SKillous. Shake your hands, guys, and let's go. Let's start.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fusion Esports League, the FEL Cracov 2025. We just wrapped up with the upper bracket first round. Now we're here with the upper bracket quarterfinals. Here we go. A big shout out to Indy for hosting the interview, and of course for uThermal and SKillous for giving us some brief words here as we are stepping in. Again, uThermal, he has been in Poland for a couple of days at this point, enjoying his vacation. I love how he steps into the ring. Like all these other players, they have their jerseys. You know, they have their, you know, they're repping their teams. We have uThermal coming in with like the holiday vacation Hawaiian shirt kind of thing going on. We got looking very chill, very comfortable, and ready to take some names. Again, uThermal has been very in form as of late. For a very long time, uThermal, he was just a YouTuber. He was just he retired a couple of years ago, and he's been mainly making content and making YouTube videos, of course, and been very successful in that kind of career, of course. But recently, as of not even that long, I want to say like 2 months, maybe like around 2 months, in the lead up to Home Story Cup, uThermal, he started competing again. Like I don't really know what it was that made him compete again, or what made him focus on improving again, but he's been very inactive in tournaments until the lead up into Home Story Cup, and we saw him doing quite well at Home Story Cup, and he's been getting some really solid results, really surprising results. I want to say the other big event was the EWC qualifiers. True, the EWC qualifiers as well. And again, uThermal, he's been more active as of late, and he has been surprising a lot of people, myself included, with his play recently. He himself has said how he's now more motivated. He kind of got that itch, he got that drive to compete, and he's back again. And he's looking pretty good, looking pretty solid. But we'll see how he compares to a player that doesn't make as much content, that does focus on improving, that does dedicate their time to being a pro gamer instead. Oh boy, let's go. Let us go as we are jumping on in and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Terran from the land of the Netherlands. He's here. He's the content man himself. It is uThermal. Opening up Proxy 2 racks. Let's go. Let us go. As he does send out not just one, but 2 SCVs across the map. We are opening up with the Proxy here outside of the main base. Meanwhile, SKillous is moving out with his own probe scout, but he will miss the Proxy. He will miss the location. He is currently not aware of how much danger he is in. Let's go. Let us go. Now, if you're in the chat, specifically if you're in the Twitch chat, because unfortunately we don't really have it set up in our YouTube chat for predictions, but if you're in our Twitch chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVT. Oh, sorry, PVT. Let's go. Let us go. So far, so good. The probe scout does confirm that the Rax is missing, does get eyes on the gases. It's where there's only a single gas geyser, and we're going proxy. Are we going for a bunker rush? Okay, very interesting here. We have a bunker rush out of uThermal, not going for, I mean, because of the lack of gas income, there's no setup here for add-ons for Marauders or Proxy Reaper, so straight up Marines into bunker rush on the low ground. Of course, SKillous is still trying to figure out what's going on, still trying to figure out whether or not it's real or a fake proxy. And here we go, the SVs have arrived. The boys are here. The initial Zealot does pop out. Again, SKillous did make a safety Zealot because he felt like he was in danger. True. Did make a safety Zealot. Shield batteries are on the way. And the bunkers are being thrown down. The first one's going to be targeted. And it will be canceled. Will not be cancelled. Never mind. Barely does save the bunker. Likewise, pylons under fire. The boys are being pulled. It's going to be a rough hold here for SKillous, as the pylon is going to be targeted down. A nice snipe on the pylon. Bunkers are about to finish. And the Marines are start stepping in. Yeah, they're start stepping in. The bunker, a couple of seconds away. Oh my god, barely in time. The bunker does complete. The boys are pulled to repair. The SCVs are here. And again, a nice juggling here with the SCVs. Oh my god. Does once again save the SCVs. Barely does jump in. One SCV goes down. The second SCV goes down. But there's still two bunkers. There's still two bunkers. The Marines, they hop from one bunker to the other. One bunker goes down. NG overcharge. And SKillous is holding. Wow, SKillous, he does hold on. He barely loses anything. The power of the shield batteries. The power of the one shield battery, the power of the NG overcharge. SKillous, he shuts this down. He will lose 3 probes, but he kills 2 SCVs. He denies the proxy, he denies the cheese. And uThermal has nothing back at home. He has a factory that's done, getting to his first tech lab. CC on the high ground, but SKillous, he saves the natural. He has the greater economy. He has 2 bases. He can make 2 probes at a time. And SKillous, he counterattacks. Uh-oh. SKillous, he moves out for a counterattack at the same time. Marines are waddling in. And waddling into the mineral line. Stalkers, they delay the CC. There's one Stalker at home to defend. With good enough kiting, yeah, the Stalker will shut this down. Boys are being pulled. 1 probe goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. He gets 2 probe kills, but across the map, the CC is heavily delayed. Yeah, the depot is on fire, is soon to be going down. Oof. Yeah, there's a recall back home. And SKillous is still ahead. SKillous still has a lead. There's 1 Marine remaining. As the boys are pulled. And uThermal supply blocked. I mean, he lost the depot. He has no CC either, so a heavy supply block here for uThermal. He's holding, he's surviving at least, but things are looking bleak here for uThermal. And he's going into mech. I just realized. Second factory's on the way. He's going to mech it up. He's going to make it happen. I mean, mech is somewhat viable in this matchup as SKillous is being greedy, rushing to a third. Jesus, rushing into a very fast third base. We'll see if uThermal can punish. We'll see if he can punish this. Cyclones, yep, they get eyes on the third base. Holding onto their lock-ons. Takes down a probe. Stalkers have been amassing. There we go, lock-ons on the Stalkers. They get broken. SKillous is holding. SKillous is barely holding on. Meanwhile, we're building a Marine in the mineral. Let's go. In the mineral line. Esther uThermal. We'll make the 1 Marine in time, but the Rax will burn before we can make a 2nd Marine, I believe. Yeah, there we go. 1 Marine pops. Doesn't get the probe. Does deny mining time. And again, the Rax will burn. The Rax will burn down. Hallucination does scouts. Checking the vision here. SKillous, what does he see? He sees both factories. He knows. He sees both factories. He's aware of the mech. Behind this charge already on the way. Gateway explosion going for a massive gateway composition. This is going to be the ideal against mech, against battle mech. Now, I say mech, he's making a 2nd Rax. Now, the 2nd Rax is confusing to me because he already has 1. Like, he still has a Rax alive, so there's no need to make a 2nd Rax unless he plans on switching into Bio. Into Stim. which would be a crazy deviation just because he committed so heavily here into tank production and into this kind of mech setup. But the second Rax does scream bio, otherwise there's no reason for it. Shows the tech lab. Starts marine production, okay. No tech lab, no stim yet. I mean, he can't afford it, he's making nothing but tanks. But a really peculiar build here out of uThermal, which is what we expect, right? Like uThermal, he often does come up with his own build. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I mean, that's the beauty of, you know, coming up with your own style, of course. It also makes it difficult to read as an opponent. I'm sure SKillous has not played against this much at all. He pulls the boys. Okay, so it was the second Rax just to make a handful of Marines, just to all in, I suppose. Okay. I mean, it's a way to spend minerals, I suppose, and I guess because he has 2 factories, yeah, he pulls everything. He pulls every single boy. This does make some sense because he only has 2 factories. He can't make Hellions, right? If he wants to spend his minerals in some way, he has to make Marines. Well, there we go. He pulls every single boy. It's all or nothing. One way or another, the game is about to end. And SKillous, he doesn't see this, not yet. He does see the army, but he doesn't know how dedicated this is. Does he have any force fields? He does. Yeah, Sentry does move in. The SCVs are all going down. Zelsek coming from behind as well. But now just chasing down those initial Cyclones. Blink is done in a couple of seconds. Zealous, yeah, they shut down the main army. 32 SCV kills, cleans up all the Cyclones, and SKillous takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. SKillous, he does take a lead in the series again. He didn't see the all-in coming, but he did see the push coming. That is true. Didn't know how many boys were pulled, but as we pointed out, again, going into charge is the ideal. He had plenty of Zealots to work through those SCVs to get on top of the tanks as well. A mech army like that struggles to deal with Zealots, especially unsieged. The tanks, they were caught unsieged, so there was no splash damage, so there was no way to focus down and to work through all those Zealots. Not efficiently, not without siege tanks or without widow mines, not without some kind of splash damage. And there was no splash damage there. It was all single targets, and with that, GG well played. With that, SKillous takes a lead. But a crazy build there out of Mark, out of uThermal. And here we go, we're now getting into our next game. Getting into game number 2. Let's go, let's catch up in the chat. Here we go. Sends even the younglings. Oh no. And here we go. Looks like we have our players ready. Looks like game 2 is going to be on Persephone. Oh boy. And again, the pressure is on uThermal. Bearing in mind it is double elimination, so you will have the chance, the opportunity to recover in this tournament, in this series. Even if he does fall here, he will have another chance to redeem himself in the lower brackets. But we're hoping for a back and forth. We're hoping for something crazy here. We're hoping for the comeback. The pressure is on uThermal. Let's go. Let us go. Also, a shout out to Kuro, because I mentioned before that we have been getting some updates in our Discord server. We have been getting some photos of the venue, some photos of the event. So if you want some behind the scenes, or I say behind the scenes, if you want some event photos of FEL, then you can, of course, join us on Discord and check out the Tournament Spoilers channel, which Kuro is posting in. But otherwise, here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Persephone. Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player himself. We have the content man down in the series. This time, not going for the proxy. It is uThermal. Also, I spoke too soon. 1 Rax at home, and meanwhile, hello. The SCV does skirt around the edge of the map and is coming in for what looks to be an eBay block. But double gas opener. Okay, so a couple of things here. If you were here for the previous series, if you were here for Spirits matches, you would have seen Spirits open up with a lot of eBay blocks and go for a Rax into CC on the low ground. But with a double gas opener here, it looks like it's going to be Rax into Factory, not CC. As the boys are being pulled, Skills he does scout this ahead of time. He's able to pull the boys, able to react, able to focus on that eBay, and able to force a cancel. Meanwhile, back at home, my eyes are on uThermal again. It does feel like he is going to be going for a set of factory for a more aggressive follow-up. Even keeps the SCV alive. Okay, reactor back at home. There it is, proxy factory. Not even back at home now. Based on the double gas, we knew that it was going to be a factory of some kind. We can see here that Skills is in the dark. He does not scout the main base. For all he knows, it's going to be a CC further back in the main. So Skills is playing blind. He did not see the gases. Skills doesn't know. He does not know what kind of follow-up we do have. Also, a big shout to Slow Around in the chat for the subscription earlier. True. For 11 months with Twitch Prime, almost a year. Oh, sorry, almost a year. Almost a year of support. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it, as the factory is almost complete. And SKillous back at home is still in the dark. It's still not full. I mean, I say in the dark, he still sees no CC on the low ground, but as you mentioned, there could be a command center further back in the main. SKillous, he's scouting. Checking for the gold. Okay. Oh, armory. We're going for Hellbats, or are we going for Widow Mines? Wait a second. The armory does allow you to get into cloaked Widow Mines, does allow you to get into Hellbats, but it also allows you to make Thors. And based on this tech lab, this screams Thor. Of all things. We're waiting for the armory. We're expecting Thors. And are we going for a proxy Thor drop? Is that the plan? The hell's going on? Like, we're going full ladder build. Oh no, he gets scouted! The probe does come in, the probe does scout, the probe does get eyes on the factory, does get eyes on the tech lab. Now, so far, this looks like proxy tank. Remember, Skills, he has not seen the armory, he's not fully aware what's going on, he only has a piece of the puzzle, but there we go, the Thor is on the way. We should be seeing a medevac here to help micro the Thor. And again, we're just going full EU ladder. Let's go. Ay. Shield batteries are on the way. Thor is almost out. I mean, again, at least Skills, he scouts, so he knows that aggression is coming. Even if he doesn't know exactly that it's going to be a Thor, he knows that something is coming his way. The boys are being pulled, and it's all in. Now, because of this, the boys are going to be here to repair. They're going to be able to repair the Thor, and we have the medevac to juggle the Thor as well. So there's going to be a lot of potential here to keep that Thor alive. We got the boys, we got the medevac. Ooh, one stalker does go down. Again, the Thor does so much damage. And we'll see if Skills can make a stand. He does have 2 shield batteries. Yeah, the Thor trying to focus on the Stalker. You can see the SCVs being targeted, the Marines as well. He ignores the Thor. Good call. Again, otherwise the repair can just pop off, right? The SCVs, they can just repair the Thor. There's the energy overcharge. There's how many SCVs left? 5 SCVs just went down. And there's, what, 3 SCVs remaining. Yeah, the probes are being pulled. A really good reaction here from SKillous to focus on as many SCVs as he can. He gets us around. He's going for the medevac. Going for the medevac. Oh no! One more volley. Medevac goes down. And SKillous, he completely cleans this up. He's like, mate, what do you think we're on the ladder? Let's go to GG gets called. And SKillous, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the upper bracket semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. A spicy build here by uThermal, but again, a really good reaction by Skills to focus down the SCVs one at a time. Was able to focus down those workers, able to deny any kind of repair, or able to just make sure he didn't waste any DPS on the Thor. Again, if you're up against that for the first time, you might be tempted to focus down the Thor, but that would be wasted damage because that's what the boys are for. They're there to repair. The Thor is meant to tank, but we saw that Skillous, he intentionally focused on the SCVs, he intentionally focused on the Marines, he ignored the Thor until the very end, and then he could focus it down after he had dealt with the SCVs and with the medevac as well. GG, well played. I should also bear in mind that he even ignored the medevac for the first half of that fight as well, focusing down the workers and focusing down the Marines, fully aware, of course. Oh, let's go, the Ducks. Oh no, hold on, can I hold on, I want to show that off. I want to I feel like we need to. So they just showed the the audience. This is, of course, shout to the mainstream. They have the venue, of course. SKillous walking over for the handshake. MaNa SKillous. Mannered. Yo, shout to Kashim. Kashim is there as well. But I think they're about to shake. Yeah, there we go. Ah, the ducks, the jerseys. There's a CranKy Duckling jerseys, by the way. We got some CranKy Ducklings in the crowd. Let's go, let's go. Love to see it. Love to see it. Beautiful. Yeah. But with that. We are, of course, with that, SKillous does advance on. He does advance on. All right, I should have shown off the bracket, actually. Does advance on into the next round. And with that, SKillous is going to be facing off against the winner of Clem and Cristiano. Now, I don't know what series is going to be next. It's going to be... Actually, I can refresh this. Hold on. I can refresh. Brackets. And we can catch up. Beautiful. Okay. So we have SKillous. He's waiting for the winner of Clem and Cristiano. Likewise, we have Reynor versus MaNa and Lambo versus Geralt. Now, the reason why we did skip or delay Clem versus Cristiano is because, if you remember, Clem, alongside Reynor and Lambo, their flights were delayed. They of course, they were in Riyadh. They were in EWC, Esports World Cup. They were over in Saudi Arabia. So they did catch some flights from the event from EWC to Poland, but their flights were delayed, and they had to, because of that, they're actually arriving later than they otherwise should be, much later, and they just got, or I should say, they're being picked up at the airport. They're being picked up at the airport. They have arrived in Poland, but again, they're still making their way over and they're still setting up. So there are some delays for Clem, Reynor, and Lambo, just because, again, unfortunately, the universe working against Fusion Esports League here, with flights being delayed, and again, things just happening outside of our control. So that is why we actually did jump into SKillous versus uThermal first. That's also why we casted Spirit versus Geralt. Originally, we weren't going to. Originally, it was going to just be MaNa versus a laser, and then bam, into the other series. So yeah, these matches are a little bit delayed here as we wait for Reynor, Lambo, and Clem to arrive. Not just arrive, but also set up, right? They literally just got off the plane. They just got off the plane, so they need some time to set up their PCs, set up their settings, set up their peripherals, and get everything going before they get into their matches. So we might have an extended break. Oh, Rail is there as well, apparently. Let's go. Oh, they're doing an autograph signing. Yo, there's actually hold on. I can maybe show this off a little bit. We have the technology. We have some downtime as well, so may as well. Open link. Open link. So I think this works. Bam. But yeah, this is the venue. This is the venue you can see here. You can see the PCs on the side. You can see the screen in the background. And they're currently doing a player signing here. You can see that's MaNa and a laser. MaNa and a laser. They're currently doing a player signing, apparently, at the event. So you can see the sponsors in the background. But yeah, we do have some CranKy Ducklings at the venue. As you just saw, we just showed them in the audience. They're sharing some photos in our Discord, so you can check it out there. You can check it out there in our Discord server. And I'll try to show them off here every now and then. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series, just catching up in the chat. Never a dull moment with Mark. Please never change. For sure. Some fun games. For sure. And again, he still has another chance to redeem himself. Indy's observing. Indy's casting. He might be. He wasn't observing our matches. We were observing. But Indy, he's casting the Polish stream. He's observing the Polish stream. We were observing our stream. We might use the clean later. Always entertaining, for sure, for sure. Thorolin with SCVs. Yes, as we pointed out, it was a Thorolin, as we were kind of going through the process of eliminating what it could be and what it should be. But yes, for now, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break here. When we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll have a next matchup. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon in a couple of minutes. I don't know what's up next, but we'll let you know. We'll let you know soon. Let you know.
your social media presence, and your viewership growth. Over the years, we have helped plenty of streamers to finally get partnered and go into full-time streaming. You also want to be part of Streamer Zone? Then what are you waiting for? Reach new levels, make new friends, and join our stream team today.
who is the first one to drop out of the tournament? He's already smiling. Both of them are. So let's ask Elaser this time. Are you afraid that uThermal might switch races in this series? Would you prefer him to play Terran or Protoss?
I am very afraid of Protoss, but not of his Protoss.
All right, got it. And uThermal, obviously you might switch races between the maps. I don't know if you are a good PvZ, but we saw you have some tricks in the previous series. They didn't work this time, but I wonder if you have like enough for a best of 5.
I never run out of tricks. I have enough for the whole tournament if I have to.
Love it. Next map, next series, more tricks from these guys. Let's go, uThermal, our lovely YouTuber, and Team Liquid, Elaser. Shake your hands and let's go.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I don't know if you noticed, but the Riyadh boys have arrived. The players from EWC, they have arrived. You could see them setting up in the background of that interview. Lambo, he was there. He was setting up over on the right-hand side. And of course, we have Clem and Reynor arriving as well as we speak. So the EWC players are preparing at the venue. Because of that, we are hopping over down to the lower bracket to jump into uThermal versus Elaser. It's going to be a TVZ, a best of 3. This is the elimination match though. We're down in the lower bracket, and the reason why we're jumping into this series is because the players who just arrived from the airport need some time. They need some time to prepare, they need some time to set up, they need some time to get ready. So we are going to be jumping into this series first to give them that time to prepare for their matches, for their best ofs. Oh boy. But here we go. We have our best of 3 here. uThermal versus Elaser. They had a bit of a cheeky interview, of course. Elaser, he was saying how he's afraid of Protoss, but he's not afraid of uThermal's Protoss. Ooh, so calling him out a little bit there. We'll see if uThermal does race switch. For now, he's playing Terran, and this is a rematch. For those that remember, Elaser and uThermal, they played at Home Story Cup. Home Story Cup 27 a month ago. They did play, they did compete, they faced off, and uThermal did defeat Elaser. He memed all over Elaser in that series. If you remember, that was over on the main stream. We were the official B stream at the time. We didn't get to cover their match, unfortunately. We covered other series that they had, but then we didn't get to cover uThermal versus Elaser. They faced off against each other on the main stream, and uThermal did defeat Elaser at Home Story Cup. What about at Fusion Esports League though? Bearing in mind that Elaser, he has the home field advantage, he has the crowd behind him, I'm sure. He has the casters behind him, I'm sure as well. So it'll be a big upset if uThermal could bring him down, and we know that he can. We know that he has it in him to bring down Elaser. Let's go. Let's jump into our fresh best of 3 TVZ for the time being, you know. And if you remember, Mark, he had some fighting words as well. You know, Indy, he was like, you know, you had some cheeky, crazy builds against SKillous. Do you have more to come? Like, do you have more up your sleeve? And Mark, he's like, yo, I've always got some cheeky builds, okay? Like, I will never run out. So, okay, fair enough. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is Elaser. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player from the land of the Netherlands going for a proxy across the map as we speak, sending out 1, sending out 2 SCVs. It is uThermal. It's uThermal himself, and here we go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I do think that this series is going to be a lot closer. And again, as I mentioned, I think I even favor uThermal. uThermal, he already beat Elaser once. Can he do it again? As we open up with a proxy 2 racks. Now, gases are being taken back at home. So because of this, we can get into proxy 2 racks Reaper. I'm leaning towards that here, but I don't know if I want to call any kind of build from uThermal because, I mean, it's uThermal. He often does come up with his own builds. He is not one to play standard. He can do whatever he wants. So we'll see what he has up his sleeve this time. as I'm leaning more towards Reapers here. Meanwhile, yeah, there we go. So 2 racks sorry, did I say 2 racks Reaper? 3 racks Reaper. Okay. I see you. I see you. SD uThermal taking a second gas geyser back at home. There we go. Reapers are amassing. And fun fact, the last time these two played on Persephone, uThermal did Reaper all in Alasia. He went mass Reaper with +1 attack. I think he had like 5 Raxes in total back at home, and he did kill Laser, did overwhelm him. Meanwhile, we have a safety spine crawler back at home. Laser, he scouts across the way. He sees no Rax. Yeah, he sees no Rax. He sees that something is wrong, something is amiss. We have the bunker in between the bases. The Reaper has arrived, and drones are going down. No links! He skipped his links! He skipped his link production! Alasia was being greedy! So greedy here. He has queens all the way, but he skipped any kind of link production, so 0 links to defend. There should be Zerglings here to focus on the SCV. I mean, the queens, they can focus on that worker. Despite that, they're going for the SCV, and one SCV is going to go down. We have a second SCV moving in, but the queens will zone away, and the bunker barely does not finish. Whew, and Alasia holds. Yeah, Laser, he does hold on. Again, that was seconds away from finishing. No bunker. There's no foothold here. There's no foothold for uThermal. Bunker is cancelled. And Laser, he will force this out. That was almost disastrous. You can see how low the queens are. Meanwhile, we have a backup bunker here on the low ground. Reapers are still filing in. Not a single Reaper has gone down yet. As the queens are low. Oh no! Ooh, clutch transfuse. Saves one of the queens. Saves one. Barely does save the queen. Meanwhile, we have more Reapers amassing here on the low ground. Likewise, so with the queens. Now we're up to 3, now up to 4 queens. And as the queen count gets higher, it becomes more and more difficult to pull this off. Oof. Yeah, as the spine cooler is repositioning. And Laser is holding. Like, he is holding on here. I say that, so we actually rotate towards the high ground instead. KDA charge is being thrown down. No gas. True. There's no link speed, I should emphasize. No link speed is on the way. Gases were delayed, so late gas here by Laser. That's how greedy he was, by the way. He was so greedy, and gas is being denied. Takes out one drone. That's a kill on a cancel. Ooh. Yeah, it's a kill on a cancel. That should not have happened. Meanwhile, kill on the bunker. But again, still no gas, still no link speed. Reapers are making their way into the main. And again, early against a Laser. How many Reapers? 11. 11 Reapers have arrived. Queens are now going down, but now, ooh, Laser losing a couple of Reapers as well. He's going for the queens. He gets them. Yeah, he's going to get them all. Every queen is going to fall. Queens are filing in off of creep. No transfuse. And uThermal, has he done it? I mean, the spine cooler is still up and running. Ooh, yeah, he checks. Spine is still there. Does want the spine cooler. Transfuse is almost available. That's transfuse is available. He's got 1 transfuse. Reapers, they rotate towards the left hand side. 1 Reaper gets started. Laser finally at almost 5 minutes. He has enough gas. He has enough gas for link speed. But Reapers, they just bust in. Yeah, they break their way through. There's not enough Zerglings. This is getting out of hand. Now there should be a transfuse. Ooh, snipes the queen regardless. Snipes the queen. It's still so close. Still so very close here. Link speed finally begins. But the queens are so low. He should get them. He gets one. He should get the other. He should get the final queen. Try to waddle away. Can he save it? Barely saves the queen. Barely does save the queen. Nice control here by uThermal. He does pull away in time. Yeah, he pulls away, takes down the queen. There's 1 queen remaining. GG gets called, and uThermal takes game number 1. Whew. GG. uThermal, he does take a lead in the series. Again, winding it back, there's a couple of reasons why this works so well. Winding back, remember, gasless opener. It was a gasless opener by a Laser. It wasn't just a gasless opener, he also skipped his Zergling. So a Laser, he was being very greedy. He was cutting more corners than usual. Like, he went for a very greedy start that almost no other Zerg player goes for, especially on Persephone. I say especially, or even on Persephone as well. So again, he went for a gasless opener, he skipped his Zerglings. Because of that, the Reapers were wreaking more havoc than they should have. He forced out an early spine crawler. We saw that eventually he took a gas geyser on the low ground, but gas mining was being denied on the low ground as well. It took so long. Link speed never kicked in. Link speed was never a factor there. for a laser, so he had a really hard time keeping up with the Reapers, especially off of creep. Likewise, the Queens are being targeted down. They're being targeted down, so really nice control there by uThermal, pulling back those Reapers. It wasn't just the greed and the corners that laser cut, but also the unit control of uThermal. He had some really nice unit control. He was able to pull back the weakened Reapers, preserve them, build them up over time, rotate back and forth, and catch a laser with his pants down. GG well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the right hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the Polish Zerg representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is a laser. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from the land of the Netherlands, leading the series 1-0. It is uThermal. He is remarkable. Let's go. So again, it wasn't just the crazy aggressive cheesy build out of uThermal, but it was also a laser cutting almost every corner and being hyper greedy. Like the build that laser went for last game was not standard. Even here, what do we see? And I should have pointed it out last game as well. The hatch pool opener once again. Late gases. This is not normal. This is not normal. This is why a laser had a hard time defending last game. This time, though, he won't be punished. This time, we do see uThermal with his racks back at home. But a laser is being greedy. He is being greedy. He's cutting corners. He's opening up gasless. So he will have late link speed. And likewise, I believe he'll also once again try to skip link production as well. And go for earlier queens. This time, uThermal going for a much more standard opener here. So a laser won't be punished. This time, he should not be punished for his greed. He should not be punished for cutting corners. Now, typically, when you go gases like this, because your gases are so late, you typically just skip link speed. You just skip it and you go for a roach one and you open up roaches instead. And you wall up as well. You wall up with a roach warren, Evo chamber, queens. You're able to get away with having less of a mobile army and get into the mid game with a boosted economy. With extra minerals, with a faster third, ideally. Because again, all the workers that in this stage of the game would be mining gas are mining minerals, so you have extra minerals, which means you get into your third base, you can get into your tech, you can drone up and saturate that much faster. So again, this is just really greedy. It's just really greedy build here, really greedy play from a laser. uThermal pokes in. He doesn't fully understand, as he hasn't seen the main. But if he's familiar with a laser, he knows. Again, this is, I guess, standard for a laser sort of thing. Oh, hello. This I was not expecting. So back at home, add-on swap into reactor Hellion, which is fine. This is normal, but we have a proxy starport. This looks like a Hellion drop. Now this could be one of two things. This could either be a proxy starport with a proxy medevac for a Hellion drop into the main, or we could see a Hellion harass at the natural and then proxy liberator into the main at the same time. So is it going to be liberator or medevac? Both are viable. Both are viable. What do we go for? And there it is, drop. So we're going for the Hellion drop, not liberator. So a Hellion drop into the main. Hellions are amassing. We can see here a laser going for the Roach Warren, taking his gases. If you remember, we did call this already. How if you open up gases, it means you're playing Roach. It means you're skipping link speed, but the Hellions are getting into the mineral line and drones are getting roasted. Yeah, boys are being pulled. That's going to be 4 drones going down already. Yeah, 4, 5 dead workers. Aye, aye, aye. 1 Hellion goes down, but this is already a good trade. 1 Hellion for 5 drones. And again, this is where the Zerg players at their weakest. As what? Sorry, we are going for the Hellion drop into proxy BC. Oh boy. God damn it. uThermal going for the proxy BCs. Hellions a bust into the mineral line. Drone's going to be getting roasted once again. That's going to be another 4 dead workers. As Hellions a rally into the right hand side, into the natural. And again, without link speed and without lair, without speed roaches, this army is just so slow for a laser. He's losing so many workers. Now, my other big concern here, something that I was not expecting, as the medevac is finally going to go down. Finally does fall. Look at the queen count. 2. We have 1 queen at the natural, 1 queen in the main. In a standard ZVT, we would have like 6 queens. We'd have 6 queens right now. We have 3. A third queen was just built. So this proxy BC is going to get more damage than it should. At this stage of the game, there should be at least around 6 queens, but we are not making additional queens. So the anti-air is even worse than usual. It is worse than normal. So this BC is going to go uncontested. Like, again, a laser's cutting corners. Like, he has no extra queens because he's skipping queens. He's trying to skip queens, taking gases, going for Evo chambers, droning up his third base completely. He just lost how many drones? 13. 13 drones just went down. He just re-droned everything. And this is just so much greed here from a laser. Widowmines are waddling in. Should be able to take down one of the roaches. Oh, actually, never mind. Catching out an Overlord. Overlord goes down. BC's almost out. And time has passed, but still, how many queens? 3. Just 1 for each base just to inject. 0 creep spread, and there's 0 creep because there's no creeping queens. Like, we're just cutting all the corners. I mean, this is a laser. this is a laser for you. And here we go. I mean, there is thankfully 1 safety spore. There's 1 safety spore here at the third. Spores just now thrown down in the main. Spores are down in the natural. Drones are going down. And we can focus on the queens. Yeah, it's going to be 4 dead workers. The first queen is going to fall. Ay. That's a kill on the spore. And we have 2 queens. We have 2 queens to defend. We can do nothing. We're just getting free damage. Now, there's a Spire on the way. Meanwhile, Hellions, they just rush. Oh, God, they rush into the natural. More drones going to be going down. The Spire's on the way. The third. That's going to be 15, 16 dead workers. Overlord falls as well. Gas mining is denied, which means even if the Spire finishes, we can't afford Corruptors. I mean, I say that there's 1,000 gas, so we'll be able to afford them. But that's still 19 drone kills. And behind this, we're meching it up. Behind this, we have more factories on the way. Cyclone production getting into battle mech. Gas guys is going to be killed. And again, there's no answer. The spores are the best answer here. The laser has. He has 3 spores in the main. Meanwhile, still free damage here at the third. Mark, he does see the Spire. He's aware. Corruptor production has begun. Second BC has arrived. Remember, they can still teleport, by the way. They can still teleport away. The queen is tempting. Yep, queen goes down. 1 queen. This is the only queen left. There's 1 queen in this game. Again, just hyper greed out of a laser. 2 games in a row. And you can't be greedy against uThermal. uThermal's an animal. Like, he's an animal, man. You think he's going to play standard? No. It's going to cheese the hell out of you. Ay. There we go. Teleports back home. 9 drones go down. And I'm afraid to look. 41. 41 drone kills. For what? For 1 medevac and 8 Hellions and 1 Reaper. The efficiency here is crazy. And at this point, the BCs, they've already paid for themselves. And remember, we have Battle Mech. We have Cyclones. The Cyclowns are amassing. The BCs don't matter anymore. And a laser, he has a lot of catching up to do. He is behind. He's down in bases, down in workers, down in economy, down in army, down in upgrades. I mean, he has +1 carry base, I suppose, but that's not going to help here. Not against Battle Mech. Now, there's still a chance that we can find some damage. If the Corruptors can make their way into a base and bring down the expansion or get some damage. Oh god, this is not good. Cyclones, they catch out the Corruptors. There's a scan. Now, thankfully, Corruptors are tanky, but they take a lot of damage. Corruptors is zoned away. This fusion core doesn't matter, but we're still he's still gonna get turret. Why not? The fusion core doesn't matter because we're not making any more BCs. It's only 2 BCs. We're not really investing into that anymore from here. But Mark is being cheeky nonetheless. As uThermal, he rotates over, going for the 4th. Now, Laser does have a standing army, but again, I still want to make this clear. The soup does lie. You know, we say this all the time, and this is very, very applicable to this game state. The soup is lying. We see 170 versus 170, bearing in mind that Roach Ravager is inflated army, so his army's smaller than what it really is. Nice fungal though. Nice fungal here on the Cyclones. At the same time, BC's on the right hand side. Meanwhile, Laser is down in workers, so the army of uThermal is going to get larger and larger faster. He has that greater economy with 86 SCVs. And Laser's pretty committed. He has to keep going. He has to take this fight and keep on pushing. Fungal lands with 1 Cyclone. Chasing this back, he does connect with another 3 Cyclones. Not bad. That was the last Fungal though. That was the final Fungal. And uThermal, he will chase this down. Catching up more roaches, avoids the fungal. And again, the Laser, he is in trouble here. Now, if he can land a fungal, if he can lock down the army, and I mean lock it down, with even like a chain fungal, and clean up all these Cyclones, then the Laser has a chance. Of course, he does have a chance. He can still take this. The fungals do give him the capacity here, the potential to catch out these Cyclones. And really, that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to those fungals. Meanwhile, uThermal, he's double expanding. Triple expanding even. He's getting more CCs, more orbitals. He's maxing out now, switching into tank production. I do think he could have gotten away with double armory and double upgrades, so that's something that's going to be a little bit lacking for him. But thankfully, there's no range upgrade here. Plus on range still on the way for a Laser. Army's moving in. Picking up 3 Ravagers. Tank does punish. There's no bailing speed, so bailings are trying to waddle in. We attempt to surround, coming in from behind. Takes out 1. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3 tanks. Not bad. 3 tanks do go down. Nice engage there from a Laser. But uThermal is pushing in. Files, they get 1 more tank. It's 1 more tank. Likewise, Biles, they do catch another tank. Gets 1, gets 2 more tanks. Tank count is running low. Where's the support for the tanks? They're left on their own. Yeah, the tanks are exposed. uThermal instead, he's knocking down expansions, so he will lose all the tanks in the center. But it might be worth it. Oh, these BCs are being thrown away. Yeah, he's throwing away the battle cruisers, does kill 1 base. But he doesn't get the mineral line. As the BCs are thrown away. But uThermal, you can see, he just instantly remaxes. He just instant remaxes here with his army. A Laser needs more time. A Laser, he needs more larva as well. Oof, as Hellions get into the mineral line. Does pull away in time though. Good reaction here. Solid reaction from a Laser. Corrupt is ahead for the natural. But here comes uThermal. Here comes the main army. Right down mid. Tanks are sieging. And without Blinding Clouds, without Spellcasters, without Vipers, I don't see this tank line being broken too easily. Not by this. Clouds are okay. Gets 1, 2, 3 tanks. Slings are coming from behind. They force friendly fire. A lot of tanks are going down. But it's not enough. Yeah, it's not enough. GG gets called. uThermal snowballs out of control. And uThermal, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round in the lower bracket and eliminating a Laser from the tournament. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here as uThermal, he does claim the series. Oh, he does claim the series. Again, we can see him Este Mark Schlappy. Rocking up with his vacation shirt on. We do love to see it. GG, well played. Oh, let's go the homies. Let's go. Do love to see it. I think that was uThermal's wife, actually. I think he's there with his wife as well. You can see Lambo in the background. You see Lambo lurking in the background as well. Also, hold on. My apologies. Is this a best of 5? Oh, my apologies. I thought this was a best of 3. This is not a best of 3. It's a best of 5. Okay. I think the format has to be changed on Wikipedia. On Wikipedia, it is stated that these are best of 3s, but no. Okay. They have changed this to best of 5. So best of 5s for the elimination matches. Oh boy. So we're not done. So I got ahead of myself. Here. We are not done. It is a best of 5, in fact, not a best of 3. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak. It's not over. It's not done. But he has a 2-0 lead over his opponent from land of the Netherlands. It is uThermal. He is remarkable. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player, the Blue Zerg player himself from land of Poland, representing Team Liquid, down heavily in the series. Can he bring it back? Can he bounce back and make a series out of this and have a chance at redemption? It is a laser. Here we go. And I do apologize. Originally, this was a best of 3, but it looks like they have changed it to a best of 5. They've changed the initial lower bracket round to a best of 5 instead. So I do apologize. But here we go. Jumping on in. So in chat, I thought Laser was better than uThermal. That seemed like a mismatch though. If you heard us, in the lead up to this, I was favoring uThermal coming into this series. The reason for that is because uThermal did already defeat a Laser at Home Story Cup, and a Laser has been playing a lot of Age of Empires 4 recently. A Laser, he has not been devoting, he's going for the same greedy opener by the way, gases. But a Laser, he has not been devoting as much time to StarCraft as he used to in years past. This year, I would say that Laser's skill in StarCraft has diminished a little bit, just because he has been playing less StarCraft. I'm a big fan of a Laser. Do appreciate him, but again, like, he has been spending time playing other games, of course, and not practicing StarCraft as much. At the same time, I also want to emphasize that uThermal has also improved over the past year as well, over the past 7 months. So it's one of those things where uThermal has been getting much better in recent months, and a Laser has been kind of, again, diminishing in recent months as well. All coinciding into this kind of performance where I do favor uThermal over a Laser. Of course, it's possible that Laser brings it back for sure, but again, uThermal he's the mountain to climb. We go. Cashing wrote it earlier. Oh, okay. If he said that, I did miss this. My apologies. No, I've not been catching up in the chats. Do apologize. But shout to cash him. The Laser put down a 12 hatch. No. It was pool first. It was pool into hatchery into late gases. So once again, this is a delayed gas opener, or gasless opener, going for a third base. At the same time, uThermal opening up with a bunker across the map, rallying out Marines. He did not go Reaper first, went Marine first instead, and his goal here is to force a cancel. Is to break down the third. The bunker is done, and remember, 0 Zerglings. The reason why this aggression works so well, and I say this aggression, every game in this series, uThermal has been aggressive. Game 1, he went proxy through Axe Reaper. Game 2, he went Hellion Harass into Hellion Drop into proxy BC, and here we have Bunker Rush. And the reason why this works so well against a Laser, there's nothing to defend. there is nothing. There's 2 queens. That's it. There's only 2 queens. And the reason why is because Alazer, he cuts so many corners in ZVT. Specifically in this matchup, he cuts every corner you can imagine. And that's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. That is already 1 hatchery going down. That's already a notable going down as well. Marines, they start to step in. We have 4 roaches on the way. And he's going for the mineral line. Yeah, he's going for the drones. Yeah, the roaches, they pop out just in time, but drones are still going to get roasted. As they rotate into the main, they head into the mineral line. And that's going to be 3, that's going to be 6 dead workers. Aye, aye, aye. 6, 7, 8. 8 drones going down, 9 drones falling. And Alazer, he doesn't die here and now, but he is crippled. He is crippled. He lost an expansion, lost an overlord, lost 9 drones as well. And back at home, uThermal should be fine. He's got Banshees. Remember, he went for a 1-1-1. He went for a 1-1-1 follow-up. The Banshees have arrived. The Banshees will kill these roaches. That's the power of a Banshee opener, is they shut down roach aggression, which is, again, what Lazer's known for. He's known for cutting corners. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. And I did call it early last game, saying that uThermal, he 2-0'd and he won the series. I mean, really, it was just foresight for what was to come, because that is 14 drones falling. Another 14 dead workers. Meanwhile, across the map, again, the Banshee can defend. The Banshee will defend. And Alazer, he doesn't really have much to work with. He lost his economy. He lost his army. The roaches are dealt with. Banshees are moving out across the map. But Cloak, I believe, is done. And Alazer's going for the all-in. I think this is the correct call, just because he's so far behind. He is so far behind. Re-droning and resaturating from this point is going to be so difficult. So what do? Drop lords. Overlord speed is done. Drop lords are moving out. Detection is with the army. Nice control here with the drop. Oh, but dodging shots. He's dodging shots. He's crazy. At the same time, Banshees, they rotate over. Oh, no spores. Yeah, no spores in position, which means we just go straight for the mineral line. Yeah, drones are going down, losing 7, 8 drones already going into the main. No spore. Still no spores in position. And this is just free damage. Free damage here from uThermal. 14 drone kills. 1 Banshee finally goes down. We can see Alazer load up. He's committed across the map. Here comes the army. Here comes the all-in. Again, all or nothing for Alazer. Bunker is finishing up. Tank is in position. Of course, uThermal, you can always call down supply to heal up one of these depots if need be. And here it comes. Again, here comes the all-in. Now, I'm a little bit concerned here that this Banshee is getting too much damage, in the sense that, like, the Banshee's not at home to defend. So there's no defensive Banshee. But we have tanks. There we go. Biles, they take down the first tank. 1 tank goes down. 1 tank left. Banshee's just, again, securing the all-in. Biles, they almost bring down the bunker. Lings are flooding in. And boys are being pulled. uThermal's in trouble. uThermal, he's in danger here. The boys are pulled, gets a full surround. Another tank falls. 0 tanks left. Yeah, there's 0 tanks remaining, but the boys, they lock down the army. And it looks like uThermal, he will defend. It will cost him every single SCV, though. He's losing 30 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. He will lose so much, but he does hold. GG gets called. He defends back at home, because even though he just lost 33 SCVs, he has 23. He's still up in workers, and he has triple CC, triple mule. He still is ahead economically, and he has all this bio on the way. GG, uThermal will take the series. Whew. GG, well played. uThermal, he will claim the series. Oh, Alazer not looking too happy after that series here, being the first to be knocked out of the tournament. GG. GG, well played. Again, uThermal looking powerful. I say looking powerful. Once again, uThermal playing the player. Alazer, he went for a very similar, if not the same opener every game. Gasless. He went gasless every single game. And he was cutting so many corners, skipping lings. And uThermal went for different forms of aggression every game. different forms, right? We had Proxy 3-Rax Reaper in game 1. We had the Proxy Starport Hellion Aggression, Hellion drop into Proxy BC in game 2. And then here in game 3, we had Bunker Rush across the map. We had Marines rallying in into early aggression, to Hellion Aggression as well, into Banshee. Like, just, again, all aggressive builds, all aggressive setups there from uThermal. Every single game does punish a laser. A laser, he was punished every game. He could not get away with his greed, and with that laser, he's out. He's out of the tournament. So GG will play. Congratulations here, uThermal. He will advance on into the next round, and now we are getting ready for our next setup of matches, for our next series, for our next round. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. As you can see here, we have SKillous. SKillous initially took down uThermal, and SKillous is still waiting for Clem versus Christiana, Reynor and MaNa, Lambo and Geralt. That's up next. That is up next here on the channel, the rest of the upper bracket. Again, we were just waiting for Lambo, Clem, and Reynor to set up. Now they're ready. Now they're ready to go. You can see here, uThermal, he advanced on. He's still waiting for his next opponent. He has quite some time. He can chill. He can get some food. He can spend some time in the crowd. He can, of course, sign some autographs. There is a signing session going on at the venue, so that's going to be occurring as well. And I have confirmation. Up next, Clem versus Christiana. Oh boy. That is going to be coming up next. Just catching up in the chat. You're casting this Clem versus Christiana. That's going to be up next on the channel. Just catching up. I'm just trying to set up the title here. But yes, we're going to be going on a break. And again, if you want to check out some photos from the venue, some photos and some behind the scenes, I guess not really behind the scenes, but some photos that are happening at the venue and some images from that, you can join our Discord. They're being posted as we speak from people at the venue, from some of our ducks that are at Krakow. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Otherwise, we're going to be going on I say a short break. It's going to be an extended break. And again, the players just need some time to set up their hotkeys and to make sure that everything is as it should be. So this is going to be an extended break. Lambo, Reynor, and Clem, they are at the venue, but they need some time to get everything going. They need some time to set up their PCs. So we're going to be going on an extended break, and we'll see you soon after that break. See you soon. See you soon.
also Filaser. We have to continue, keep on. Thank you very much. It's probably claps for you, right? Nice. Okay, so this is upper bracket this time. It's just a best of 3, so it might be a quick one. And yeah, let's start with Christianer. You showed pretty strong against SOS, which might be a shocker to some of you, I guess. And well, do you feel a strong confidence against Clem right now?
I'm not feeling too confident right now because PvT feels hard to me. PvP is a different matchup than PvT, obviously, but I will still try my best.
Did you try to learn from Classic at Esports World Cup? Perhaps he's some inspiration because he's showing that Protoss can be very strong against Terran. Did you learn from Classic?
Like, I used to play Disruptors in the past, but I think Storm is a bit better right now. I'm not exactly sure which style I want to take, but I think it's going to be something tricky maybe.
All right, so kind of from another side, Clem, I wanted to ask you, why do you hate TVT so much?
Why do I hate TVT? I think it just doesn't really fit my strengths as a player, and I usually don't really have fun playing it. So I was like, okay, I might as well play for us. It fits my style better, I think, and it's also more fun for me.
All right. We might see a little bit of Clem Protoss if he was to meet a Terran, perhaps. But other than that, let's get ready. Another match, maybe another banger. Let's see if the Clem can show dominance this time. And shake your hands if you want, of course, and let's go.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fusion Esports League, the FEL Cracov 2025 upper bracket quarterfinals. Here we go. We are back, and the EWC boys are in. Clem, Lambo, and Reynor. They arrived like half an hour ago. They arrived. They are good to go. They are ready for some StarCraft. They are not done, not after Esports World Cup. They're here to keep on competing, keep on going, keep on playing, and compete here in the Fusion Esports League. Also, Indy, shaking my head. Indy, of course, he's the Polish caster. He has been interviewing in English, which is really cool to see. But what I will say is that he did not interview Clem at all for for the series. He's like, yo, Cristiano, how do you feel about TVP? And, you know, did you learn from Classic? You know, did you learn anything from watching EWC? You know, what are your thoughts coming into this? And then he goes to Clem. He's like, yo, why do you hate TVT? it's like what's going on? We've been like, you know, it would be nice to hear, like, oh, you know, like, you've been to Poland many times for IM Katowice. Have you ever ventured this far out to Krakow? You know, how do you feel, especially coming back from EWC? Specifically, how do you feel coming back from the plane? You know, some issues happened and some flights were delayed. So, you know, are you feeling a little bit jet lagged? You know, how are you feeling coming into this tournament? Do you feel like that's going to impact your play? Do you feel confident despite the jet lag, despite just now coming off the plane and just heading straight into the event itself? Like, how do you feel coming into that kind of scenario, into that kind of setup? What are your thoughts coming in? I was like, no. It's like, why do you hate Terran? That's okay. Okay, sure. It would have been nice to have heard a little bit more from Clem, but regardless, here we go. We're jumping into our series, jumping into our best of 3 this morning. In the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss, sorry, the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And you know what time it is. If you're in the chat, it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's jump into our Terran versus Protoss as Clem opens up with a proxy Rax in the natural of Cristiano. Oh boy. Yes, here we go. Oh no, as he scouts, Cristiano, he does scout, he does confirm, he does get eyes on the racks with RNG. Oh, I was gonna say with RNG, we could try to keep the line, but no, we force a cancel. And Cristiano, he kicks things off with the lead as we have a delayed racks for Clem. Okay. Cristiano. Coming into this, of course, Clem is the favorite player. Clem is the best Terran, I would say, in the world currently. Did have a strong performance at EWC. I say strong performance. Of course, his run did end a little bit prematurely. I think a lot of people expected him to have a bit of a deeper performance, but regardless, still made it to the playoffs of Esports World Cup. And of course, he's coming in as the heavy favorite to potentially win the entire tournament. We'll see if that's going to be the case, though, as already we do get an eBay block. It is going to be cancelled. It's going to be denied. Double gas back at home. It's going to be racks into factory on one base before the expansion. So a delayed CC from Clem. There we go. Factory has been thrown down. It is going to be an aggressive follow-up, but a delayed follow-up out of Clem because of the proxy, because of the cancel, I should say. Okay. So Cristiano, so far, looking good, looking strong. We'll see if he can keep that going. We'll see if he can capitalize on that as well. And of course, Cristiano, he is a very strong Protoss player in his own right. He's one of the best Protosses in all of Europe. And we'll see if he can cause an upset and bring Clem down. I want to believe he can. We'll see. We shall see. As the Reaper will chase Cristiano down. Does get the probe kill. Behind this, Twilight Council opener added Cristiano, working towards Blink. Working towards a Blink follow-up. As the initial two Reapers are racing back home. Do have our CC on the high ground, and that does make it into the main. And we'll delay the CC. Ooh, delays that CC, kills the SCV as well. Again, Cristiano having a very nice start. No major wins here and there, but some nice little wins despite that. Delaying the CC, getting some SCV kills, of course, denying the initial proxy, and behind this, building up back at home, being secure. Throwing down his gateways, walling up, and no shield battery, bear that in mind. No sentry for force fields either. Clem is moving in. How about the SimCity is good enough? SimCity is good enough. Reapers, they poke in, they pull away. Behind this, we do have a Widowmine drop follow-up. Here comes the medevac, here come the Widowmines. They're getting ready. Getting ready. As drop is moving out. Behind this, we do have a very safe opener here out of Cristiano, going for a 3-gate blink into a robo. Oh, my apologies. Did I say 3-gate blink? Sorry, it's going to be 4 gates. So 2 gates in the natural, 2 gates in the main. So 4-gate blink stalker, hyper aggression out of Cristiano. 4-gate blink is a build that has fallen out of favor and fallen out of the meta. So it's been quite some time since we've actually seen this on any kind of regular basis. But if you recall in the interview, Cristiano did say he was going to do something cheeky, and this is something cheeky. This does count. Meanwhile, the mine drop here into the main base, and Widowmine's going to be going off. They do get a stalker, nice pickup. They get a stalker. They do oh my god. Don't come back too soon. Don't come back too soon. And meanwhile, Reaper Heli is going to be cleaned up. We have one Reaper making it into the mineral line, and it looks like we are scouting. We are counting gateways. There we go. We do see everything. Clem, he sees all, he knows all. He's getting ready back at home. We need bunkers. There we go. The bunkers are on the way. The counter-attack is upon us. Cristiano, he has a lot to work with, and Clem, he knows. So bunker on the low ground, tank on the low ground as well. High ground, we need a tank. We need a bunker as well. We are still lacking. My drop goes in. Ooh, gets 2 more probes. Kills 2 more workers, and here comes Cristiano. He's got the Prism, he's got the Stalkers, he has the Warping available as well. He can ignore the natural and go straight to the main. Where are we headed? Where are we going? He's diving on the tanks. Oh, he does dive in. Oh, God, he gets 1 tank. He's going to get the other tank as well, taking a lot of tank shots to the face. Yeah, a lot of shots going to be going up. A lot of Stalkers are going down. I'm afraid to look, but that was how many? That was 6 Stalkers falling. And I don't think that was quite worth it here. Yeah, forced to recall back home. We have more Stalkers warping in. Cristiano, again, if he wanted to, he could have just gone straight into the main. He could have ignored the natural, gone straight into the main base, and still found more damage. Despite that, we'll get on top of the deep, on top of the bunker. Oh, Stalkers, they defend back at home. They do defend back at home. Bunker goes down. Marines are falling. Remember, there's no stim. There's no medevacs either. Yeah, boys are being pulled to repair. A lot of Marines are falling. Do we dive on the tank? No, we don't. No shot. Not this time. Well, Mind Drop back into the main. Gets one probe. One probe goes down. Reinforcements have arrived. He can go for the dive. He can go for the kill. Yeah, he can and he will. Tank goes down. Banshee goes down. And Cristiano from here is snowballing out of control. What is it to defend? There's one more tank arriving. Boys are falling. And again, Cristiano had just a really strong start to this game. We spoke about it. We spoke about those small wins. We spoke about denying the initial proxy. We spoke about delaying the CC. Takes down the tank once again. Oh, it's going to be a rough trade. Yeah, a lot of Stalkers going to be falling. They're so very low. Again, Clem is barely holding on. At the same time, Mind Drop. At the same time, Banshees and Mind Drops as well. That's a lot of probes falling. Again, Cristiano, he's so close to breaking Clem. So close. If only he had the economy. Like, if he had like an economy built up on 2 bases here, he could just keep reinforcing. He could just warp in, and Clem would be dead. Clem would be dead this game, but the Mind Drops and the Banshee harass have been keeping him in this. So Clem, he's barely hanging on in this game. I mean, I say barely hanging on because of all that harassment. It means that he cannot die. It means that Cristiano cannot kill him, and now he's stabilizing. Now Clem is slowly stabilizing. And again, like, if there was a bit of a cleaner defense back at home, Cristiano could have kept pushing. I mean, he still can, true. Does get behind the mineral line. He needs more damage. At the same time, Banshee back into that. This one Banshee has 9 probe kill, 10 probes. Aye. Finally, it goes down. That Widowmine goes back in. That one Widowmine has 8 probe kills to its name. And again, it's this one Banshee and this one Widowmine that have been, again, just nibbling away at the economy. Together, they killed, what, 15 workers? 15 probe kills. But now it's been dealt with. At least the Banshee. Now the Banshee's been dealt with. Now Cristiano, once again, he does reinforce. But now there are 2 tanks. Now there's a bunker. Remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Clem. He just needs a little bit more time to stabilize. Oof. Bit of miscontrol out of Cristiano. He will lose 1 Stalker. And Clem is holding. Oh, he has held at this point. He has held. Mind Drop going back in. Actually boosting into the natural. Finally, the Widowmine goes down. But again, that harass was brutal. And here comes Clem. As he moves out, I mean, we'll be losing SCVs, but he's already all in. Like, he's already committed. So we'll be losing a lot of SCVs. But 6 more SCV kills me. At the same time, he does catch 2 Stalkers. The one empty medevac. Baiting Cristiano. Keeping him busy. Tanks are on siege. Uh-oh. Tanks are on siege. Can he get one? He can get one. One tank goes down. He can bully this arm. Remember, there's no stim. Remember, there's no stim. There's no support. But we have more reinforcements. Yeah, this army is just too much. Cristiano, he can fight it like a portion at a time. There we go. Charges complete. Diving on the tanks. The tank boys going off. Stalkers, they get punished. So many Stalkers go down. Oof. And Cristiano, he can't hold on at the same time. Banshee does hit the natural. Not again. GG gets called. And Clem, he will barely overwhelm. He will barely survive. And Clem will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Clem does take a lead, but that was a messy game. That was a very messy game, and it all came down to just everything going wrong for Clem in the early game. Unfortunately, so much went wrong for him. He was bleeding out. He was losing a lot of momentum. That did create an opening, but Cristiano, unfortunately, there were a couple of really rough moments for Cristiano. If you remember, the one big one that I'm thinking of is when he dove into the natural. He killed 2 tanks for 6 Stalkers. Instead of rotating into the main and maybe finding more damage there, for losing less to build up over time. Likewise, we saw, of course, his dealing with harassments, the Widowmine drops, the Banshee harass. That, if honestly, if it wasn't for that, Cristiano would have been in such a strong position. He would have been in a game-winning position even. against Clem, because he would have had a secure economy. He would have had a much easier road to get into his own third base and get up to full 3-base saturation, to be able to take into charge, take in extra gateways, and actually build up an army as well and maintain that momentum. Like again, Clem, despite things looking dire, he was not I should say he was tenacious. He was very tenacious despite that, just ensuring that he was just getting as much as he could across the map and holding on and surviving. GG. GG, well played. Meanwhile, a big shout to Draconics in the chat. Papiga, Draconics, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Good to see you, and I hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session, I'm assuming, or a cast. Draconics, good to see you as always. And welcome to the Fusion Esports League. Welcome to the FEL Cracov 2025. Oh boy, we are, how many hours in? We're 4.5 hours in, and of course we are in the upper bracket quarterfinals. We're jumping in mid-series, and this morning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss representing Offside Esports down in the series. We'll see if we can bring back and force the ace match. It is a Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran player himself, representing Team Liquid for Atlanta, France, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. Go. So players are setting up. And this time no proxy. This time there's no crazy proxy across the map. This time Clem won't fall behind at the start of the game, thankfully. But there's the one here for the beginning of game one. Clem, he went for a failed proxy reaction across the map, so he had a very shaky start. His CC was delayed as well. Like everything was just going wrong for Clem, which is why the game was as close as it was, when typically it shouldn't be, right? Like typically Clem, he is the favorite player. He's the best Terran in the world, for a reason, of course. And again, you do need moments like that to go your way to bring him down. You need to be able to capitalize on those mistakes, able to punish those mistakes, or even cause your own, or cause your opponent to mess up, to slip up, and capitalize on that as well. So we'll see how Cristiano will approach things coming into game number 2. But now, economic opener, just gate, cyber expand, I should say. Standard opener out of Cristiano, economic opener out of Clem. This time, 1 gas. This time, racks expand. As we are settling in. So far, so good. See in chat, does anyone know who is the observer? We always have the, I mean, it's on screen. we always have the observer listed whenever we have an observer. So it's on the screen right now. On the bottom right. As Cristiano, he tells me about it across the map. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of our Protoss player. Twilight Council once again. Meanwhile, 1-on-1 out of Clem. So good. So Indy might start observing later on in the broadcast, depending on whether or not we use the clean feed. There is a clean feed, and there might be instances where we want to poke in. I think for an example of that is earlier when we casted SOS versus Cristiano, that was observed by Indy for that series. We have our follow-up. So far, how many gateways? We do have 3 gate blink so far to Cristiano. I say so far just because last game we committed into 4 gate blink stalker, but this time only 3. So 3 gate blink into a robo. So far it looks like a bit of a safer start out of our Protoss player. So Cristiano, he has intentions to expand, and here it comes. Yeah, there's the expansion for Cristiano. Clem dropping into the main. 2 Wooden and 4 Marines. Cristiano is keeping up. He is keeping up. Maestro goes, oh, 4 pro. Oh my god, 7 probes. That should not have happened. The probes, they did clump up, and nice target firing here with the Marines. Does try to focus on whatever he can. So far, 7 probe kills. At the same time, Hellions, they attempt to get into the natural. They are going to be denied. A quick warp in there by Cristiano. Good reaction against the Hellions, but again, a blunder defense here in the main. Ay, ay, ay. With that, Clem takes a lead. And we've spoken about this before, and it goes both ways, but it's very difficult to regain momentum in TVP. Like, it is such a momentum-based matchup, and if you have a rough start as a Terran, or if you have a rough start as a Protoss, it can be so difficult to recover from that. Not impossible, but it is difficult. As here comes the move out, Clem is pushing. Clem, he has momentum. He already killed so many probes, and Cristiano is reprobing, resaturating. Thankfully, Cristiano is moving out, and he will spot the army, but he has to slow it down, and he has to get ready back at home as he does spot the move out. Here comes Clem. Clem is pushing. We see Cristiano at least picking away at the Marines. Gets 1, 2 Marines so far. Oh, can he get the tank? He can. Nice pick up. Gets 1. Picks up 1 tank. There's 1 tank left here for Clem. There's 1 tank remaining. Oh, does catch a Stalker. Does catch a Stalker as Cristiano does pull away. And he pulls away. Mortal has arrived. We see Clem trying to catch the army in the center. But Cristiano, he's held. Cristiano, he has held. So nice defense here by Cristiano. Very proactive defense. But he has to be careful. Uh-oh. Does walk into the army, but does blink away in time. Good reaction. Meanwhile, double Banshee towards the 3rd. Oh! Does pick up another tank. Another tank goes down. Nice sniping on the Observer. Banshees, they move in. Oh, and Cristiano, he's ready. Yo, Cristiano, he's locked in. He still loses 4 pros here, but I mean, this could have been so much worse. He even catches one of the Banshees. Ay, ay, ay. Cristiano. Oh my god. So he takes down 2 tanks. He denies and he deflects the push. He kills one of the Banshees. Now there's still 1 Banshee left, and there's still a Widowmine drop left as well. So there's still potential for harass. Cristiano has kept his army in position. Oh, we just pull the boys. Let's go. We just pull the boys. We just send it across the map. A charge is complete, but we need those warp-ins. As it's all or nothing for Clem. He's had enough. Yes, he has been bleeding out units. That is true. But, I mean, he's just going to send everything across the map. He is all in. This time, Cristiano, he has failed to slow down the all-in, to slow down the push. No shield batteries. Uh-oh. Yeah, no shield batteries to work with. Likewise, we're the force fields. But now does pick up a decent amount of SCVs. Has to give up on the 3rd. The tanks are siege. It's so difficult to engage. And the mineral line is going to go down. We can see Cristiano trying to come in from behind, trying to set us around. It's not going to be easy. So they're getting a tank. Okay, 1 tank goes down. Gets 1 of the tanks. Picks up a medevac. And we'll see if we can get on top of the other tanks. It's going to be close. There's still 3 tanks left. He blinks in. Oh no! He tries to blink in. He gets punished for it. He cannot get on top of the tanks. Not like this. Massive tank shots going up. And Clem, he does it. Clem, he breaks through. Initially, it was a strong start, but Clem, he just pulled the boys. He committed to the all-in. GG gets called. He breaks Cristiano. And Clem, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations. He will claim the series. He will advance on. Man. And there we go. We do see Cristiano not looking too happy about that. We can see Clem moving over to, of course, shake Cristiano's hand. We do see Art on the right-hand side. We see Lambo. We have Spears as well. We we have MaNa giving him a high five on his way over. Like, good job. I love that. And like as Clem walks past, we got MaNa just ready to give him hands. But GG, well played. And again, with that, Clem, he will claim the series. Again, kind of to be expected, right? Like Clem, he is one of the favorites to take it all. But I want to give a special shout out to Cristiano, because the reality is, that series was closer than I think most people expected. I do think that Cristiano, I can see a world where he could have won game one. Like, game one was very messy. Game one was very messy, and it was very intense and very back and forth. I can see a world where Cristiano could have taken the first game, and maybe we could have seen an ace match. Likewise, here in game two, Cristiano, he did a really good job deflecting the initial Banshee harass and the tank push in the center, despite the opener. Remember, he lost 7 probes. He lost 7 probes at the start of the game. It was a rough start for Cristiano, but he did a great job recovering. But when it came to the all-in, he was not ready in time. He didn't have any shield batteries back at home. He could not engage ahead of time to slow down the all-in and to throw down some force fields and to pick away at the SCVs and just to slow down the push and to give himself time to warp in. So he was up against the wall, and it was just a shaky defense there from Cristiano. Regardless, GG well played. Regardless, a really solid series there out of Cristiano, and I wish him the best in the lower bracket as we do wrap up our series. And I believe up next we should be jumping into, hey, we just spoke about him, MaNa versus Reynor. I believe should be up next. I say I believe. We have 2 series remaining, and when it comes to the upper bracket quarterfinals, it's going to be Reynor versus MaNa and Lambo versus Geralt. So we'll have one of them. We'll have one of them up next. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have the next series. We will have our next matchup. We'll have some more StarCraft ready for you. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon.
another match from the upper bracket, and we already have our gladiators, one of them arriving all the way from Riyadh, from Esports World Cup. You made it. Good job. Oh, you have the jacket as well. Nice. I envy you a little bit with that one, I must admit. So, Reynor, let's start with you. So, you just arrived from EWC. You had quite the travel, I've heard. You had some delays and the other stuff, but you made it in the end, and that's important. So, I wanted to ask you, because I did pretty much the same trip. I was exhausted when I arrived here, and I wonder if you are also exhausted, and or are you in like full power, 100%, and everything is all right?
Well, we got here a couple of hours ago, so I don't know if I can be 100%. It was quite a travel. It felt like we were getting pranked all the way. It was, yeah, it was quite funny. Not really at the moment, but now it's kind of funny. I'm not 100%, but I'm definitely pumped up and hyped for the tournament, so I'll do my best.
Nice. Love that answer. So MaNa, from slightly the different side, because probably many people know, but they don't know the insight of your job here. Of course, you are a player, but also you are managing a few people here as well. So I wonder, what exactly do you do? How do you help Team Liquid players to, I don't know, be at the event, focus? Do you coach them? Do you watch their games and it's like, oh, Laser, do this, do that, SKillous, fix this, do proxy? Or how does it work? How do you help your teammates?
I mean, I'm not the person to coach Clem, you know, he coaches me basically, but yeah, whenever they need help, I'm there for them. I do travel and a lot of the other things. It's too long of an interview to do this. But yeah, I basically help them win.
Oh, you help them win, okay, all right, and perhaps you organize them so they can focus on the game as much as they can. So guys, let's see how you play today. Let's see your ZVP or PVZ, shake your hands, and let's go.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just got some words from Reynor and MaNa. Again, Clem, Reynor, and Lambo, they have just returned from EWC. They are back and they are raring to go. Over on the Polish stream, they're going to be covering MaNa versus Reynor. Over on the main stream as well. I say the main stream, I believe Rotterdam. Oh, I believe as we're going to restart. But I believe Rotterdam alongside yeah, I believe Rotterdam is going to be casting Reynor versus MaNa. Personally, I would love to as well. I'd love to cover this series as well. They do have, it's going to be a banger, 100%, a best of 3 between MaNa and Reynor. I think it's going to be quite close. For those that don't know, I would say that MaNa is probably top 5 Protoss in Europe. Do I say top 5 or top 4? I think it's top 4 Protoss. Sometimes even at his best, top 3. At his best, like top 3 Protoss out there. Like he's, he is or he can be insane. Like again, MaNa has been improving so much in recent times, but we were asked to cover the lower brackets, so we are here in the lower bracket instead. So as you can see here on the stream and on the title, Spirit versus Cristiano. This is a match happening in the lower brackets, and again, I would love to jump into the upper bracket matches, but we did want to spread out, right? While Rotterdam is casting Reynor and MaNa, we are going to be heading down to the lower bracket to try to cover as much ground as possible. Oh. To try to cover as much ground as possible and to try to make sure that everything gets casted, or as many matches as we can do get casted here. So that is the plan. That is the plan here. So again, Rotterdam is going to be covering MaNa versus Reynor. We are going to be covering Spirit versus Cristiano, and here we go. We're jumping into our best of 5, by the way, not a best of 3, but a best of 5 series instead. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of Leylines, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the red Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Bearing in mind, this is an elimination match. The loser of this series is out of the tournament already. And we have some of the best players in Poland, some of the best players in Europe facing off Cristiano and Spirit. Cristiano honestly had a pretty close series against Clem. He had some very clutch matches against him, very intense, I should say. Spirit is a very different kind of opponent, though. And I would say that, I mean, we have seen Cristiano beat Spirit in the past. Can he do it again? That is the real question. That is the real question. Can he bring him down again? Or can Spirit overwhelm? Can he persevere? And can he make it through instead best of 5? As he's asking in the chat, winners bracket best of 3, lower bracket best of 5. Well, specifically, this is the elimination, the first elimination round. So yes, originally this was a best of 3, but this was changed into best of 5s. So the format here is a little bit different here, where we have our best of 5 in the first round in the lower brackets, just to give these players the best chance they have to keep their tournament run alive. Oh boy. So we have our best of 5. Go. For the time being, we do see an economic open out of Spirits going for a Rax expand single gas opener out of our Terran player, going for the CC on the low ground. Meanwhile, across the map, we have Cristiano going for a standard opener himself. So far, so good. Love the sportsmanship so far. I mean, they're all friends. Like, that's the thing about StarCraft, especially this far into its lifespan. Like, a lot of the Koreans are close and friendly with each other. A lot of the Europeans are close and friendly with each other as well. I say Europeans and Koreans, but like even with each other, like for the most part, like there's no like animosity between the players or anything like that. Isn't really too much of a thing. Not too much. Here we go. Here we go. Cristiano, he does move out. Does move out across the map. Behind this, we do have a 1-1-1 setup here out of Spirit. The Adept is here to delay the CC, but the CC will finish. Ooh, oh no, just barely. No, it's 99% done. Oh my god. So close to finishing. Barely delayed. Finally will complete. It was like half a second off from finishing, if even that. So a nice cheeky start here from Cristiano. Does delay the economy of his opponent. Does get an SCV kill, and he's back to wreak havoc once again. The Hellion moves out. As the Hellion moves out, the second Adept moves in. Gets a Marine. Gets one Marine kill and will shade away. Will attempt to shade away. Up. Going for the Hellion. One more shot. Barely not. Hellion does survive on 2 HP. Racing back. And yeah, shout out to Kashim, of course, the upper bracket from the semi-finals moving forward, our best of 5s for the upper bracket specifically. So again, exclamation mark B in the chat. I believe the Wikipedia page should be updated with the specific best ofs with the format. So we got you covered there. We got you. As Cristiano back at home, he's working towards Blink. He does throw down a couple of extra gateways. Does go 3-gate Blink, gets away Robo on 2 bases. Then he takes a 3rd base. So a very safe opener here out of Cristiano. He does fully wall off as he gets ready in the main base for drop play. Speaking of, here we go. Mine drop into the main. Hellion does poke in towards a 3rd. In case there were extra Hellions, there's a full wall. Despite that, does cancel the wall. Does cancel just at the wrong moment. Hellion does bust in. Shouldn't get much done here, but we'll get 1 probe. Yeah, 1 probe goes down. And behind this, Spirit is not done. Spirit, he has for the most part been deflected. There's still 1 Widow Mine here outside of the main base, but behind this we have our Banshee follow. We have Cloak that's halfway done, and we do have Banshees on the way. Tank production has begun as well, and so far, I believe, unscouted. So far, Cristiano is in the dark. Something that Cristiano is missing here, something that Protoss players are renowned for in the current meta, sentries and hallucination scouts. But there is no scout. There is no scout. There is nothing across the map. There is no vision as to what's going on. Cristiano, he is moving out. He's relying on the observer for vision instead, but he has no idea as to what's coming his way. Not in the main base of the Terran. So Cristiano is playing blind. He's working with incomplete information. Thankfully, he does have the observer, but the observer is moving out across the map. It won't be at home to defend. As here comes that Cloak Banshee. Yeah, the Banshee has arrived. Soul's in position, but no detection. Observer's being chronoed as we speak. But the Banshee was on A move on the Stalkers, not on the probes. Again, it takes two. There's no shield battery. We can just get probe kills. You can two-shot workers and it only gets one. There was a lot of potential there, but it feels like Spirit, he was on A move. Yeah, the Banshee was on A move. The Banshee gets only one probe and not much else. There was potential. Like, there was no detection. Now there is. Now it's too late. And Cristiano holds. Cristiano, he holds, he defends. And we pull the boys. Let's go. The boys are being pulled. Spirit is pushing out. Spirit behind this. No stim. No stim, no combat shields. These are vanilla Marines. But what does he have? He has tanks, he has Banshee, he has our boys. And here we go. Spirit is going for the third. The boys are there to repair. Tanks are leapfrogging forward. Charge is about to complete. Banshee does attack in, but again, the Banshee's on A move, attacking the gas geyser. One tank goes down, he gets one, he gets two. One more volley. Yeah, second tank goes down. Nice pickoffs here from Cristiano. Very nice pickoffs. Zelta warping in, and Spirit is running out of steam. He's running out of steam, he's running out of army. He's down to a single tank. Banshee is dealt with. Now Cristiano can focus on this main push. And Spirit doesn't have enough. To be honest, he just does not have enough here. Yeah, he dives in, takes out the first tank, takes out the second tank as well. No target firing. Uh-oh. Yeah, no target firing. So a little bit messy in the cleanup, but he will clean this up regardless. Ooh, no detection. Yeah, no observer, no detection. Where are the observers? It looks like they went down. That one Banshee going ham. Yeah, that one Banshee doing more damage than it should have. Despite that, Cristiano does race across the map. Back at home, no bunker. There's no bunker to defend. Third CC has begun. There's one tank with a little bit of support. As they'll say, get on top of the tank. They force on friendly fire. Tank is started down. But still no detection. The observer's coming. The observer's coming. Yeah. Oh. Does wing in. Doesn't quite get the Banshee. She pulls away. Fourth base is being taken. Oh, takes down the base. Nice snipe here by Cristiano. Very nice. And behind this, Cristiano is just expanding. Getting a fourth base, saturating his four bases as well. We do see that Spirit is trying to macro out of this. He's getting a third CC, but it is delayed. So delayed third base. Cristiano, he does have a lead. Like Cristiano, he has map control, he shuts down the army, he has the greater economy, the greater base count, Prism into the main base, as we do see Spirit move out with his double drop. Which means that much less time to defend. SCV is going to be going down. Oh, Cristiano does pay attention. Blinks away. 5 SCV kills, nothing too major. But his Stalkers do blink away. Ooh, and we are just rallying everything across the map. Okay. Now this means that Spirit, he won't have much of him to defend, which means these SCVs are going to be going down. Here we go. Does push. He's getting caught on siege. That could be Cristiano's moment, by the way. He can dive in, but there's no storm. Yeah, 1 second away. And here we go. He turns back around. Massive storm on the Marines. Zealous at the mineral line. Mining is denied. Another storm on the tanks. 1, 2, 3 tanks going to be going down. And there's no tanks left. There's no tanks remaining. Cristiano, he will clean this army up. And across the map, there is no economy. The CC's on fire. Ooh, Medevac's going to be falling. And Cristiano, he will dominate. Spirit is stuck on 2 bases. Ooh, full Medevac's going to be going down. And the tuner himself, he's doing it. Este Cristiano takes out the Medevacs, chases down the army, 10 SCV kills. And again, he's still stuck on 2 bases. Spirit, he cannot mine, he cannot expand. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Cristiano, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a strong start here from Cristiano. I mean, Spirit, he was very aggressive, very assertive, but Cristiano, he was able to slow down the push, able to scout most of the move outs. There was potential for Spirit for sure, but I feel like they fell by the wayside. I'm referring to the Cloak Banshee. Remember, the Cloak Banshees, they didn't get scouted, there was no detection, but the Banshees, there was no shield battery either in the mineral line, but probes weren't going down. He was trading and attacking Stalkers. He was not going for the probes instead, so I feel like there was a lot of potential at times for economic damage, but Spirit, he wasn't quite going for it, didn't quite have the attention for it, was otherwise distracted, focusing elsewhere, and as a result, GG. As a result, GG, well played. As a result, we do have Cristiano taking a lead in the series, and now we're getting into game número 2. Now we're getting into game 2. As a reminder, best of 5. Best of 5 here, so we're going to get into game number 2, and this could go either way. I still lean towards Cristiano, especially in his recent form. Of course, the Tuna himself, multi-time Tuna Cup champion. I can't say the same for Spirit, but regardless of results, whether this goes the way of Spirit, whether this goes the way of Cristiano, I do hope for a back-and-forth series. I do hope for a game 4, potentially even a game 5. I would hope so. I would hope so. Good. I don't know if you heard, by the way, but my throat is dying a little bit. We're good. We are good to go. Okay. We're getting into our next game. And game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Okay. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. Let's go. Let us go. Reynor PvP. It's possible. Could whip out his Protoss at some point in the series. Hello, Spirit. As we do open up, and Spirit, he does skirt around the edge of the map. The goal here is to slip into the natural and to delay the expansion with the eBay block. Okay. So Spirit, he's moving in for the block. Meanwhile, Cristiano likewise moving out. Cristiano does move out for the probe scout. Oh, looks like we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is okay. Bearing in mind, of course, they are playing at the offline or at an offline event, so sometimes there can be some technical issues. And of course, if there are any, Kashim is there to resolve any issues as well. You can see him in the chat actually. Every now and then he does pop in. Kashim, of course, is the head admin of the tournament, so if there's ever an issue, he's there to resolve. He's there to fix it all, make sure everything's as it should be. Regardless, we're now getting into that second game. We have our eBay block here at the natural. Spirit will delay. And Cristiano, despite seeing it ahead of time, he just expands elsewhere. Okay. Oh no! He tries to, but the SCV's in position. Ay. Cristiano, the expansion is denied. Forced to expand at the linear third location. That is a delayed, even further delayed Nexus. A really shaky start here for Cristiano. Yeah, shaky start for the Protoss. But Spirit only opens up with a single gas geyser. He's going for the CC. Okay. So Spirit, he's not going for an aggressive follow-up. He is going for a CC on the low ground. He's going for his own expand. Okay. As the probe does fall. And we'll we'll see what kind of follow we do have here. So far, Twilight Council out of Cristiano. Twilight Council into Blink. Standard opener. But again, he's spread out. So this is the downside here, is that Cristiano, he is spread between his main base and his third location, so it can be awkward to defend both locations at once. This does give the opportunity for Spirit to be aggressive, to try to pull apart his opponents and try to spread Cristiano thin. And that is where you can get some damage done. But now there's that 1-1-1 follow-up. Factory into starports. Reactor is on the way. What we are looking for are the tech labs. We're waiting for the tech labs. We're waiting to see, do we go for a tech lab into a Cyclone based opener? Do we go for an add-on swap into Cloak Banshee again? Do we go into Raven Harass into a standard game? Do we go for early tank production? Where are we headed? Where are we headed? Where are we dropping? Meanwhile, fun fact, a bit of an update for what's happening on the other stream. Over on MaNa versus Reynor. I was favoring MaNa in that series, and MaNa, he is up 1-0. He's up 1-0 versus Reynor. We'll see if MaNa can close it out. I'm a little bit jealous. I kind of wish that I was also covering that series. Right, the manager, he's out there. He's ready to cut some salaries. He's whipping the boys into shape. Crazy. So now it is going to be the robot follow-up. Third base is being taken. So far, so standard, pretty much. I mean, I say standard safe. So 3-gate blink into a robo before third. So very safe play here. The same build that Cristiano went for last game, but obviously in a different setup. Spirit coming with a mine drop. Does unload, does drop. Cristiano moving in. Oh. Nice control, nice dodge. Takes down one Widowmine, the other barely does survive. And he does make it out. Making its way into the main. Okay, and we're calming down. We're calming down. Last game, we saw Spirit was a little bit more assertive, but this time he's slowing things down. He's actually researching Stim. Last game, one of the reasons why there was no Stim is because, if you remember, he went into Cloak Banshee. He was going into Cloak Banshee. This time, there's no tech lab on the starport. This time, faster tech lab on the racks instead, so Stim is on the way, getting into medevac production instead, getting to a biocentric composition. So this time, we're not messing around with Cloak Banshee. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they bleed. Stim! Oh, it doesn't quite get it. Yeah, it doesn't quite go for it. Stim potentially could have been focused down, but alas, we'll go for the reactor instead. Add-ons nonetheless, but doesn't deny. Oh, did the tank get contagious? No, Spirit! Este Piotr, with that, the tank goes down, Rotor goes down. This time he could go for Stim. He could go for the upgrades. He gets a couple of volleys off. But it's going to be zoned away. Whew, he's going to be forced out. If he could focus, I mean, if only he knew what that was. There's a chance where he could have focused on Stim and gotten further back in, blink behind the middle line, then just recalled back home. There was potential, but alas, Spirit, he will hold on, he will save the upgrade, but he will lose the tank in the process. Really, this is when the Stalkers blink back in. Nah, this time they can't. He could try to blink back in, but there is enough of an army here. Whew, okay, we're calming down. Storm is halfway done. Cristiano just looking to contain, looking to slow down any kind of move out. Stim is complete. There it is. Stim is revealed. Gets one Stalker. Gets one Stalker. Cristiano does pull away. And currently, okay, I was going to say I'm waiting for a third CC. Third CC is now being taken. Spirit is expanding. And you can see Cristiano rotate over to attempt to delay said expansion, or at least confirm. Yep. Does see the command center. Gets an SCV, pulls away at the same time. Auto charge harassing to the natural. Widowmine into the main. Ooh, does get targeted down. Nice defense. Cristiano's moving in. He's got Storm. Storm is done. Tanks are unsieged. Cristiano's moving in. It does rush forward. Denies mining at the third. Tank does siege up. Zelzai peel up into the mineral line. Brings him into the main. Going for the warp in, and Spirit is being pulled apart. We're diving on the tank. Oh, the mine shots! Oh my god. Mine shots going up. They do connect. The boys are being pulled. SCV's going to be going down. Yeah, Storm mainly zones away, but that's going to be 29 SCV kills. 31 SCVs even. As a third is denied. Raven goes down as well, and Spirit, he just cannot keep up. Again, welcome to a different era in StarCraft. For many, many years, I want to say, yeah, for many years, for years past, the top players in Poland, who were they? They were a Laser and Spirit. But nowadays, we have the era of MaNa, we have the era of Geralt and Cristiano as well. A Laser was the first player to be eliminated from the tournament, and Spirit, he's having a hard time. He's having a hard time in the series. Now, remember, still best of 5, but alas. Oh, can he get on top of the high tempo? He can! We'll still take some storms to the face. Oh god, he sends in the storms. Jesus. Does send in the storms. Hi. And Cristiano is not stopping. He's not stopping. He's not slowing down. He's rushing forward. Again, behind this, no tanks. No Widowmines. Oh, sorry. There are 3. 3 Widowmines here with the main army. They are spotted. That will deter. That will deflect. Spirit, he's surviving. he's surviving. Claiming his third base. At the same time, Cristiano into the main. He's moving in. Yeah, he just moves in. Baits out the mine shots. We get an okay connection towards the end. Main base is on fire. Storm here on the boys. And Spirit is going for a Dune Drop. He's just going for a massive Dune Drop across the map. He's going for the base trade. Once again, he stands in all the storms. He does get into the third. Yes, Cybercore is being targeted down, so no more Blink Stalkers. And we are just going full base trade. We're just going full base trade. Here we go. Here's that recall back home. The Colossus has arrived. Oh god, the storms. The storm. Oh, he does take the storms. Takes them to the face. Ah, no. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Cristiano, he does take a 2-0 lead, and Cristiano, he is 1 game away from claiming the series. The pressure is on. The pressure is on, and Spirit, he has to fight back here and now to have a chance in this tournament to continue his tournament life. Let's go. The pressure is on. We're getting ready for our next game. Catching up in the chat. Blinking Toppin in the chat. Papi, Bienvenidos, Toppin, bienvenidos. Good to see you, good to see you. Como siempre, como siempre. Ojalá todo te va bien. Ojalá. Good to see you. For those that are curious, Toppin, he is an old school veteran in the Latin American scene. He used to be kind of like Kachim, I would say. Toppin, he used to admin tournaments. I say admin tournaments. If I remember correctly, Toppin also used to, I want to say, make articles on La Espida. La Espida was basically like Team Liquid, but in Spanish. Imagine like a Spanish version of Team Liquid. And Toppin used to be a part of that back in the day, putting in a lot of work for the Latin American StarCraft scene. So good to see you again, Toppin. Bienvenidos. Buenos días. Buenos días. Buenos días. Oh. As we are getting ready for our next game. Clearly, every Terran player plays like Clem, and Clem likes his storm showers. He does. He does like to stand in the storms. Not wrong. Not wrong. Good old times. Good old times. Oh, did you see, Toppin? Did you see for EWC Jaime Arturo Durán Silencio estaba casteando, papi. He was casting with Juanito, I think they were casting together. EWC. Crazy. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into potentially the final game. CC, Jimbo. Potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping we can get a series out of this, but the pressure is on the Terran. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the red Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the Polish Protoss representing Offside Esports, representing Offside Esports, leading the series 2-0. It is Cristiano. Here we go. Cristiano. Up at 2-0 again. Cristiano, he has been on the rise. He has won his fair share of offline Polish events. Despite that, Spirit is usually a contender. Is usually one that can threaten him, that can bring him down. He can, but again, he's down 2-0. He has to fight back here and now. He's coming in with the eBay block. This time, Cristiano, he's in position. He's in position. He can pull the boys. He can and he will. The boys are being pulled, and the eBay is going to be denied. Like an unholy alliance. Yes. That's when the hero and the villain, they join forces for the betterment of humanity. Oh no. Not the team up that we wanted, but the team up that we deserved. Jimbo and Juanito. Ay. I wonder how that cast went. A cast between two retired players that are very out of sync with the meta of StarCraft. that are very, very out of the loop on the state of things. I'm sure it was a fun cast. I'm sure. It was a fun cast with a lot of reminiscing from the old days. For now though, we are going to be settling in. It is going to be a Twilight Council open out to Cristiano. Likewise, Spirits are going for, oh my god, Spirit cutting a lot of corners. Do you see what I see? I see a Rax into CC, into a CC. That's a third CC before Factory, before Starport, before second Rax. Very greedy build here by Spirit. Insane greed. And if he gets scouted, Cristiano, he can respond with a 4-gate blink and he can punish. He can punish this hard if Cristiano scouts. That's the thing. That's the thing here. If he scouts, he can't shut this down, but again, that's going to be a big if. Something that I have noticed, and maybe Spirit has noticed as well, Cristiano, no hallucination scouts. Like, he has not been opening a sentry, like, for whatever reason this series, and even against Clem a little bit as well. Like, we don't see sentry based openers, we don't see hallucinations. We are very much so, I say Cristiano very much so is lacking scouting. He does lack scouting in these games, and because he doesn't scout, because there's no sentry, because there's no hallucination, he doesn't see how greedy Spirit is being. And this is a PSA for those out there in the chat: scout, whether you're Protoss, Terran, Zerg, get your scouting information back. Yeah. Scouting is key to see stuff like this. Meanwhile, Cristiano just getting his third, I believe, 3-gate blink. Yeah, 3-gate blink into a robo on 2 bases into a delayed third. We've seen the same build and the same opener every game for 3 games in a row. So far, it's just been the same build from Cristiano. It's been his go-to. Has been his go-to. Behind this, going for a 3-rack setup before the starports. No drop play. 0 drop play whatsoever. We're just building up at home. We're turtling up just because of how greedy we're being. Now, if Cristiano had seen this, he could do one of two things. He could punish this with 4-gate blink Stalker, or he could try to out-greed by rushing into the third, or even rushing into the gold. The gold would have been an option here for Cristiano. But again, only if he had known. He could have made that decision to respond and react in some way. The Observer's just now moving in. The Observer will confirm the Raxes. There we go. Does confirm the CC's already complete. And now he knows. Now he realizes what's been going on. He sees no starport. He sees that starport is now on the way. Stim is already in production. And Cristiano, I don't think he can punish. We already have the tank. The tank is already set up. Bunkers in position. Marines are ready. Unlike the last game, I don't see Cristiano going into the main and denying Blink or anything of the sort. So this is a rough position for Cristiano. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on him to do something to Spirits, but he can't. Not right now, at least. We have a Prism on the left-hand side. Charge is done. Oh, sorry, charge is on the way. There goes Zelsay load up. I think the best that Cristiano can hope for here is to wait for Spirit to expand. Wait for him to lift his CC, to head in the direction of his third base. So once he just tanks to push forward, and then as he moves forward, then Cristiano can move in. Right, then he can move in, then he can harass, then he can hit to the main. There's the Unsiege. There's the move out. There's the lift. Now is the time. There it is. Yeah, now it's go time. The War Prism has been triggered. Stalkers, they poke in, they distract. As we have the distraction, drop into the main. SCV's going to be going down. Only two. Only 2 SCV kills. That is not good enough. Solid defense here from Spirit. Does defend well. He's got Marines in position. Cristiano, he rotates, getting a 4th base. I will say that Spirit's in a better position. It does get a couple of SCVs. Not bad. Gets a medevac. Medevac does go down. Spirit, are we fighting without the tanks? This is not it. Yeah, this is not the play. Does reinforce. Scan does spot the army. Prism is going into the main base. Storm is now done. Zelsay drop in. Warprint does complete as well. Storm doesn't quite connect. We have an okay Storm. You know, Zelsay do get into the mineral line. A couple of SCVs go down. The Prism is going to be sniped. Spirit, he's holding. Spirit does defend. He's down 20 SCVs though. How many has he lost? 11. Not too many. But, oh, good. Despite that, mining has been denied. Viking goes down. But Spirit's main army, that's looking terrifying. As Spirit is pushing. At least he tries to. Coming in for a surround even. Tanks still on siege. Zelsay coming from behind. Nice Storm. Here comes the army from behind. He comes in for the surround. And who surrounds who? High Templar do full. They miss the storms. Yeah, miscontrol there from Cristiano. At the same time, Zelsay busts into the middle line, but Cristiano's main army plummets. Yeah, he bleeds out so much. Stalkers have to get the hell out of here. To get out. Still trading somewhat okay. Cristiano is in danger. Cristiano, he lost every High Templar. But Spirit, does he have any pushing power? Down to 42 SCVs. Spirit is moving out. Back at home, how many High Templar? 0 Templar. We need some storms. Bergson. Does poke in. We have a handful of Zelts into the natural. We have a handful of Zelts into the third. Mining's being denied. Oh, going for the Doom Drop. Does go for the drop into the main base. Yeah, most of the army does escape and recalls on cooldown, which means the main base is going to go down. Yeah, late reaction here from Cristiano. SimCity is working against him. Successful Doom drop here at the Spirit. Takes down the bait, takes down the Robo. Ooh, Storm does not connect. Yeah, miscontrol there from Cristiano. Massive miscontrol. And you can see he's having a really hard time pushing in. Yeah, the Zealots are stuck behind the army. GG gets called, and Spirit, he fights back. He puts a point on the board. Whew, GG. We have a series. We have a back and forth. GG, well played. Again, a very intense series here. We do see that, I mean, I'll be honest, I feel like Cristiano was in a commanding position, or I say commanding. He was in a better position. He was doing a lot of economic damage. I do think that the one big moment for Spirit where everything swung in his favor was when he surrounded the army and when he killed 3 High Templar. The last 3 High Templar of the game. When they went down, it was at the third base. It was the third base when they got surrounded. We saw some miscontrol out of Cristiano. He got caught out completely. He lost everything. And from there, we did see Spirit snowball out of control. Cristiano losing too much too quickly. I do think that he still was in a decent position up until the Doom drop at the very end, where, of course, he had already recalled on the right-hand side, so he had no recall left. He was out of position. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 4 of our series. Let's go. Jump into game 4. And we'll see if Cristiano can close it out here now. We'll see if Spirit can force the ace match. Can we go all the way to game 5? The pressure is on, and I do like Spirit's chances coming into our next game. Our next game is going to be on Pylon. Oh boy. Pylon is coming up next. Is, of course, known for being aggressive, known for being more of a rush map. Let's go. The players are setting up. Again, looks like they do need a moment here before they jump into their game. Understandable, like, especially considering this is the elimination round, right? Like, the players potentially Spirit's last chance here to make it through. There's a lot of pressure. They're on stage, of course, or in front of a crowd. So they do need a moment. They need un momento, papi, un momento. Oh, good. Just catching up. Okay, we have our players. They did just need a moment, and now we are jumping in. I feel like I just had a haircut. My hair's getting unruly. Aye, aye, aye. But here we go, we're getting into game number 4. This morning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss leading the series 2-1. And 1 game away from making it through into the next round. Representing Offside Esports, it is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player for Leda Poland, representing ROC Esports, down in the series, but he has begun the comeback, and if he can win this game, he can force the ace match. It is Spirit. We go. Here we go. We are here. We are back. We are jumping back into our series. And so far, so good. We do have our initial openers. We have our single gas geyser back at home. So economic opener out of Spirit going for a Rax expand. Meanwhile, we have Cristiano across the map going for his own gate expand instead. I was going to say gate cyber expand, but no, he's in position. It looks like he's in position to deny any kind of eBay in case we do see another eBay block, which we've seen quite often in the series so far. Very often, but not this time. Not here. Not in game 4. Okay, Cybercore first. So Gate, Cybercore, followed by the Nexus. Meanwhile, Spirit's going to be opening a Marine. Interesting. He skips the Reaper, goes Marine first into CC. With that, he does preserve his gas, and we'll see what the gas is going to be spent on. As there is that command center. As hello, Mr. SCV. As we do open up economically, that's going to be racks into factory. Once the factory finishes, do you see what I see? I see a proxy starport. This is a prime location for a proxy starport, and this should be for a Hellion drop into the main. There it is. Starport has been thrown down, and we are setting up for those Hellions. Let's go. Now, technically, we spoke about this during the uThermal series. Technically, this could be a Hellion drop into the main, or this could be Hellion harass into the natural and Liberator into the main base, but that's more of a rare sight nowadays. This should be a drop. This should be a medevac, and we'll see if Cristiano can piece together what's going on. As he Adept has arrived, gets an SCV, second Adept does move in, going for the Hellion. Uh-oh, the Hellion's under fire, gets one Hellion goes down, gets 2 SCVs, and 1 Hellion doesn't sound like a lot, but remember, the intention was to make 4 Hellions for the drop. Now we're down to 3. Now down to 3 Hellions. Now, how many Hellions does it take to one-shot a probe? The answer is 3. 3 Hellions. But it also means that all it takes is for one of these Hellions to go down, and now there's no more one-shot potential. And here comes that drop. Medevac is on the way for the drop, but again, it's only going to be a triple Hellion drop into the main instead. It's going to be even weaker. Meanwhile, we have a full wall here from Cristiano. He has a full wall at the natural to defend against the Hellions, and likewise he's got a Stalkers in the main. Stalkers are in the main base. Does keep up. Hellion drop into the main. Gets 1 probe. Gets 2. Getting up to 3 towards... Oh my god, the probes, they light up! Oh my god, the probes are lighting up. But alas, they get another probe kill. In the end, it's going to be 4 probes going down. 4 probes for 3 Hellions. I believe 4 Hellions, actually. Yeah, for 4 in total. Those 3 Hellions going down. In the end, that was a solid defense here from Cristiano. Does cancel the gateway, doesn't let it finish. From here, he can move out. From here, he can finally expand. It's a bit of a later third, or I should say it's a delayed third base because of the Hellion harass. Meanwhile, we're doubling down, going for auto target harass as well. As Raven is on the way, Cristiano, he is checking for the setup, checking for the proxy. As we have a look going on here, Stalkers, they're poking across the map. Starport forced to lift. Raven not quite getting any damage done yet, but does threaten mineral lines. And from here, the game is continuing. We do have Spirits building up on 2 bases. We do have a 3-rack setup. So a 3-1-1. Rebuilding his starport back at home because he will lose the first. Oof. Yeah, that will be a kill on the starport. That's another loss here for Spirits. So he does not make it back home. And Spirit is going to be contained. Now, Cristiano, he'll have the option to potentially blink into the main base, but both tanks are covering the bases. We also have 2 bunkers as well, so There's not really much value to gain here. Which I just dealt with. Gateway explosion out of Cristiano, getting into charge, working towards Temple Archives as well. Working towards that Archives. Blinks to the main base, going for Sim. No shot, is he gonna get it? He will. Wow, Blink is denied. Tanks are a little bit too far. No shot, does he get combat shields? One more volley! He gets both? Oh my god. Yeah, you can see the SimCity working against the tanks. Can he deny +1? Does he get all 3? Wait, what the hell just happened? He got Sim, combat shields, and he got +1. He got all 3 upgrades. For what? For nothing. He didn't lose anything. He killed a Marine. I didn't lose any Stalkers. What just happened? Oh, I mean, the tanks, again, as we were pointing out, like the choke point here, the tanks had to unsiege, try to reposition, Marines will try to move in. Ay, ay, ay. But Spirit, he is stuck in his main, even forcing some tank shots here, forcing friendly fire. Cristiano, calm down. Calm down. Let him play, Papi, let him play. Oh my god. And now Spirit is stuck at home. Again, he can't push out without his upgrades. That's the problem here. He has a 3rd CC, but he cannot land on location, not without Stim. So he has to wait for Stim. He has to wait for combat shields +1. He has to wait for everything once again. Until then, he is contained. I say that, he does go for some drop play, but the Observer sees the drop. The Observer sees everything. Like Cristiano, he sees all, he knows all. He is in position. He's ready for that medevac.
Additional supply depots.
Oof, one more volley. Medevac does barely survive. Does pull away. Another drop moves out. It's also spotted by the Observer, by the way. Stalkers, they rotate. You can see he's rotating specifically for the medevacs. And Spirit, he wants to know by now. By now, very suspect. For there to be Stalkers in position for both drops, he must know there has to be an Observer somewhere. He must know. But finally, he does expand. So Cristiano's moving in. There we go. Prism into the main. Ooh, with that, with that siege, he will lose the War Prism. Cristiano getting himself with the tanks. We'll get both. Both tanks going down. Storm's a zone away. But Cristiano is overextending. If he had the War Prism, he could reinforce here and now. He could keep pushing. But he just lost the War Prism. Despite that, we're on pylon. The rush distance by ground is so short. Yeah, Cristiano, he can keep going. Nice snipe on the Archon. Archon goes down. The boys are being pulled. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Another Immortal falls. But the Zelts are coming in. The SCVs are going down. And Cristiano, he will have to kite back. Otherwise, he will lose another Immortal. Oh, never mind. Never mind. He just keep pushing. He just keep pushing. That's going to be 17 dead SCVs. And behind this, 4th base is operational. More reinforcements have arrived. Do we have another Prism? We do. The Prism is now with the main army. Now we can juggle. Now we can reinforce. Now we can warp in. Oh, goes to dive. Oh my god. Nice snipe. But 1 second too late. Yeah, the warp in does complete. And he's going for the CC. Won't quite get the CC, thankfully. But this is looking desperate here for Spirit. Does pull the boys, gets 1, gets 2 Immortals, gets a 3rd Immortal towards the end. Oof. Mind shot going up. Yeah, the mind shot goes off. 19 SCVs. Oh my god. Yeah, Widowmines are causing friendly fire. And even though Cristiano isn't killing Spirit straight up here and now, he is crippling. We can see Spirit, he's scanning, he's searching for bases. There we go, he sees that X's have been taken. Oh no, he's now aware, snipes the CC. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the next round and eliminating Spirit from the tournament. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very impressive performance here out of Cristiano. Again, Spirit, he had a very shaky couple of games here when it comes to his openers, when it comes to dealing damage across the map, when it comes to defending against the aggression of his opponent as well. We spoke this game, for example, about how the SimCity was working against Spirit. He had a very messy main base, and because of that, when Cristiano got into the main, he got everything. I can't believe it. He got Stim, combat shields, and he got the eBay. He got every single upgrade, which heavily delayed Spirit. On top of that, he had an observer in between the army, in between the bases, and it saw everything. He saw every single drop as it moved out, and with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Congratulations. And Cristiano, he will advance on, and likewise, Spirit is eliminated. He is going to be eliminated here from the tournament. Congratulations. I see Mito in the chat. If you haven't been watching StarCraft over the past year of play, I mean, Cristiano, he has been looking really, really strong over the past year. Oh. Over the past year, maybe even just over a year as well. So I would call him the Cristiano family. Despite that, I was still, I mean, we did have a back and forth. True did have a back and forth. Thankfully, it wasn't a one-sided series. Thankfully, we had a little bit more to it. That's the only thing that I was really concerned by. But here we go. We're now getting into the rest of our series. We're now getting into our next matchup. So congratulations to Cristiano. He does advance on to face up against uThermal. Against uThermal in the next round. Meanwhile, we have our own fresh best of 5. Another lower bracket match. Looks like we have an update here. It looks like MaNa did go down to Reynor just barely. Reynor took him down 2-1. And now we're getting into our next best of 5 elimination match. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the pink Protoss player, the pink Protoss himself. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. For Poland, representing Team Liquid, it is MaNa. The best player in all of Poland. Again, MaNa, he is the Prince of Poland. He, of course, recently did win the Polish Championship. He was able to bring down the players of the likes of Laser, of Spirit, of Cristiano, of Geralt. He is the best of the best. And hey, he even went to the ace match against Reynor just now. He went all the way to the ace match, but he barely did go down in that final game. It was the best of 3. But now he's up against Art here in this best of 5. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Coming into this, MaNa is going to be the favored player, but I want to believe that Art can fight back. Of course, Art, he's also here as a translator as well. Art, he spent a lot of time in South Korea, and as a result, he was able to translate for SOS, as SOS is also in the tournament as well. As for the time being, we do have a very cheeky build here by Art. Art back at home, 2-gate opener into a Cybercore, into what looks to be proxy Stargate. So the proxy has been thrown down, the pylon has been placed. We're getting ready for the proxy into said main. Meanwhile, MaNa behind this, going for his own gate, cyber expand. Ooh, greedy build here by MaNa. Very greedy. And Art is here to punish. Alright, he's here to punish. He did scouts. He did get eyes on the opener. He's aware of oh, he sees the probe. Does he notice? He sees the probe, but does he check? Does he check? He's so close. This is very suspect, by the way. That probe is so suspect. But MaNa, he doesn't check. No. He's so close enough, and he might think there's nothing there. MaNa. Hallucination goes in. He sees nothing, which is to tell that there must be something. Yeah, no Nexus, no tech. Oracle's on the way. And MaNa is in trouble here. So it does move in. Shade is denied. Shade is denied. As Oracle does bust into the main. Ooh, gets a probe. It's gonna be 3, it's gonna be 4 probes going down. That's it, 4 games to 5 probe kills. Nice damage here from Art. Likewise, the Oracle does get away. Does pull out, it does get away, but the Phoenix will clean up this Oracle. And we have more Phoenixes being built behind us. Oh no! Station Ref goes off. But again, defensive Stargate here by MaNa, chasing down the Oracles. And suddenly, what was once a good start here from Art, never mind, as he got 5 probes, so he will lose both Oracles. Both Oracles go down. MaNa gaining map control. Dipping into the mineral line. Getting a couple probes. 1, 2 probes going down. Crown Army's moving in. MaNa pushing forward. Let's get a breakthrough. Force field's going to be locking down Art. Yeah, as Hazard moves out, so a couple of Phoenixes are just bullying him here, getting another 4 probes, catching a couple of Stalkers. There's no safety shield battery. And now he's just sending it. He's just moving everything across the map. Essentially 2-base all in. He's got 3 gates, so 3 gates. No proxy gateway back at home. MaNa, he's got a couple of shield batteries, has some force fields. Art has a pretty massive Stalker lead. And we'll see if we can break through. We'll see what he can get done. Yes, from here, RC back. So if he's going to try to recover, he's down in workers, so he has to slowly build up his worker counts, claiming his 3rd base, building up on 3 bases. So far, MaNa still maintains map control. Art has a ways to recover, but at least he has a 3rd. True. At least he has a 3rd base, which is more than I can say for MaNa, as MaNa has not expanded. MaNa instead, he's been building up on 2 bases as well. We have a gateway explosion, getting into Archon production, instead of going for a much later expansion. Okay. Does go for a later Nexus. Catching up in the chat. You are on the screen. Yes, yes. We are observing. Again, I'm sure there are going to be some games at some point where Indy's going to be observing, but for now, we are handling our own streams. As RT does, or his army is revealed. He's moving out once again. As he moves out, Phoenixes move in. MaNa, he's just always there to punish. And there we go. I mean, there's nothing here. There's no stalkers. There's no shield batteries. Probe's going to be going down. RT once again has to push forward. He gets eyes on the third. Does force a response. Charge is done for MaNa. It's coming in from behind. Setting up his army. 9 probes going down across the map. That's a lot of probes. Does clutch in. Ooh, takes down the Prism. Yeah, Prism goes down. Does focus on the Immortals. Not bad. Arch, can he break through? He's all in. Like, at this point, he's all in. He has to end the game. I say he's all in. I mean, his probe count back at home is not looking too bad, despite losing so many. And he does focus on one, does focus on another Archon. Cell reinforcements have arrived. And Arts, can he barely break through? Oh my god. It's still so close. We do see that MaNa's not using any shield batteries. And he's done it. We do see that Arch, he has barely broken through the main army. There are shield batteries here at the natural. It's going to make things more awkward. But he can at least go for the third. True. He can kill the third base. And MaNa, despite harassing, his main army was lacking. Partly that, partly also because there were no shield batteries at the third base either. True. I mean, that would have made things a little bit easier. As Arch, he's just overwhelming the army. Does overrun. Takes down the Immortal. Catching out the Archons as well. And he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He has broken the back here of MaNa. And despite MaNa being the best player in Poland, he is here to contest that. He's here to contest that. He's here to extend his run. Breaks into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled into Archons. You hate to see it. GG gets called, and Art, he will bounce back. He will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. I want to say that a big part of this game was the lack of third base for MaNa. It was one of those things where Arch, he was losing a lot of workers. He was losing a lot of workers, a lot of probes throughout the course of this game. But he had a third, so he could replace that. He could replenish his workers that he was losing. MaNa, it took him a long time to expand. And it almost felt like maybe MaNa was expecting an all-in. Maybe he was expecting it. Oh. Maybe he was expecting an all-in. Maybe he was expecting some more aggression out of his opponents, and as a result, he kind of got left behind. Oh. Left in a weird position. Here we go. Here we go. We are getting into our next game. Into our next game, into game number 2, and we'll see if Arch can keep this going. We'll see if MaNa can recover. So we're getting into game number 2. I will say if MaNa does cut some corners again. As a reminder, last game, if you remember, MaNa, he did go for a gate cyber expand. I mean, I did favor MaNa after the opener, after killing the oracles, after sniping the workers. Again, like in general, I favored MaNa there outside of his third base, like outside of the lack of third, the lack of expansion. It meant that even though he was killing all those workers, it didn't really matter as much. But here we go. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in the series. And remember, this is the low bracket. This is the elimination match. Again, too many more losses and he'll be out of the tournament. Can he bounce back? Representing Team Liquid, it is MaNa. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as a opponent, we have the pink Polish Protoss player. Representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0, it is Art. And welcome one all to Pylon. Pylon is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, known for aggression. Speaking of, does MaNa turn the tables? Do we have something more aggressive this time instead? Alright, here to find out. So again, the bracket is progressing. So far, it is going to be a 2-gate opener here out of Art. Likewise, we do have a, once again, economic opener. 2 games in a row. MaNa, no fear. Gate Cyber Expand. We saw this same economic opener last game. We're seeing it here as well. Now, last game, MaNa almost got punished for this with the proxy Stargates, but MaNa was able to punish the Stargate instead. It was kind of crazy. Went for his own Stargate, went for his own Phoenixes, and he was able to punish Art and shut him down. We'll see how Art can try to catch up this time. Zelda's forced out, Stargate before expansion, so this time it is going to be a safer start out of MaNa. Safer start. You can see Art attempt a pylon block. Gonna be zoned away. Gonna be zoned back. Settling in. Yes, with that Stargate opener, we have our initial Oracle moving out from the side of MaNa. Nice interception here by Art. He does want this. He does want it. Oh my god, and one more volley. Barely doesn't get the Oracle, but does get a lot of hits in. Does get a lot of damage. Nicely done here by Art as he just rallies across the map. He just rallies. He just rallies across the Oracle into the main. Stalkers in position. Oracle goes down. Art, he's shutting MaNa down completely. And Art had a shaky start here to the broadcast. If you remember, SKillous took down Art real fast and real quick earlier. But here, Art, he's just all over MaNa. Did I speak too soon? I mean, hey, he's got a proxy pylon, a proxy gateway. Art, he's not stopping, he's committing. He does commit. Takes down the Zealot. Shield Biters are running out of energy. And again, Art, he's not slowing down, at least he doesn't want to. Does focus on the Shield Battery, at least, does take some hull damage. Not very nice force field. Locks down one, locks down 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers go down. So does the Shield Battery. Almost sniping both. This one Shield Battery is not done. But again, that's 8 Stalkers for Art. He did expand behind this, but he's still reinforcing. Still warping in. There's the energy overcharge. There's the overcharge. Likewise, you see MaNa peeling off that's Oracle. Moving out across the map. Nexus taking a lot of damage, but looks like he's being deflected. Oh, the Oracle does get across. Yeah, later action by Art. 5, 6 probe kills. Oh my god. Volley goes off. Oh, the last one more volley! And he does bring down the expansion. Massive pickup. Takes down the natural. And MaNa down to 1 expansion. And this is kiting well. Takes on the probes. Going for the Void Ray. Void Ray goes down as well. Alright, does he have enough? It's close. It is quite close here. Without the Void Ray, it looks like he has to back up. MaNa does hold, but MaNa's down a base. It's down a base, down in mining. Lost his mineral line. Does finally shut down the proxy. But Art, so far so good. Looking solid. Went behind Dark Shrine. It's time to Dark Shrine here from the side of MaNa. He's got to commit, he's got to double down. Meanwhile, Art's behind this. What are we going for? Third K-Waves being thrown down. So far, 0 detection. I'm hoping for a robo on 2 bases. That's the best that we can hope for, really. And if Art skips his robo, which is not unheard of, that could just be game. He's got a robo. The robo is on the way. He's playing it safe. He will have detection. He will have an observer. Might not be at home, might not be in position to defend, but it will be out. It can always be recalled, of course. Volley goes up, takes down the Void Ray. A nice connection with the Stasis Trap, but it may still not matter. Dark Templar revealed. I'm sure Art did notice. Rover's now done. Here comes the Observer being chroned as we speak. Back at home is warping in. Blinks forward, dives on the army, takes down every single Stalker. Doesn't quite take down the Dark Templar. He doesn't really have much room to defend either. And the 1 DT going ham. Probes are falling in the main base. So they try to break in, they deny the warp in. Okay. Stalkers are breaking through. Final DT goes down. At least the final one across the map. And this is game ending damage. This is brutal here. Art, he's been popping up. Oh my god. And again, he struggled in SKillous earlier, but here GG gets called, and Archie does take a 2-0 lead, and Art is 1 game away from claiming this series and advancing on into the next round. GG. GG will play it. Again, a strong showing so far out of Art and MaNa every game so far. 2 games in a row, he has gone for some very greedy builds. He's been going for a gate into cyber into expansion here in the early game, and we have seen Art punishing. He has been punishing this. Has been punishing time and time again. This game we saw MaNa go for a Stargate before Nexus, but the Oracle got no damage. The Oracle was shut down. And MaNa, he was punished for trying to expand, for trying to set up a faster economy. And now we're loading into Tokamak. Loading into potentially the final game of the series. I hope not. I want to see it back and forth. I want to see more games. But the pressure's on. And again, Art's been popping up. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid down heavily in the series. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is MaNa. And the spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Protoss player with the Polish Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. Go. Here we go. As the players are opening up. And again, MaNa has been cutting corners, has been going for some greedier builds, and Art's been doing so far a great job at punishing said greed. And we'll see if that trend continues. Again, personally, I want to see a game 4. I want to see a game 5. I want to see something more between these players. Pressure is on. Oh, there it is, one base all in. We have the pylon, we have the proxy being set up. MaNa, 3 games in a row. He just doesn't stop. 3 games in a row. MaNa, what's he going for? He's going for a gateway into a cybercore into expansion. We have a greedy build here out of MaNa, doing his best max impression. And responds with a proxy robot with a 1 base all in. 1 base all in out of Art. He's going to commit. He's going to send everything across the map. MaNa scouting. Just checking for the proxies. Is checking for proxies. Scouting on the right hand side, scouting on the left as well. Ooh, does scout, does confirm. Okay, MaNa, he knows. MaNa, he knows he's where. He does respond immediately with a robo, not with the Stargate. That is still a robo after the Nexus. So a bit of a later robo. Prism is already on the way. Art, he's committing. But MaNa, he does have the tools to defend. It's still not going to be easy. MaNa, he'll be able to confirm whether it's an Immortal or a Prism first. Steps to get into the middle, and they get 1 probe kill so far. Just the one. Nice, very nice force field. Yeah, shuts down one of the adepts. Despite that damage is still being done. Gets 3 probes so far. 3, 4, up to 5 probe kills. This is getting a bit out of hand. Oof. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. 5 workers do fall for 1 adept. Where's Art? He gets another couple of workers. Does shade away. Oh, nice, a very nice force field. But last he does have the counter prism. Does hop over the wall. Yeah, and with that, MaNa, he's holding. MaNa, he's holding onto the ramp, but at the same time, there's still going to be more probes going down. Likewise does warp in here at the natural. Does push it with his Immortal. And does he have enough to break through? Again, there's now a defensive Immortal here for MaNa. He does focus on the Prism. Prism has to back up. Oh my god, saves the Immortal just barely. And you can see that Artie's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. He's going to be forced out. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for MaNa. Remember, he's up in expansion. He has been losing probes. That is true, but he still has a greater economy. Art is 1 base all in. He has to break through. Has to break MaNa, and he's not. Gets a couple of volleys off on the Prism. Again, nothing more than that. Force fields, they don't quite look down the army. Quite. Now it does hold on some force fields. Oof. Yeah, being bullied out. And at this point, I don't think MaNa can break the defenses here. Sorry, I don't think Art can break the defense of MaNa. At this point, it does feel like it is too late. with the Warpism. Moves down to the low ground once again. Does slow down the army. Does choke it up. There's 2 immortals that just cannot even engage. 3 immortals even. He's trying to help them over the wall, but they have no support. And MaNa, he does break through. GG, MaNa, he shuts down the 1 base all-in. He survives, and MaNa puts a point on the board. Whew, GG. MaNa, he does fight back. Again, this is the lower bracket. Again, their tournament lives are on the line here, and MaNa, he does persevere. He does break through. MaNa does take the game. GG, well played. Again, a very intense game number 3 here, where Art went for a 1 base all in. MaNa, he did scout with his hallucination, with his sentry. He saw it ahead of time, able to prepare back at home as well, and with that he was able to keep up and shut down the aggression of Cristiano. GG. So sorry, of Art, I meant to say. GG, well played. See, the fatigue is getting to me a little bit. Ah, no. Not like this. Here we go. Looks like we have our next map. We're going to be loading into Maganatha. Oh boy. Here we go. Yeah, getting into our next game, and again, still potentially the final game of the series. I hope not. I mean, we are 1 game away from the ace match. We could make it there. Could make it all the way. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Team Liquid. 1 game away from forcing that game 5. It is MaNa. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the pink Polish Protoss player. We have the pink Polish Protoss for the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 2-1. 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the next round. It is Art. Go. Now, we've seen the same opener every game so far. Gate, Cyber, Expand, out of MaNa. And at this point, I don't expect anything different, especially on Maganatha. We're leaning towards the same build of choice. The question becomes, how does Art react? How does he attempt to punish, if at all? That is the question. As so far, we have a 2-gate opener out of Art. Meanwhile, MaNa going for the gate Cyber Expand. So once again, MaNa going for something more economic. Meanwhile, Art's going for a fake proxy pylon. I do like this. I do like this here, especially after what happened in the last game. So we go for the pylon. MaNa is counting. MaNa, he's in the main base of his opponent. He's counting pylons. He's trying to figure out what's going on. And upon seeing the missing pylon, he knows something is wrong. Something is amiss. And there could be another 1 base all-in coming his way. We know that it's fake, but MaNa doesn't. MaNa is unaware. Does make the initial zealots, goes for a sentry follow-up, goes for warp gate. And we'll see what MaNa goes for. Now scouting. And does go for the Nexus. Does go for the Nexus before tech. Here we go. MaNa does move out with his own scouts. With this, he will confirm that there's an expansion, there's later tech. Does confirm that everything is looking normal. As Art does move out. Does move out across the map, does hit the main. Behind this, it is going to be a Stargate open out of MaNa. Interesting. He does go Stargate, then into Twilight Council. With this, we should be seeing Oracles on the way. That's an initial Oracle. Goes in production. Art is aware. Likewise, getting ready back it up with his stalkers and with his sentries. Outside of that, we are getting into a longer game. Twilight Council out of MaNa, so working towards Blink. Meanwhile, Art already has Blink. Halfway done. Getting there. Oh. That's from here, MaNa is zoned away. Just trying to find some value out of this Oracle. He hasn't dealt any economic damage, but hey, he's throwing down stasis traps. He can delay the expansion. We're not expanding. No. Never mind, I assumed we would be, but no, behind this, how many gates? Behind this, we have 2 gates back at home. We have a proxy 3rd gateway across the map, so we can reinforce. Sorry, it does move in. Can I attempt to blink into the main? Behind this looks like our will expand. Good, we'll blink into the main. It doesn't get too much done. There's a recall. One Stalker falls, but at least they do delay the 3rd. Third base is delayed. That's moving in. It's going for a crazy blink. Does catch out 1, does catch out 2 Stalkers. Same time does have a slightly better concave. Does just have to pull away. Behind this, claiming to enter base. Can he force another cancel? Oh. Yeah, brutal losses there for MaNa. He just cannot expand. Is going to be contained once again. Jesus. MaNa just cannot expand once again. Another denial. Another cancellation. Alright, his own 3rd is getting up and running. Now is the time to just make workers. Saturate the base. Behind this, work towards charge as well. Charge has not yet been researched. Detection on the way. So we're moving out. Are still committing to purely Blink Stalker. Which is still possible to work with, of course. So we have a bit of a lull. MaNa rebuilding, resaturating. Behind this Art, he has no shield batteries here at the expansion. Oh. Yeah, no shield batteries. MaNa, he just commits on 2 bases. MaNa does have the Stalker lead. And again, where are the shield batteries? I mean, again, Art, he knew he was ahead. Shield batteries is something he didn't need here to support himself. So far, he is holding on. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Arch losing that economic lead. Losing that edge. As 7 workers to go down. MaNa, he breaks through that defensive line. Shield battery is done after the fight ends. After it concludes, then again, Art, he was just so greedy in the aftermath. He was doing a really great job. How many times did Art deny the third? Like 4 times? At least 4 times. While he was getting his own, but Art, his macro was slipping, and specifically, he had no defensive setup here. Again, the shield barriers are finishing up after he had already lost the fight, after he'd already lost that momentum and all those stalkers. Likewise, he also chose not to get charged. Charge is now finishing up at the end, but it took him a long time to actually start to take in that direction. Did seem like he was focusing on pure stalker. Yeah, and with that, we are going to the ace match. Again, this was Art's game. This was his game. He was in a solid position, but it slips through his fingers. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 5, and this could honestly end either way. Based on some of these games, especially the one we just covered, of course, I do favor. Do I want to favor Art coming into this? I mean, momentum is heavily in favor of MaNa. Momentum is heavily in favor of MaNa. Winning 2 games in a row. As always, experience on his side. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match. It's going to be on Incorporeal. Upgrades, yeah, upgrades are big, but what's important is that, again, Art had a big economic lead, but it's about what he did with that economic lead, with that economic advantage. And the reality is he didn't do much with it. He was late to tech up, and again, he didn't have any defensive setup, despite the fact that, because again, he was up in base, he was up in workers. It's one of those things where you can afford, or you can expect there to be a retaliation, for it to be quite committed and to hit quite hard. So that was a bit of an oversight from Art, and with that, MaNa did it well. Did break through, and with that, we're now getting into our next game, getting into the ace match. Let's go. Getting into the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the pink Polish Protoss player. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Art. Here we go. We found ourselves in the final game of the ace match here of this series, and again, Art's been looking quite impressive here throughout the entirety of the series. But alas, again in that last game, despite having a lot of momentum, again, despite denying the third base, I want to say at least 4 times, at least. Was unable to get ready for the counterattack. He kind of forced his opponent to be hyper committed, but he wasn't quite ready for said push, for said breakout. In the end, he himself was broken. Now we're going to game 5. Once again, 2-gate opener out of Art. Once again, a gate cyber expand out of MaNa. Now, as a response to this, we have seen some real all-ins, we've seen some fake all-ins, we've seen some real proxies, fake proxies. Based on the pylon placement, this looks like a proxy Stargate, assuming we throw it far back down here. I mean, the distance between the Stargate and the main base is still closer than it would be if the Stargate was back at home, so it has potential, assuming this is a Stargate. Technically, this could be like Twilight Council into Dark Shrine, into something a little bit more chaotic, but we're expecting the Stargate as we wait for the Cybercore to finish. Cybercore is done, and Stargate has been thrown down. So we're going for the Stargate, and again, the more common location is either right outside of the main or over at the 5th location, the 5th base location as well. But here we can see it's just further back, technically on Art's half of the map, but still closer than what his main base would be. So we do have that Stargate on the way. Open shut down. And we do see MaNa opening up with his own Stargate. Okay. Once MaNa realizes what's coming his way, he can open up Phoenix. So we have our initial hallucination scout.
Dimensional strings
Let's
attuned.
break in. Oracle's on the way, second Oracle as well. And we'll see the defense is going to be put to the test here. Test at the natural. Oracle into the main. Shield battery's ready, true. Shield battery's ready, one probe goes down, just the one. Ooh, that's spoke too soon as he gets two. Two workers go down at the same time, double adept across the map. Also getting a couple of workers. They find neck and neck. The last MaNa still gets away with a faster nexus, faster base, greater economy. MaNa is in a better position. From here, MaNa getting into a bit of a stronger early game, building on Phoenixes, getting ready for Blink as well. So Robo's on the way. Still building on more Phoenixes. With that Robo, we can just go Phoenix into Immortal, into Disruptor. Saw something very similar previously. So now we're calming down. Calming things down. We're still building up on 2 bases. No one is yet to expand. I feel like we should be seeing one soon though. So you see MaNa catching off a couple of adepts. Just a couple. March pulls away. Pulls away, still down in workers, going for the proxy. It's moving out. Alright, it's go time. Here we go. Blink is finishing up. Just in time with the push. See MaNa to expand. It's a little bit later, but still expanding. So it does move forward. Scream pure stalker. Is checking for a fourth third base. There is no third. Yeah, there is no third expansion. It gets a probe. It's a pylon. And actually has to commit. Has to commit at some point. Poking in. I mean, I'm not opposed to this. He's just containing, right? Just containing his opponents, getting his own third base. Does recall back home to defend against the Phoenixes. But Art doesn't have to commit, doesn't have to break the defensive setup there of MaNa. Can't just pull away. As despite the more aggressive and assertive start to the game, we're calming down. We're just calming things down. We're getting to the mid game. Art's getting to 3-base saturation. So it's MaNa eventually. Catch up. Boxes are being found. Stasis did go up. And from here we can just take up. We can take up into Charge, into Temple Archives, into Archons. Is a more standard way to take up, and that's what MaNa's going for. Because yep, MaNa getting into a Temple Archives, getting into a High Templar production. Something more secure. So here comes the Archons. So he's still sharking around for a way in. Save his gate. I'm still building out that death ball of an army with more immortals, with more archons. The longer this goes on, the worse it is. As Art ideally does want the army out in the open. Still looking for a way in. Prism peels off in towards the natural. You see our commits to the rotation, heads towards the third. Does attempt to commit. Prism taking a lot of hits. Prism is going to be one of the first things to go down. But at the same time here, MaNa, he has no support. Yeah, he has no support here for the Immortals. Immortals are being overrun. Gets one Immortal. Blinks on forward, takes down the Phoenixes. Do you see the Blink was punished though? And Hearts, does he have enough? It's still so close here. Takes down the main army, takes down most of the Phoenixes. Heart does hit the third. It's hard so far. Looks like he has done it. He has broken the back. He has broken the expansion. I mean, hey, we saw this last game, right? Where R was able to break the base and force you all in, and boy, oh boy, did MaNa all in. Again, pressure is on MaNa. Just lost his third base. Just lost his economy. Hoping to see again like 3 shield batteries thrown down, maybe each base. Nah, okay. Does commit to the fight. MaNa will take the fight out in the open. Again, this is very similar to the last game where Art had a very strong start and it slipped away. Yeah, it's slipping away here. Just 2-base all in, just straight up 2-base all in here out of MaNa. Art's embracing a little bit too soon. Takes down the shield batteries. Boys are being pulled into Archons. Aye. Look away, Pappy. Look away. Takes down the mineral line. Damage the Archons. And again, looks like MaNa has broken the back here of Art. Juggling is on point. Saves the Immortals. And again, does break through everything else here. 21 pro kills, takes down the third as well. And from here, there's no coming back. I know that we had some crazy comebacks earlier, but GG gets called. And MaNa will break the third base, will overwhelm, commits to the all-in. And Art just was not ready for that all-in. Did so well harassing across the map, getting damage done. But alas, GG well played. MaNa will take the series 3-2. Will advance on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. A crazy setup here a crazy reverse sweep out of MaNa. MaNa, he was down 2-0. He was down 2-0, and it looked like, and again, Art was in a better position previously in this series, but alas, slipped through his fingers. And again, we still have the tenacity here of MaNa. GG, well played. Again, very close, very clutch. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ooh. As I believe we are getting ready for our next set of matches, we are going to be going on a break though. We're going to be going on a short break here. I do need a moment to stretch, of course, to revitalize myself. I don't know if you noticed, but I was struggling a little bit towards the end there in that final game. Longer stretches of silence just because I was the fatigue was getting to me a little bit. So I do need a moment, but when we come back, we'll have our next series. See you soon. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon.
It is time for another match. The players are already approaching. And yeah, let's see who is better this time. We have upper bracket semifinals. We have world champion of the previous year. We have Nikita, who also looks for that LAN victory, I would say. Still hungry, still fighting, and I like that. So let's start with SKillous. So you, well, obviously you played against uThermal, you won 2-0. So I assume you just played super safe, scouted everything, you were safe, and I assume you have different approach against Clem. Maybe you will try to cut some corners. Is that true, or how will you more or less approach Clem differently than uThermal?
I will play very safe because I don't think Clem has any chance in the macro game. So yeah.
Nice, the confidence. So everybody was looking at Classic, I guess, and his storms keeping storming. Everybody else wants to do that. I'm not sure. All right, so let's go with Clem. So I was wondering the other day, because obviously you won the World Championship, you won a lot of online tournaments, and does winning such a big thing, like basically achieving a dream, makes you a more calm player, or is it like the same amounts of stress than before?
Well, it can definitely boost your confidence a little bit, but also I feel like, for example, this EWC, people were expecting, more of me, so it can also add a bit of pressure in that way. But yeah, I guess it can remove some pressure, but also add some, especially for if it's like the next year after the World Championship. Yeah, then it's like people want to see me do the back-to-back and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, of course, people have expectations then, and you need to perform, etc. All right, guys, hope you will give a nice match. Basically, let's go, shake your hands, and good luck. Team Liquid again in the upper bracket.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST. And we just heard from both Clem and SKillous, as they are both, of course, stepping into the ring in the upper brackets. During our matches, the upper bracket was progressing, of course. We had Lambo. Lambo took down Geralt 2-1, and Reynor took down MaNa 2-1 as well. Went all the way to the ace matches. But alas, we have our top four in the upper bracket at least. We have Clem versus SKillous and Reynor versus Lambo. And these are going to be best of fives. Best of fives back to back here, and we do have Clem and SKillous getting ready for us. They are getting ready for us. Here we go. We have our TVP, and we are jumping into game number 1. It's going to be on Pylon. And again, we heard the confidence out of SKillous. True, where he's going to be playing it safe here. The longer the game goes on, the stronger he's going to be. But we'll see if he can get there. Again, Clem has been warming up, of course. They just got to the venue. They just got back from, well, they just landed from the plane. They got out of said airport. They've made it to the event, and now they're facing off, and we'll see how this story unfolds. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Jumping into our best of 5, jumping into our fresh series. And again, we are kind of, I guess, nearing the second half of the broadcast. We are 7 hours in. Oh, boy. Hi, Bobby. Hi. We are progressing through. We are progressing through the series, progressing through the tournament. Let us go. And again, we still have the upper bracket semis, the upper bracket finals, and of course the rest of the matches thereafter. Oh boy, we'll see how this story does unfold, as so far so good. Stay the openers. We have an economic start at a Clem going for a Rax expand. Meanwhile, SKillous going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Economic opener out of SKillous, likewise economic opener out of Clem. Shout out to Indy. Indy, of course, he was just hosting the interview with Clem and SKillous. Would have been nice to have heard about them, about any kind of practice that they have with each other, whether mind games come into play, how their practice does unfold, what their preparation was like coming into EWC. I feel like there's lots to say, but at the same time, I also understand that they want to keep the interviews short and brief, just because there's a lot of matches and a lot of games, and we don't want to slow things down too much, just because there is so much to get through if you do want to get through the bracket in one day. I guess it's a lot of games, a lot of StarCraft, and again we are merely only halfway through. Let's go, baby, let's go. We're 2 rounds in. So there's a lot to get into, still a lot to go through. For now we are moving out. Again, as I mentioned, we have some economic openers all around. We'll soon get into our take of choice. We're expecting a Twilight Council out of SKillous. We're expecting drop play out of Clem, as we have a Marine into Reactor. There's the 1-1-1. Starport 4-set Medivacs. Let's go. Let us go. As the Stalker does poke in, takes out the Marine. Does take down the Marine. Likewise, Probe does fall, but SKillous, he will pick away at the initial Hellion. Nice repair. Additional Stalkers have arrived, pulling back the Marines, gets a second Marine. Yeah, mining is going to be denied here. SKillous, he takes over control of the natural, pushing further in towards the main. Shouldn't get much more here, as the Woodermine will zone away, but behind us, going into charge, not going into blink. Okay, there's SKillous. And going for something much more aggressive, much more assertive here. I say much more aggressive, much more assertive. I mean, there's a couple of ways you can take this, you can approach this. When it comes to earlier charge, can shut down early tank pushes, but likewise can also be hyper aggressive as well. As mining is denied and Clem, he's contained on one base. Oh my god. Oh, Woodermine will zone. Does zone away, but Stalkers have control of the low ground. Likewise, Clem moving out with his own drop. Does head towards the natural. Yeah, boys are being pulled, but the Hellions, oh, it's getting a couple of O's up. 4 probes going down. 4 workers do fall. At the same time, drop in towards the bases. Gets 1, 2, I mean 6 probes going down in total, 7 now. 7 do fall. So Clem is going to be forced out. Clem is forced out. Back at home, he's building up. And again, with charge completing, SKillous, he can be aggressive, he can be active, he can move out. There's no bunker. We can see that Clem is being a little bit greedy here. There's no bunker on the low grounds. Going into Cloak Banshee, he's got the 1 tank to work with. SKillous does run into, yeah, it does reveal his army, does reveal his tech. Doesn't have enough to really break through this. If he had some reinforcements, if he had a pylon, if he had a War Prism, he could maybe break the natural, but that isn't happening. Raven does hit the 3rd, pushing it towards the natural. Oh, the Raven is going to be hunted down. I say that did miss a volley though. Yeah, did miss a volley. Did target down the auto turret instead, so the Raven does barely survive. but forces back the army. And now he has skills going into Blink. Okay, so the initial charge timing didn't really lead into anything. If Clem was being more aggressive, if there was an opening, that I'm sure we could have seen it come into play, but in the end, SKillous now getting into Blink, getting a third base, getting completely saturated. SKillous, so far, so good. SKillous is in a more commanding position, especially after the early game. Remember, Clem, it took him a long time to take over his natural, to mine from his natural, so SKillous is in a stronger place here. He's in a stronger position. Likewise, we see Clem looking to expand, looking to claim his own third. Meanwhile, we do have SKillous building up his Colossus. Clem is moving out. Clem does move out, does run into SKillous. I mean, they run into each other. Double Banshee into the main base. Stalker's in position. Where's the detection, though? Across the map. Yeah, no detection back at home. There's the recall. 5 probe kills. Nicely done here by Clem. Again, he was holding on to these Banshees for so long. There it is. Does reveal himself. Gets 6 probes. I say 6 gets up to 11. Oh my god. 11 workers going down. Where's the detection? The observer just now coming in, but this is brutal damage. Yeah, at the same time, you can see SKillous chasing down the main army, gets the tank. Brings down the tank, but runs into those widow mines. Oof. SKillous does clean up. Likewise, Banshees, they collapse and then they focus on the initial Colossus. Nice use of the Banshees. Down the Colossus. This is getting close. Is getting clutch. Nice control there from SKillous. Brings down most of the army. Oof, does focus on the Widowmine as well. And SKillous, if he can just keep pushing right here, right now, he might break through the defenses. But doesn't keep going. Yeah, he doesn't keep pushing. SKillous, he calms down, he backs off. He does have eyes on the main army. That's a Marine. Does pick up a Marine. Banshee rotating over into the third. Does hit the third base. And Clem is going for a split push. He's going for a split push. Headed towards the fourth. And SKillous is keeping up. Does keep up. Oh! My shot doesn't quite connect. Now to 2 Colossus. SKillous, he's holding on. He's holding on, he's still maintaining that greater economy. But he has to rebuild that army. Yeah, going for extra gateways. Going for extra warp pins. Oof. The game is slowing down. Okay, we're slowing things down. We're calming down. After a couple of aggressive moments here, we do see that Clem is forced back. Likewise, SKillous, he's forced back as well. We're just pulling back, expanding, taking more bases. We can see SKillous getting ready for some drop play, getting ready for harass. Likewise, Clem building up. Both players taking a moment. SKillous should be the first to max. Likewise, SKillous working towards disruptors, working towards some greater splash damage. I think he's only still on 1 robo. Yeah, he's still lacking extra gases, so he can't quite afford an extra robo. But he's got his 3 Colossus. bearing in mind this entire time no storm, right? There's been no storm here from SKillous. Been relying on Colossus and Disruptors instead. As the mine shot. Oh no! Up! Oh, targets down the Sentry. Yeah, nice target firing out of Clem. Sentry goes down, decent Nova. Nova connects with the Colossus are exposed, and this is a messy fight here from SKillous. Yeah, very messy. He will lose everything. Losing 1, 2, losing all 3 Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. 3 Colossus go down at the same time, though. He's in the main. Was that worth it? He lost 3 Colossus, but at the same time, he's in the main base. Is wreaking havoc. 16 SCV is going to be going down. He's came with the main. Came with the production, heading into the natural. And he goes back in. Wow, he's pulling Clem apart. Clem, he had a nice fight. A good main army fight, but he will lose the base. Lose another mineral line. Disruptor shot. Ooh, doesn't go off. But GG gets called. Clem, he was torn apart. And SKillous will take game number 1. Whew, GG. SKillous does take a lead in the series again. A strong start out of SKillous. We spoke about this earlier, but TVP is very often very much so momentum based, and we saw that SKillous, he was able to gain a lot of momentum early on. I'm referring to the early Stalker aggression where he was able to force a lift on the CC and contain Clem on one base. We saw that SKillous was able to take a 20 worker lead, and I don't think he ever lost it. Don't think he ever lost that advantage, that lead, so that's why he was able to always build up that army, able to have the greater army even as well, and able to just be so aggressive, so assertive, and eventually overwhelm Clem. I will say that Clem had the better main army fight towards the end there when he was able to catch all the Colossus, and when SKillous did overextend, that is true, but SKillous, because of his greater economy, he was reinforcing, where? In the main. Going for massive drop play, massive harass, massive warp into the main base, and he did tear Clem apart. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. As we're getting into our next game, getting into our next series. Oh, sorry, as we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Whew, oh boy. Getting into game 2 here. And we'll see if SKillous can maintain that momentum. We'll see if Clem can bounce back. Or I say bounce back. We'll see if we can tighten up the early game, as the early game is really where things did fall apart. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the French Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have Blue Protoss himself representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Leading the series 1-0. Let's go. Go. As again, we're loading into Tokamak, loading into one of the larger maps in the map pool. Loading into one of the larger maps. From here, we can settle in. Once again, we should be seeing some more economic starts, but we'll see if SKillous is going to be anywhere near as aggressive. I would say it will be more difficult for SKillous to really assert himself, just because this is a larger map, so longer rush distance by ground. Much longer rush distance. Now going to be zoned away. Going to be zoned back, going to be zoned away. Probe is dealt with. And behind this, we do have our follow-up here. Interesting. So it's going to be Marine first into Tech Lab. So a much faster Tech Lab here out of Clem. From here, Clem, you could go for Concussive Shell. You could go into an add-on swap into Cyclones. Yeah, there it is. There's the add-on swap. So it does go for the swap. Does get into Cyclone production. Meanwhile, Twilight Council open out of SKillous. Now, last game, this was a charge opener, if you remember. Here, it should be Blink. It should be Blink, especially on this larger map. Meanwhile, there's the add-on swap, and we do have early Cyclone defense. So the Cyclone is on the way. The left has arrived. Can we delay the CC? One more volley. Up. Oh, barely not. Yeah, the CC does complete in time, kills the SCV, and will deny mining time, but will not delay the command center itself. It was close, though. It was very close. One second earlier, 1 second sooner. That may have been enough. With that, Clem does hold the ramp. Does hold behind this, so Cyclone opener into add-on swap into, oh my god, into early stim. Very early stim here from Clem. As typically we'd have tank production, but no, it's going to be a little bit later here. I mean, the Tech Lab's on the way on the factory. This could still be for another add-on swap. But stim has begun. So fast stim out of Clem. Meanwhile, no swap. Keeping the Tech Lab on the factory. Going for tank production. Tanks are amassing. Stim is on the way. Let's see Clem hitting a bit of a stronger timing instead. At least attempting to. Still spoken. From here he pokes in. We do have the follow-up here. We have now charge on the way. Again, that's charge after blink. We see the SKillous. He's been trying to get some pickoffs here and there, but hasn't really found too much, or hasn't really had too much success. Just poking forward. He does see the move out. Charge has begun. It's on SKillous to slow down this push. Down the aggression. Some rotates towards the left. SKillous is keeping up. It's a Marine. Likewise, Prism gets caught out. Oh, brutal pickoff here. The Prism is going to fall. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no more reinforcements, at least not out in the open. Not out on the map. Nice limited ways to micro as well. Clem is moving in. Tanks that will siege. Charge is not ready. Oof. Yeah, massive tank shots going up. A lot of Marines that are going down. And Clem is not stopping. He's not stopping here. He's still rallying everything across the map. Oh, we do have a dive on the tanks. One tank goes down. He gets one. Ooh, but in the end, it looks like Clem has too much. Yeah, Clem has too much. He does punish the Stalkers. Every Stalker falls. Storm finishes up in 10 seconds. But that's 10 seconds too late. Yeah, it's too little too late here. If Storm was done earlier, maybe a different story. If enough time was bought, if SKillous was able to slow down the push, then maybe. But in the end, Clem does start to step in. And despite being down in the series, he's here to tie things up. Tie things up. As the tanks are pushing forward. And even with these warpins, again, Clem can just guide back to another tank. As the tanks don't stop. pull away, consolidating his army. Against the Clem has been trickling in, so it's been a little bit more difficult for him to really push through and break through that defensive line. We spoke about this before, but with Storm, anything is possible. First Storm does trade quite well. I'm just going to be rallying in. Nice. Mind Shield does connect. And again, despite SKillous holding on for as long as he has, like, it should not be enough. Oof. Storm takes down 2 Medivacs. I mean, the Storms have been decent. True. They have been decent. But we need more than just decent. Clem is still heavily overstimmed. And stimming across the map. Take some of the Zealots. Again, we're down to 2, down to 0 Zealots. GG gets called. There we go, as the back is broken, and Clem will tie the series up. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very intense back and forth so far. Clem does tie things up 1-1, and now we're getting into game number 3. Again, it was a stronger start here from SKillous initially in the first game, but here in game number 2 we saw that Clem, he was able to himself have a much more secure opener. With that, was able to overwhelm. Coming into the mid game, we saw that SKillous had potential, but he was not able to slow down the push. He tried to, but he just wasn't able to slow it down, wasn't able to buy the time that he desperately needed to hold to defend. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth now. We're getting into game number 3. And we'll see who takes the lead. Who does take a lead, as we're going to be loading into, oh my god, one of the more crazy maps of the map pool. We're going to be loading into Torches. Here we go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Torches, we have the blue Protoss Slayer, the blue Protoss himself, representing Team Liquid. Oh, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid, as well as their teammates. It is Clem. Go. Here we go. And for the first time, double gas opener out of Clem, going for a faster factory. And this makes sense because welcome one also to Torches. Torches is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. Torches has some really unique features. First things first, there's no Reaper Cliff into the main. I mean, technically there is. You can go from the natural into the main base through the natural itself, but there's no cliff face from the third location into the main base. So scouting can be quite limited here from both sides. Likewise, we have the ramp coming into the natural. We have the gold wall here heading out into the open, into the triangular third base. There are a lot of different factors. The rush distance by ground, true. The rush distance by air is very short, very short. So because of this, it is very popular to see what? Double gas, faster factory, faster starport, into faster Banshee. Like a lot of Cloak Banshee openers, I mean, Cloak Banshee play is just very trendy, very popular on this map. Likewise, because of the rise in popularity of Banshee openers on this map, we saw a rise in popularity of Stargate openers out of Protoss to hard counter the Banshees, to shut them down, then to counterattack across the map. So the meta on Torches has been very quirky and very specific at times. We'll see what our players go for this time, as I want to say that for the most part, players have mellowed out a little bit. We'll see how things get a little bit spicy. Third TC! Okay, that was a third CC. Sorry, not quite a third CC. I didn't realize how late the starport was. I'm sorry, the CC was, but yes. So it's going to be natural waste after the factory. At this point, I'm just so used to already seeing a natural that it threw me off. My apologies. Is going for the natural after the factory. There is that starport on the way. Tech lab on the factory, and I want to see if we open up Cyclone into add-on swap into Banshee play, or even just straight up add-on swap straight away. Okay. Does go for the Cyclone first. So Cyclone first into Medevac. After this, we'll see if he commits into Banshees. Back at home, SKillous is likewise building up as well. Safety shield battery. We have we have the one gateway here alongside the Twilight Council. Most likely into Blink. Hallucination does confirm the 1-1-1. Does confirm how late the CC is as well. So with that SKillous, he will see all. He will know all. Also, as we're getting into the game, a big shout out in the chat. Thank you so much to Battle Mech in the chat. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you've had a great week as well. I know it's been a very busy week for all involved in StarCraft, especially with EWC. It's been very intense. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Como siempre. As Clem does boost in. Oh, does focus on one of the Stalkers. Nice catch. Again, fighting out of range of any kind of shield batteries, and Stalkers are going down. They're being targeted as we speak. These are rough trades here for Skills, losing another Stalker. And another. There's no shield battery. It's just not finishing up. Just barely in time. And with that, Skillous holds. Skillous does hold on. Medevac getting fully healed up as well. Getting the power of torches. And yep, as to be expected, Cloak Banshee. Remember, we were talking about Cloak Banshees at the start of the game. And again, the reason for this is because of the rush distance by air. Banshees get across the map so quickly here. And it can be difficult to keep up with. Meanwhile, do we have any sentries? The answer is no sentries remaining. Looks like the sentry was sniped earlier. There's an observer moving into position here, and alas, Skillous, he has not yet confirmed what's going on, but soon we'll get eyes on the tech lab. Yep, there we go. Does see the tech lab, does see the starport, doesn't quite see it researching, but we'll even just spot the Banshee as it moves out. Meanwhile, we already have the one Banshee across the map. Observer getting in position. 1-2 probes going to be falling. Skillous is holding. Again, has sustained losses. Drop back into the main. Going for the mineral line. Burning the energy on the shield battery. Does burn through that energy. 3 probes going down, denying the warping as well. At least trying to. From here, Clem does pull away. Does pull away. Has dealt some nice damage so far. 3 probes going to be going down. Skillous has been having a bit of a harder time keeping up with the aggression. I mean, hey, that's torches for you. We can see here that Clem is not going for an all-in. Is expanding, getting a third base. Now moving out, hitting a time with Stim. Stim will be done by the time the army gets across the map. And we can see a just multi-pronged aggression here. Clem pushing through the center. Meanwhile, we have double Banshee on the right-hand side. And remember, 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. They can one-shot workers. They can and they will. The shield battery means nothing. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 probes going down. Brutal damage. Clem pushing right down mid, going for the tech, going for the Twilight Council. Banshees will wreak havoc. Zelsa forced a bit of friendly fire, but the mine shots are brutal. Yeah, brutal mine connections. Yeah, with that Clem, he is snowballing out of control. They'll say charge in. Once again, they're going to be cleaned up. They're going to be dealt with. Yeah, one tank. Oof, but GG gets called. It's just far too much to handle, and Clem will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. GG well played. He will take a lead. Again, it was very intense so far, even an intense series, but we don't often get a lot of games on Torches. Again, for good reason. Torches is very much so a veto map, and the map pool has all its unique quirks, of course. Again, the short rush distance by air means you have even less time to react and to prepare and to be ready for drop play, or to be ready for cloak benches as well. And we saw Clem, he was able to just wreak havoc, pull apart SKillous, deal critical economic damage, and snowball from there. GG. GG well played. Last SKillous could not quite keep up in the aftermath of that. But here we go. We'll see if SKillous can force the ace match. I mean, hey, SKillous has already taken a map in the series already. Can he do it again? Can he do it again? Can SKillous force the ace match? I want to believe in the power of Nikita. Este Nikita. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of MaNa, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss player himself, the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is, or down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is SKillous. That is Nikita. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the French Terran, representing Team Liquid as well as their teammates. It is Clem. Go. No. And so now we are setting up and settling into MaNa. Welcome to MaNa. So MaNa is the largest map in the map pool. Largest map, but longer rush distance by ground. And as a result, we do often get longer and later games. Who does that favor? You could make an argument for SKillous, but what it really comes down to is, can SKillous get into the mid game in a solid position without losing too many workers, without losing too much momentum himself? We saw that on Torches, SKillous was torn apart by the Cloak Banshees, by the early Cyclone aggression as well. SKillous had a really hard time in that early game, and once again, do you see what I see? Double gas opener out of Clem. Last game, this led into a Cyclone opener, into Cloak Banshee, into very committed Cloak Banshee play as well, into the eventual move out. We'll see if Clem does the same or does something similar, or just completely different. I mean, again, with double gas, it does mean that we do delay the expansion, delay TC out of Clem. So let's go for the delayed CC. As Clem is sharking around, making sure there's no proxy before moving out. Ooh, for the first time here, we don't have a Twilight Council. I mean, I say for the first time this entire broadcast, not a Twilight Council opener. It is going to be a Stargate out of SKillous. Bold move. I did mention earlier that this is the largest map of the map pool, so you can get away with some greed at times. Here, along those lines, we're getting away with tech. It can be more difficult to go into a Stargate opener on smaller maps just because you're so vulnerable to all-ins. But on larger maps, you assume that your opponents will not be going for an all-in. As I do get into the middle line, they get one, they get 2 probes. 2 workers going down. 3 probes even. Very, very nice start here for Clem. Does get 3 workers. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Phoenix opener out of SKillous. But Clem, he did scout the tech, is aware of the Stargate, and even saw the Phoenix. Clem is looking secure. Meanwhile, SKillous is moving out. Clem back at home after he saw the Stargate and the Phoenix. Bam! Viking. Early Viking, Cyclone as well. Getting into as much anti-air as possible. Marshall goes off, forcing friendly fire though. Does force a bit of friendly fire, but Last of Phoenix does take a lot of hits. Stalkers are poking in. They get 1 Widowmine so far. They get 2. 2 Widowmines. There's some okay value. 2 Widowmines, a Marine for 1 probe. And what looks to be a Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix does get away. Does pull away in time. There's the scan. Oh, catching out one of the Stalkers. Does catch out the Stalker. Likewise, SKillous claiming his 3rd, building up more Phoenixes, getting into charge, getting into the mid-game. We're taking up into the mid-game here. This time we do confirm, of course, especially after the opener, like there's no Cloak Banshee this time, especially after seeing the Stargate. We're getting into more of a bio-tank composition. Tanks are going to be amassing, at least initially. We're calming down. Calming things down. As from here, SKillous trying to gain map control, sharking around with his Phoenixes. I would say the Phoenixes haven't really paid for themselves. They haven't really paid for themselves yet. They're being active, they're poking, they're prodding, but for the most part, they're looking for more damage. That is 2 more Axes. Okay. This does look like a response. So, Clem, he has to make a choice. Does he throw down 2 Axes, or does he get a 3rd CC? He's made that choice. 2 more Axes have been thrown down. This looks like a 2-base all-in. Looks like Clem is going for a 2-base all-in, and we spoke earlier how these Phoenixes, these Stargate openers, they struggle against all-ins. Phoenixes, they don't really keep you safe. They do a great job at denying drops and containing your opponents and containing and deterring any kind of Banshee play or drop play. But this is not going to be drop play. This is one massive push, and Clem can pull the boys with this. Meanwhile, what kind of splash damage is there? There's no Colossus. There's no Storm. Temple Archives is on the way. And here we go. It's go time. We're rallying everything across the map. The boys are being pulled. As we mentioned, we saw the 2 Axes. This screamed, and it is 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in out of Clem. He rallies everything across the map. And SKillous, he doesn't see the boys. He does see the move outs. He sees the army, but just now he confirms the SCVs. Here we go. That's Clem. He has arrived, and again, there's no Storm. There's 0 splash damage. Clem is here to end it. Zelda coming from behind. We come in for the surround. And is that going to be enough? I mean, that's a lot of Zealots, and SKillous, it looks like he will break through. He takes out all the SCVs, gets us up with the Marines, and SKillous, he's holding. Looks like he might barely hold on. Yeah, takes out all the Marines. And SKillous, he holds, he survives, he can chase this down. Again, a very nice surround from SKillous, who needs splash damage. Did cost him all the boys. That was 14 probes falling, so SKillous also had to lose some workers in the process. Clem picking up, dropping into the bases, but Clem is down to 23 SCVs. He has no economy. He has 1 SCV. There's 1 SCV back at home to defend. Drops into the main base. But Clem, he had to do more damage, and he is. There's 2 more probes. Gets a Phoenix. Meanwhile, the main army does run across the map. Zealous have a real hard time engaging here. Yeah, more Phoenixes on the way. Clem rallying over towards a third base. And SKillous, initially he had a really good hold, but SKillous, he is completely out of position. And SKillous out of position. He's trying to rotate, trying to respond. Can SKillous salvage this situation? Can he save the base? He's trying to. Takes down the tank. And only the tank. Yeah, Marines, they start to step in. They start to step in. More boys are being pulled. Ropes are going down. And Clem, he might barely have enough here. This is an impressive move here by Clem. GG gets called. SKillous had held, by the way. He had held. He had shut this down. SKillous, he had survived. But somehow, some way, I mean, I would say that thanks to the drop play, thanks to the drop that went into the main base, SKillous, he was caught with his pants down. He wanted to counterattack, but he chose to defend against the drop. But even then, it was a very shaky defense. The SimCity was working against him. He lost all of his Phoenixes. He was trying to work with only Zealots, and as he was defending, he got hit at the third. He was just torn apart. SKillous had the tools to defend. He was holding, he was defending, but GG. GG, well played. Clem, he will claim the series. Congratulations. Congratulations. This could have very easily gone to the ace match, but alas, Clem, he will take it. He will take the series, and with that, he will advance on into the next round. Let's see if I can show you one time. Look, look. Oh, you have like a dad and his son. Hold on. I'll rewind. You can see. It's like a dad and his son. Clem, Terran power. Clem, he's got some fans in the crowd. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he does take the series. And again, like, I could have seen that going the distance, going all the way to game 5. SKillous, he barely wasn't able to hold on. Barely wasn't able to keep up, and GG, Clem, he will take it. And with that, we are getting ready for our next match. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. As we do have some updates here. Okay, so Clem takes down SKillous 3-1, advancing on to the next round. Meanwhile, we have Reynor versus Lambo. Reynor versus Lambo, they are currently about to begin. They're about to begin their match. Winner goes up against Clem. Loser gets knocked down to the lower bracket. Lower bracket has been progressing. Currently, Geralt and SOS are mid-series. They're currently in a game number 3, and they're tied up 1-1. Okay, they are in that best of 5. I have been notified that after Geralt versus SOS, they're going to be playing out uThermal versus Cristiano. I'm tempted to hop over into that series, but it depends on how long certain matches are, and we also want to be there for Reynor versus Lambo as well, so we'll see what happens. We'll see how things unfold. For now, we are going to be going on a break. We're going to be cutting to a break here, and when we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. We'll either have, we're most likely going to have Reynor and Lambo. Reynor versus Lambo, but I will keep my eyes open for uThermal versus Cristiano, and I will do my best to try to jump into that series. Do my best. Otherwise, we'll see you soon after the break. See you soon.
Welcome back. We are ready to witness another semifinals. This time around, it's ZVZ, Zerg vs Zerg, Shopify, Rebellion Lambo, and Basilisk, Ricardo Romiti, Reynor. What guys? I don't know, because you always put this jacket on to flex a little bit. It's a little bit funny.
It's not a flex, it's just comfortable.
Nice, I like that. So, okay. Let's go to the match slightly. So you must be feeling a little bit worried because it's Reynor. He's super good, obviously. But you are his coach. Therefore, you spoke with him a lot about the game, about how he approaches the game, etc. So you know more or less how he thinks. And would you say that helps you or adds a little bit more of a confusion?
Yeah, that's something. I'm not sure if it helps or not, because it also helps him if I tell him something about ZVZ, obviously. I think it works both ways. It makes for mind games.
Yeah, that's what I like, honestly, about ZVZ. We might see a lot of cancels, a lot of weird stuff. And what will you say to your coach? Is it going to be a quick series, a lot of mind games? What's going to happen, more or less?
I don't know, man. Sometimes I like to turn my brain off, so if I don't know what I'm thinking, it definitely doesn't know either. So.
Nice, okay. Maybe the mind games already started, you never know. Let's go, Reynor against Lambo. Please shake your hands and let's go.
It's time to turn the brain off. Ah, no. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fusion Esports League, the FEL Cracov 2025. Welcome back to the upper bracket portion of the tournament. We just caught up with Reynor and Lambo, as of course they are going to be facing off in the upper brackets. Lambo saying that, there's maybe some potential for mind games, and Reynor, he's like, I like to turn the brain off, Pappy. And then if no one knows what I'm doing, then maybe we win. Maybe, Pappy, maybe. So best of luck to Reynor and Lambo as they're about to face off. Meanwhile, I did see someone in the chat asking, will you be moving to uThermal versus Cristiano once it starts? The answer is yes. So I would love to. And of course, shout to Indy. Yes, shout to Indy. I see baby links in the chat. Go to bed. Oh my god, it's so late. Oh my god. We have too much casting. We've been live for 8 hours and we're gonna be live for like another 8 hours. It's gonna be a long cast, but it's gonna be a long cast. But of course, Reynor versus Lambo, they're about to begin. I would love to jump into that series, but there are a lot of casters covering the event. Wardy is casting in English and Rotterdam is casting in English, and they're both covering that series. uThermal versus Cristiano is about to begin, so we're going to be hopping down to the lower bracket to uThermal versus Cristiano. Again, we're trying to accommodate a lot of matches are happening at the same time, and we do want to try to cover as much ground as possible. So as you can see here on the bracket, you can see that that we just wrapped up with Clem versus SKillous. As you can see, Reynor versus Lambo, they're about to begin in a best of 5, of course. They're about to jump in, and we might be able to jump in mid-series if our series is fast enough. As I quickly head on over here, we can scroll down. We can scroll down and you can see that Geralt is currently playing against SOS, and you can see down here MaNa is waiting for the winner of the series. Meanwhile, uThermal is up against Cristiano. uThermal versus Cristiano, and then the winner of that series plays against the loser of Reynor and Lambo. So the current plan for our stream here on the CranKy Ducklings is that we will cast uThermal versus Cristiano. It's about to begin, and then when that series wraps up, if Reynor and Lambo are still going, then we'll be able to jump into that series, and then we can follow that into who? We'll follow that into Clem. Into Clem drop happy. Let's go, let's go. So as you can see here, Clem is waiting for the winner of Reynor and Lambo. So yes, that is the current plan. At least just so you know, uThermal and Cristiano can be covered, it can be casted, and then we'll be able to jump into the upper portion. We'll get there, we'll get there. Again, Rotterdam and Wardy, they're bigger streams, so they have priority. They have priority. They're covering everything when it comes to the upper brackets. We've been hopping down to the lower bracket every now and then to cover those matches. But it looks like they are setting up. They are setting up. Just play. You just woke. What do you mean you just woke up? What are you talking about? It's 3 a.m. You're an animal. Oh my god. Este babylings. You're an animal. Yeah. But yeah, so the current plan is we'll be getting into Reynor and Lambo later, I'm sure. I mean, I say later, I'm sure. That could also be a fast series. that could be a fast one. That could be a fast one. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hope everything's okay. Hope everything's okay. Take care. Take care. As I mean, the bracket is progressing. We are slowly working through the bracket as well, which I do appreciate, right? So, you know, we have the upper bracket semifinals underway that'll lead into the upper bracket grand finals. The upper bracket finals into eventually the grand finals. I say that the lower bracket is progressing quite slowly, right? Like the lower bracket is progressing very slowly. So it'll be a while for some of these matches to wrap up. I mean, the fact that some of these are best of threes will help, but because I say that, no, these are best of fives. Oh my god, these Jesus. I assume these were all best of threes, but no, we have some best of fives down here as well. Oh my god, it's gonna take a while. So it's definitely gonna take a while here to get into some of these matches. So I was half joking that we're halfway through the cast, but unironically, we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna let's go, baby, let's go. Jesus, I didn't realize that there were so many best of fives down here. Okay. Fair enough. So it's a lot of StarCraft. But it looks like the players, they do need a moment to set up. Looks like they do need a moment. So we might just cut to a short break. Also, apparently, Reynor, he was doing some signing sessions with Lambo. So I believe they just did their signing sessions. I think, Clem did a signing session with uThermal, I think. So that they're slowly going through their signing sessions. They're getting everything done. And again, we might just go on a very short break here. Just to, you know, it looks like we just need a moment here to set up. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have uThermal and Christiana. We'll have that best of three ready for you. We'll see you soon after this short break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fusion Esports League, to the FEL Cracov 2025. We have returned with our next series with an elimination match with the lower bracket. With the lower bracket with elimination match, here we go. We have our TVP and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines. We have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran from land of the Netherlands. It is uThermal. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Offside Esports. It is Christianer. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Again, Reynor versus Lambo is currently ongoing. I believe that's being covered by Wardy. It's being covered by Wardy, being covered by Rotterdam. But meanwhile, we do have our own series. We do have the lower bracket TVP best of 3. The winner of this series will move on to the next round. The loser will be eliminated from the tournament. It all comes down to this series. Here we go, as we do see Christianer scouting for proxies, does check nearby. Meanwhile, uThermal, he's an animal. He's an animal, he's a beast. He often does come up with his own builds. He often does go for some cheeky builds as well. I will say that his standard TVP is very terrifying. It's very terrifying, it's very in your face, and we have seen uThermal pop off in the past and wreak havoc, and we'll see how he does approach Christianer, bearing in mind that against a SKillous, we saw some crazy builds. We saw a 1-base-1-1-1 with a proxy Thor. We saw proxy Thor. We saw proxy Thor all in from uThermal against SKillous, which did not quite work out too well. But again, I feel like against Christianer, uThermal should be feeling confident to get into the mid game, to get into his drop play. That's where he thrives. I was so impressed by uThermal at Home Story Cup. I was so impressed by his play against Geralt and by his play against Zaun and by his general TVP thriving in the mid game the way that he did. I want to see that again. We didn't get to see that against SKillous. We'll see if he indulges here against Christianer. Now, though, we do have our openers going for an add-on swap into Hellion. So that's minimal gas income. Add-on soul coming in. Early Hellion out of uThermal. Meanwhile, we have a take of choice. Twilight Council out of Christianer. Now, Christianer, he is one that doesn't really deviate too much. We should be seeing 3-gate blink every game in this series. We did see Christianer go 4-gate blink at one point against Clem. That did happen, of course. So we could see him be a little bit more aggressive, but for the most part, we do expect to see blink-based openers. For example, we saw SKillous go into a Stargate opener earlier on Maganatha. I don't really see that happening between these two players, but for now, Hellions, they're going for the initial depth, and the adept does go down. Depth does fall, 1 depth left. Nice big of fear from uThermal. He pulls away to repair. As he's setting up. Yeah, building up additional Hellions. Christianer, he does spot this. He should be walling up, and he is. He's walling up back at home, getting ready for the Hellion aggression. Behind this, Starport is on the way. From here, we can go into drop play, as we have reacted not just Hellion, but into Winter Mines. Hellions are poking in. They get eyes on the probe. Eyes on the worker. Still more Hellions moving out. Fanning out across the map. They are fanning out, just keeping Christianer pins. And meanwhile, here comes that mine drop towards the main. It's going to be a quadruple mine drop. Wait, what? Oh my god, even more dedicated here. But yeah, 4 Winter Mines in that medevac, making their way towards the main. Or even towards the natural. Bold move here by uThermal. He does boost in. Ooh, medevac. No, just take a lot of damage. Just pull back up. Just barely back up in time. Whew, that was almost disastrous. Yeah, and he doesn't go into the main base. He does think better of it. Again, it's just so much damage. So many hits. That was not the play. And with that, Christianer, he will clean this up. Again, it was meant to be a quad mine drop, but he did not get into any mineral line, and Christianer, he holds. Whew. He holds, he defends. Again, uThermal. Just calm down, papi, calm down. Behind this, getting to stim, working towards +1. uThermal is forced to back off, and Cristiano, he defends well. He defends well, claims his third base, and Cristiano, he's building up in towards a longer game. Remember, Cristiano, he just knocked Spirit out of the tournament. And again, he is looking to pose a threat to uThermal as well. He's at the Widow Mines. Does break out. We'll be looking to contain. Getting into charge, getting into a gateway composition. Here we go. Here we go as Cristiano does rotate into the main. Likewise, going for a Hellion drop into the main base. This is a delayed Hellion drop here by uThermal, but I do like this nonetheless. Never mind. Never mind. Cristiano, he's ready. He has Stalkers poised in the main. We have an Adept here at the natural. In case it's going to be a Banshee, there is an Observer with the army as well. And Cristiano, does pull away. Yeah, pulls away at the wrong moment. 4 probes going to be going down. The Hellion's a one-shot. Well, they should be cleaned up. Still 7 probes, not bad. This gets more damage than it should have. 7 workers do fall in total. At the same time, uThermal does commit. Stim is now done. The rest of the upgrades are going to be finishing up as well. Cristiano so far doing a great job of slowing this down. Oh. I'll slow this down. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing. Yeah, it's all the boys here at the natural. And one way or another, the game is about to end. Again, it's going to be on Cristiano to slow this down. Well spoken. Gets 2 Marines. Likewise, rocks are knocked down. The boys are here. And Cristiano, I mean, he has created quite a large ramp, quite a large opening. Going to be collapsing in. Does he have enough zealots though? Takes down 15 SCVs. All the workers going to be falling. Is he getting on top of the tanks? Yeah, 1 tank goes down. He's going to get 2. He's going to get 3. Can he get all 4? And can he get the Marines as well? There we go. The final tank does fall. And Cristiano, he's holding. Yeah, Cristiano, he's holding on. He will shut this down. And uThermal, he has nothing left. He has nothing left. He's running out of steam. Tank does siege on the high ground. That's Cristiano. He does shut down the all-in. And uThermal, remember, he has nothing. He has 2 SCVs. He has 2 workers left at the natural. He has mules. Mules are pretty good, but they're not that good. Yeah, they're not that good. So Cristiano, he shuts down the all-in. We'll lose the Observer. But all Cristiano has to do is just calm down. Just back off, calm down. Storm is on the way. +2 is on the way. Saturate his 3rd base. Claim a 4th. Don't escape warp-ins. And Cristiano should be fine. If Cristiano is too greedy, or if he gets caught out, if he has some miscontrol, if he runs into the army, if he commits too soon, then there are ways for uThermal to still bring this back around. If you look at the army sizes here, the army supply, the supplies are quite similar with each other. And here we go, the boys are being pulled for the 2nd time, this time from the main. Let's go! The main base boys have been pulled. At the same time, Cristiano does spot this. He will catch some SCVs. He'll slow this down, and Cristiano, he needs to warp in as much as possible. Storm is not complete. Oh. Yeah, Storm is done, and here they come. There's 3 storms. There's the first. First storm pops off, 2nd storm as well. Oh, yeah, the storms are brutal. And the final storm, GG, gets called, and Cristiano, he will shut down the push. He will shut down the all-in, and Cristiano will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Cristiano, he will take a lead in the series. And again, uThermal, he, as I mentioned before, I want to say that his mid-game, to me, is the most impressive, right? Like, we saw uThermal pop off so much and so hard at Home Story Cup and TVP. Not going for these crazy all-ins, not pulling the boys, but getting into the mid-game, getting into his drop play. But that's not what we're seeing here. here at FEL, at the Fusion Esports League, we have seen some more aggression out of uThermal instead, with mixed results, as Cristiano takes the lead. And as a reminder, this is a best of 3. It's a best of 3, not a best of 5, so every game matters that much more, and Cristiano is 1 game away from claiming the series. Let's go. Let us go. As Zonomas, 1 more game is all we need. So we're getting ready for our next series. Oh, sorry, our next game. Getting ready for our next map, where we drop it. Meanwhile, looks like we have confirmation as well when it comes to other updates in the lower brackets. Went all the way to the ace match, but Geralt does take down SOS 3-2, so SOS, he is going to be eliminated from the tournament. He is out of the Fusion Esports League. He is going to be out, and Geralt does advance on a face-off against MaNa in the next round in that lower bracket. Meanwhile, we are jumping into our next game. Game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Let's go. And again, we'll see how uThermal does adjust. We'll see if he goes for some more aggression, some more all-in, some more cheese, or if he does take a different approach. Again, he's been enjoying himself. He has been enjoying Poland, and it's been going on vacation, of course, but we'll see how he approaches this as we load into one of the larger maps in the map pool, known for longer games. The pressure is on, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran player himself, representing, or from the land of the Netherlands, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is uThermal. Este Mark. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Cristiano. Here we go. As we do have uThermal moving out with a cheeky SCP. Do have the ranks back at home as he's moving out across the map, skirting around the edge and making his way towards the natural. Looks like we're setting up for an eBay block. Oh, double gas. Okay. Double gas opener out of uThermal. SCV does move in, coming in for the block. And because of the double gas, it does look like uThermal is going for a faster factory to a delayed CC. Go. As again, the eBay has plenty of progression, does force the unnatural. So Cristiano, he's spread thin between his main base and his third. It's going to be a little bit more awkward to defend. And again, we're expecting a factory back at home. So we have the reactor. Reactor has been placed. And it is going to be a factory, not at home, factory across the map. So proxy factory here out of uThermal. Are we going for another proxy Thor is my question. So proxy factory. From here we can go into further tech, into an add-on, into a starport. We'll see how this all comes together. As uThermal, he does open up reactor marines, which is preserving his gas. He's preserving that gas. Show us that tech lab. Yep, there it is. Armory is on the way. We're going proxy Thor. We're setting up for the proxy Thor. This is the same build that we saw against SKillous. The same build that we saw in Persephone. Meanwhile, Stargate over. Stargate. What? Cristiano. A big misread here out of our Protoss player, opening up Stargate. He's in danger. He's in danger. He's in trouble. Remember, what are we proxying? We're proxying a Thor. And the boys are going to be pulled to repair as well. And the Thor is going to be ideal because Phoenixes, what are they going to do? They cannot lift the Thor. It's too thick. It's too big. It's too big, papi. Aye. The bones are too thick. It cannot be lifted. Okay, we're going Oracle. We're opening up. I mean, this is still not going to help too much either. The best that the Oracle can do is harass, right? We could see the Oracle bypass the army, head into the main base, and start to pick up SCVs. Doors on the way, as I did mention. Door production has begun. Thermal does start to step in. Does start to step forward. Oh. Here we go. The boys are being pulled to repair. So again, the SCV is going to be there to repair the Thor, and the Medevac is going to be there to juggle the Thor as well. So the Thor is going to have a lot to support it. If you were watching the SKillous series, SKillous, he handled this so well. He responded with more of a gateway composition, of course, getting into Blink, not into Phoenixes or not into a Stargate. And he was able to, he did decide to focus on all the SCVs first. He ignored the Thor, he ignored the Medevac. Oh no, the stasis! Ooh, stasis goes off, does catch most of the mineral line, and another stasis behind this. Does go off on one SCV. Now the Marines are exposed, likewise so is the Thor, and Marines are being targeted down. They're going down one after the other, and Cristiano, he will shut this down. This had potential, but the station traps are brutal, and now there's no repair. Yeah, there's no repair. Every Marine goes down, the SCVs thereafter. Ay. Again, that stasis trap was brutal. And now we're down to how many? We're down to what, 4 SCVs? Sorry, 5. 5 down to 4 SCVs remaining. And this build is falling on its face. Again, Medevac goes down, Thor goes down. Just unfortunate there, the station traps were as sold as they were. Those connections were brutal. There's the scan. There's one Thor left. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take the series 2-0. He will advance on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cristiano as he does claim the series. My condolences to uThermal. As uThermal, he played well for himself to make it this far in the tournament, but again, he was hyper aggressive in the series against Cristiano, and unfortunately didn't have too much success. I still want to give praise, of course, to uThermal, because hey, even though he went down here to Cristiano, what did uThermal do? Oh, my apologies. Best of 5. Wait, is everything a best of 5? Oh, my apologies. So it looks like the series will continue. Originally this was a best of 3, but no, never mind. This is a best of 5 instead. Okay. We're setting up. Not a best of 3, best of 5. We got more games. We'll fix up the Wikipedia page. Wait, hold on. Kashim, is every series in lower bracket best of 5s? Jesus. Oh my god. You're all crazy. Every series in lower bracket? Okay, let's go. We keep going. We keep this going here. As we are getting into our next game, but thank you for letting me know, Cash. Okay, thank you. We premature celebrated. Yeah, we did. I assumed it was the best of 3. My apologies, but no. Looks like all the matches here in the lower bracket are at least the best of 5, at least. Here we go. Series does continue, which means we can bring it back, which means we can have a comeback here. Okay, a spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the Red Terran, the Red Terran player from the land of the Netherlands. He is down in the series, down 0-2, but it's a best of 5, which means this is his time. This is the time to recover. This is the time to bounce back. The pressure is on. It is uThermal. He is remarkable. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is a Cristiano. And I'm hoping for one thing. I want us to calm down. Okay, calm down, Bobby, calm down. uThermal. I want to take us, we gotta take a breath, take a moment, and settle into the mid game. You know, we've been going for a hyper aggression. We had a 2-base all-in in game 1. We had a 1-base all-in in game 2. Game 3, I'd love to see a second base saturated, you know, working towards a third TC as well. I mentioned this before, but how did uThermal thrive at home story cup? He thrived with drop play. He thrived in the mid game. He thrived with more standard play. He was still very aggressive with drop play as well, but he was looking really good. He was looking really solid. He was looking impressive, and I want to see more of that. I want to see more of that. We've had some fun, you know, with the cheeky builds, with the proxy Thor, with pulling the boys, of course. But we'll see how uThermal adjusts as we're loading into Pylon. And what I will say is that Pylon is a smaller map of the map pool. Nice snipe here with the probe, but it's a smaller map of the map pool. Is known for aggression, and it favors aggression as well. So where are you taking us? Economic opener. Okay, so far so good. Ranks expand. So economic opener out of uThermal. He is scouting for proxies over on the right hand side. We're calming things down. And we'll see how uThermal will adjust. Oh, hello. As that is a second Rax. Now, this could be one of two things. We could go second Rax into a third TC into a third Rax, into just a really greedy build. Or we can open up 3 Rax. 3 Rax Stim. And there it is, 3 Rax Stim. Now, this is a very old school build. If you were watching StarCraft a couple of years ago during the map pool of Side Delta in 2023, like 2023-ish era of StarCraft, this was very meta and very trendy. And the hard counter to this build, to 3x Stim, is to go for a Robo opener and go into Colossus. So that was in an era where that was a little bit more common, a little bit more popular, to go for these Colossus based openers, just because of the rise in popularity of 3x Stim. This build has fallen out of favor, it's fallen out of fashion. It's, I would say, still very risky. The problem here is scouting is a lot easier to get nowadays in current meta and current StarCraft. If you scout this ahead of time, you can respond with aggression. You can respond with aggression, because the downside of this build, of course, as you can see, no factory, which means no tank production. So there's no tank line here. So you can respond with more gateways, go into like 4-gate blink, punish the economy, punish the add-ons, blink into the bases, and kind of bully the bio army ahead of time. That is an approach you can take. But if you know anything about Cristiano, we spoke about this in the series against Clem, if you recall. Cristiano often doesn't scout. Cristiano, he often doesn't hallucination scout specifically. He goes a 3-gate blink into a Robo, into a third. The Robo, he goes for the Observer. The Observer does give him information, but that's so much later compared to a Sentry, compared to a hallucination scout. So again, a very old school build that has fallen out of favor, fallen out of fashion. But I would say has potential specifically against Cristiano, just because it takes him so long to actually get a read on what's going on. Hallucination scouts. Hallucination what? Does threaten a shade, does shade into the mineral line, but doesn't commit. See some bio, not much else. Factory production has finally begun. And here comes the initial move out. Cristiano should be slowing this down. Okay, he does. He does spot the push. Remember, every stim hurts because there's no medevacs. There's no medevacs here. So we have to stim wisely. As Marines are just picking away at free Marines. Stims a portion of his army. Threatens a stim. So Cristiano pulls away. Pulls away. Observer does snipe one observer. Oh, sorry, one observer gets sniped. But we've missed the timing. At this point, as you can see, we spent for like the past minute here of Cristiano just bullying, just picking away the army, gets a Marauder. And you can see how heavily stimmed the army is. And ideally, uThermal, he wanted to be knocking down the base, knocking down the expansion, getting to the natural. Stalkers, they poke in once again, and this army just getting bullied. Every Marine goes down. The Marauders go down as well, and uThermal, GG, gets called. Cristiano, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the next round. GG, he will eliminate uThermal from the tournament. GG, well played. Congratulations to Cristiano. My condolences to uThermal. Again, my apologies for earlier. I was not aware that these lower bracket matches were best of 5, so I do apologize. I was under the assumption that it was a best of 3. And again, uThermal, he had some very quirky builds here, some even old school builds as well. And you can see some of the limitations of some of these builds, like from what we just saw from the 3x stim, where you're so dedicated with your mass marine stim army, you're relying so heavily on getting across the map unscouted. And if you remember, Cristiano never got into the main, so he didn't see the build, but he was active regardless, and he was able to pick away at the Marines anyway with his Link Stalkers, right? He was able to just pick away at the army and just whittle away at the force until it was non-threatening, and then just overwhelm from there. Again, with that specific build, you're intentionally pushing without medevacs. You're intentionally pushing before any kind of medevac support with just straight up, Marines and Marauders. And again, your goal is to catch your opponent with the pants down. But alas, Cristiano, he was all over it. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Cristiano does claim the series. And my condolences to uThermal, but I hope he does enjoy the rest of his time there at the event. I hope he enjoys the rest of his time at the event, at the venue. I know there's a lot of fans, a lot of when uThermal was introduced to the crowd, that we heard some cheers. Like, there was definitely a lot of uThermal fans out there. And again, uThermal can spend some time with other like-minded individuals, all the fans of StarCraft, with other competitors, with other pro players as well. And I hope he enjoys his time in Poland. Siema, papi, siema. GG, well played. And with that, we are going to be getting ready here for our next matchup. We are getting ready for our next series. Just catching. I want this store build to work. It has potential for sure. It has even in game 2 of this series. I want to believe that it was going to work if it wasn't for the stasis traps. Like, it was just a really brutal start there for that build, just because the stasis traps, they caught all the SCVs, which means there was no repair, which means the Thor couldn't be as assertive. Like, there was so much going wrong there. Unfortunately, but regardless, GG, well played. And we may as well jump in mid-series. I mentioned this earlier, but we are going to be hopping back over to the upper brackets. Oh boy. Here we go. We're going to be focusing on the upper brackets. Do need a moment to set things up though. Un momento. There we go. Okay, we do have a Lambo and Reynor, the mid-series. So if you remember earlier, depending on the length of uThermal and Cristiano, we were able to jump in mid-series, and Reynor is up 2-1. He's up 2-1 against Lambo. He was able to win 2 games in a row, and last game Lambo was able to bring it back, and now we are jumping into game number 4. Oh boy. We're jumping into game 4 here. Now, we missed out in the early game, so I'm not too familiar with how this series has been progressing whatsoever, but yeah, we'll try to catch up with what's been going on. So far, we have both players taking their third bases. We do see worker counts are neck and neck. Roach Warren on the way for Reynor. Meanwhile, Lambo, I believe he has no Roach Warren himself, otherwise it should be at the wall. Actually, there are 2 buildings there. But it looks like Eva Chamber and Bailey Nest, not Roach Warren. So Reynor, he's going to be slightly ahead when it comes to tech. Meanwhile, we can see Lambo committing a little bit harder with his Ling Bane, going for the third. Does go for the third base. Likewise, Reynor, no, he gets into the mineral line. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Queen gets around, and Bailey's able to connect. Oof, and Lambo, he's in danger. He's in danger. He is in trouble. Drones are falling down. This should not have happened. Bailey's, do we go for the workers? Do we go for the Lings? What are we going for? Yeah, there is no wrong answer. Damage is still being dealt. It gets into the mineral line. That's going to be another 7 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. So that very nice damage here from Reynor. Doesn't just get 7 drones, gets queens. Yeah, queens have also been going down. Speaking of, another queen going to be falling. Reynor rotating back over. Yeah, it does rotate back over. And with that, it's going to be 12 dead workers here. You can see Lambo's been redroning and resaturating, trying to get into roach production, but Reynor's momentum. He has momentum. He does have a lead. And with that, he is overwhelming. Yeah, he's overwhelming Lambo. They did make a series out of it for sure. They made a series out of it. But GG gets called. Reynor, he will just overwhelm. He will overrun. And Reynor, he will take the game. And the series 3-1. GG. Oh. GG, well played. Oh, you can see them shaking hands again. They're good friends, of course. Coach, teacher, and student, if you will. As of course, Lambo does often coach and even was coaching Reynor during EWC. But now they have to face off here at the Fusion Esports League. GG, well played. GG, well played. And with that, we do have our upper bracket wrapping up. With that, we have the upper bracket finals. True. Let's go. Let us go. Okay. So very quickly here, let's catch up on the brackets. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Bam. Okay, here we go. So from the top, Clem took down SKillous 3-1. Reynor took down Lambo 3-1, and we have Clem versus Reynor in the upper bracket finals. That is going to be a best of 5 TVZ between Clem and Reynor. That is going to be an intense series, very intense series here between Clem and Reynor. They're going to be facing off in that Zerg versus Terran matchup. Oh boy. And that is what I've been looking forward to. That's what I'm sure a lot of people have been looking forward to. These are the top two players of the tournament, and they're facing off in that best of 5. They avoided each other in EWC in the Esports World Cup. Reynor took down Maru. Reynor went to the Ace match and almost took down Cyril, but Reynor, he did not get to play against Clem. But now we get to see them face off here and now. Let's go. Clem versus Reynor, best of 5. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. And I do wish them the best. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have Lambo. Lambo gets knocked down to face off against Cristiano. They're facing off in a best of 5. As a reminder, these are best of 5s. It does say, oh, there we go. Best of 5. Likewise here as well has been rectified. So we have Geralt versus MaNa mid-series. Winner goes up against SKillous. Winner goes up against the winner of Lambo and Cristiano. So the lower bracket is progressing as quickly as possible, but again, we are going to be focusing on the upper bracket instead. Once we wrap up with Clem versus Reynor, we'll be going down to do the lower brackets and catching up on those matches as well. We'll get there. We will get there. Oh boy, that's just going to be a lot of games. A lot of games, a lot of matches. But until then, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. The players are going to be getting ready. And when we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Just catching up.
bracket finals, and Clem and Reynor are already approaching, already getting ready. No jacket, no more for Reynor. He's warmed up, he's ready to, well, maybe beat some Terrans this time, we'll see. And yeah, I'm not gonna ask too much about strategies because obviously you guys don't wanna spoil anything, but I'm wondering, you were already a few times in Poland, so I wanted to ask, what's your favorite memory, maybe a food, maybe Polish pizza that you tried in Poland, and how do you like there? What do you like here?
I'm just a big fan of Poland in general. I think the people are amazing. I think the food overall is amazing, but I don't have like a specific memory about food. I just think every time I was here, I had a great time overall.
Always good times, nice. What about you, Clem?
I like pierogis.
Okay, now that we know that, we can begin the upper bracket finals. It's gonna be a banger. Basilisk Reynor against Team Liquid Clem. Let's go, guys. Let's go, let's start.
Let's go, let's go. Again, we are going to be jumping into the upper bracket finals. The upper bracket finals here. It's been an intense tournament already here. We are 9 hours in. We're 9 hours in, baby, 9 hours in, and we got plenty more StarCraft to come, as it's going to be best of 5 upper bracket finals here between Clem and Reynor. Vitas are done. Game 1 is going to be on Ultralove, Game 2 Persephone, Game 3 Torches, Game 4 talking about Game 5 going to be on Ley Lines as well. The StarCraft does not end, and we are now jumping in. Lobby has been made. We are jumping into our series. Let's go. Let us go. If you're in the chats, Gamba time will be upon us momentarily. Momentarily, of course, once we get into our game. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry. Stay strong. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm going to be fine here for the upper bracket finals. But I don't know how long it's going to take to get to the grand finals is the problem. Like, the lower bracket is progressing. Don't get me wrong. It is slowly progressing. The lower bracket is getting there. But we'll see. It should be fine. It should be fine. I mean, coming into this, I did expect this to be like at least like a 12-hour event. So we still got like 4 hours. Still got like around 4 hours to go. So we'll be good. We'll be good. I've got my water. I've got my agüita. Actually, I should have refilled this just before. As you can see, it is empty. So I should have refilled this before the series. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll be fine. Players are ready. We're jumping into our game. Game 1 on Ultralove. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Also, great to hear from the two. Reynor having a more general. No, I love Poland. Meanwhile, Clem, he likes pierogis. Pierogis, baby, pierogis. I like them too. Pierogis are good. They are good. There's a lot of nice Polish cuisine. For sure. A lot of it's very cabbage intensive, for sure. There's a lot of pickled items as well. But I'm all for it. As here we go, we're jumping into our first best of 5 and spawning in the bottom lane corner of Ultralove. We have, oh, Jesus. Un momento. I was freaking out for a moment there. But here, spawning in the bottom corner of Ultralove, we have our Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Terran, the Red Terran player himself, the French Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Mi agüita, sí, mi agüita, water in Spanish. But here we go. We have the upper bracket finals. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Timing similar to House. True. Is very similar to House. True. As we open up 2x Reaper. Let's go. 2x Reaper out of Clem. The goal here is to go into Mass Reaper, is to contain the Zerg player on 2 bases and to delay their 3rd base for as long as possible. So an aggressive start here from Clem. And welcome to Ultralove. Ultralove has a shorter rush distance by ground. Ultralove, because that aggression is favored. And this screams 8 racks. We'll get there, but 2-Rax Reaper leads into a 2-on-1 with early stim, can lead into early E-base, can lead into a heavy bio commitment on 3 bases, and 8-Raxes hit like a truck on Ultra Love. They hit very, very hard. It can be very difficult to hold on to. That's going to be later on in the mid game. For now, we begin with 2-Rax Reaper. Meanwhile, standard opener out of Reynor, going hatch gas pool. Overlord does confirm the Raxes, so Reynor, he is now aware what's coming his way. For all he knows, it could be a third Rax further back in the main base, so it's going to be on Reynor to confirm whether or not there's a CC and whether or not there is another Rax. That's why you can see the Overlord going further in to get an idea as to what's going on. And we'll confirm the timing of the command center. So with that, he's now aware, of course, that it is going to be only 2 Raxes. There we go, does confirm the CC. Behind this, Reynor, he still goes for the third base. Bold move here from Reynor. Does go for the third. Back at home, Link speed is on the way. He pulls it completely out of gas. Drone's under fire. Lings are trying to buy time. The second queen was delayed in favor of the expansion, in favor of the hatchery. It's going to be an even more difficult defense as a result, as a lot of Lings are going down. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 Zerglings falling. 4 Zerglings. Jesus, 4 Zerglings go down. The queen waddles in. And Reynor, he will hold. He will hold on. Now again, as a reminder, the reason why so many Lings went down, the reason why there's only 1 queen is because of this hatchery. The hatchery was earlier than normal. I'll say faster hatchery. As the queens, they will deflect. Again, Link speed is on the way. And once Link speed kicks in, should be able to hold on. Behind this, third CC. So it's going to be 3 CC, 2-on-1 follow-up here out of Clem. Pokes in. Reapers do pull away. Up. They do pull away in time. Queens are getting low. Reynor holds. Ooh, Reynor does hold. Reynor does survive. The Speedlings, they move out. They can chase down the initial Reapers. And, oh, the Jukes. Jukes are nice. And again, as I mentioned before, the initial 2-Rax Reaper goes into a 2-on-1 variation. It's going to be 3 CC 2-on-1, and we'll keep an eye on the E-base. If we go for early double E-bay, really early double E-bay, that would scream 8-Rax. We're not there yet. We assume that's where we were going at the start of the game, but we'll get there. As finally the Reapers are being cleaned up, finally they're going to be going down. Takes down all the Reapers, and let's have a look at the trades here. 3 Reapers for 11 Lings for 1 Overlord, which 1 Overlord went down earlier, and a drone as well. Not bad. Not a bad trade here from Clem. As he's building up his Marines, he's waiting for Sim, waiting for his Medivacs. There it is, double eBay. Yeah, double eBays before the additional Raxes. This screams 8-Rax, which again, we called at the start, but it's because it's standard. Like, I say standard, it's very common. It's very common, especially on Ultra Love. So we're going to be rushing into 1-1, then we're going to be rushing into 2-2, and that 2-2 timing, that is going to be the timing. That is going to be the go-to for Clem. Meanwhile, we just see that Reynor back at home, he's getting the early Evo Chamber into +1 Carapace. That is the go-to response to get into the +1 Carapace upgrade to help deal with the bio timing. Behind this, needs to saturate on 3 bases. We need a 4th expansion as well, just for Larva. And Lings are amassing. Reynor is getting ready for the push. He's getting ready for the move out. Here he comes. Reynor does spot this. It's getting ready. There's the 4th base, expanding away from the Terran. As Clem moves out, Reynor, he's moving in. Reynor, he can hit the 3rd. He can, I mean, there's a full wall here at the natural. As Zing's get 1 SCV. Clem sims in. Sims in, takes out the Overlord, does surrender the Queens. There's 8 Queens to defend. All the Queens are brought together. Reynor holds. Reynor does hold on. Now it goes for a 2nd Evo Chamber. Lair is on the way. 2nd Evo Chamber for +1 melee, and soon a Bailey Nest as well. Now I say soon Bailey Nest. Reynor, he has been very fond of this style to go Ling into Infestor into Ultra. I'm not too fond of it myself. I don't think I've seen I was about to say I don't think I've seen it work. I saw it work during KSL. During the most recent KSL, we saw it work against Bjorn. But then a couple of days later, during the What is TV Monday, Bjorn completely shut it down. Like, Bjorn, he just needed to face off against it once to really shut it down. There we go. Thankfully, Baneliness. So Reynor is going lead Bane. He's not skipping Banelings. As he comes in for this round. Around, will shut down the army. Medivacs are so low. We have another 3 Raxes on the way. That is so far going to be, yeah, the 8 Rax setup. So here we go. So the 8 Rax is upon us. This is going to be a 3 base all in for those who are curious. So 3 base all in here by Clem, rallying mass marine tank. Speaking of, first 2 tanks have arrived, and he's headed for the 4th. And without Bailey's speed, I don't think we can hold on. I'll be honest. Marines, they stim in. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the 3rd. Nicely done. Nice run by. Nice counterattack. This expansion does fall. So Clem does react, does pull away in time. Does not get surrounded. Gets a queen. Nice target firing. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 queens going down. And again, Clem didn't really lose many SCVs. He lost 5 SCVs. He pulled away his workers to his reinforcements, but the workers did survive. Mining was denied, but now it's getting back up and running. And Reynor's hurting. Reynor, he's hurting, he's in trouble. He's trying to buy time for bailing speed. He's re-expanding on the left-hand side, resaturating. But again, Clem is not stopping. He's not slowing down. 2-2 has begun. We spoke about that 2-2 timing, but honestly, Clem he's achieving quite a lot even before that with 1-1. Nice thing, counterattack, gets a full surround. Yeah, Marines are going down, SCV's gonna be falling as well. Clem, he actually F2'd back home for a moment there. He has Lings that get into the main base. That should not have happened. Clem was like, oh no, the Bailings! Yeah, Bailings getting, Bailings catching at Clem. Clem is getting called out, massive connections. And with that Clem, he may just, yeah, he will lose everything here. Reynor, he holds. Reynor, he holds. He wreaks havoc. Every SCV is going to be going down. Again, this one run by is winning in this game. It forced Clem to commit even harder. No! Bailey's ain't crash in. And Reynor holds. Reynor, he holds. He shuts down the 8 Rax. He shuts down the all-in. Again, Clem, he was not able to keep up with the run by with the counterattack. He was caught with his pants down. The pants were down. And Reynor, he will start off this series with a win. Clem is down to 34, SCV's down to barely an economy. He tries to engage, taking more Banelings to the face. Reynor is massing up more leads behind this. He's got 1-2 upgrades. Just going for the CC itself. Oh my god. Does force a lift. And can it be repaired? Up! 12, 10, 8, 7, 6. The boys are here now. They don't get every time. GG gets called, and Reynor takes game and number 1. Whew. GG. Reynor, he does take the game. He does take a lead in the series. Again, it all came down to that Ling run by, as we were mentioning. The Ling run by was able to get into the natural and the main, and that should not have happened. That should not have happened. The Ling counterattack can wreak havoc at the 3rd base, where you can just pick up and lift and evacuate, but it did so much more than that. It did critical game-ending damage. We saw that Clem, he was trying to make a final stand at his 3rd base, but to lose the expansion, I mean, there was no comeback potential. There was no way back into that. GG, well played. Reynor takes a lead. As now we're getting into game number 2. And again, Clem had a really strong start, like winding it back a little bit here. Clem had a very strong start with the 1-1 timing. He killed the expansion, he killed the queens, he traded well against the Lings, he was knocking down the bases of Reynor. Like, it was a really strong start from Clem, but it all kind of fell on its head, or switched on its head when it came to the Ling counterattack, when it came to the run by. As with that, Reynor was able to cripple the economy, was able to catch out the reinforcements as well, and allow for a better fight out on the map. GG. GG, well played, and with that, we're now getting into game number 2. It's not over. Now it is. Cap. Here we go. GG. Termina el juego cuando se pierde la primera base principal. I mean, as we were trying to mention, typically a Ling run by like that doesn't get into the bases, doesn't get into the main, doesn't get into the natural. Because of that, there was no kind of safe point to fall back to reinforce and to hold and to defend. Everything just very quickly, very quickly escalated out of control. It was crazy. It was crazy. Yeah. But here we go. We are now getting into our next game. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0, getting proxied. Let's go. It is Reynor. De nada, de nada. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid, going for the proxy 2-racks. It is Clem. So if 2-racks Reaper doesn't work back at home, why not throw down not just 2? There's a third SCV on the way. So proxy, 3-racks, mass marine, bunker rush on the way here from Clem. Now, what is scary about a proxy 3-racks is that you have to respond in different ways if it's a 2 or 3-racks. Against a 2-racks, you can defend, you can pull the boys, and you can defend your natural, and you can buy some time quite nicely. Against a 3-racks, it's harder to justify pulling the drones just because there are going to be more marines and they can punch you that much harder. Because of that, you do need I would say a spine crawler to help defend. You have to be a little bit more conservative here with your bases at your natural, as this is even more committed. Ideally, what Clem wants to do is reveal 2 SCVs. Reveal 2 SCVs, reveal the bunker, and have Reynor respond by pulling the boys. And then he overreacts, he overextends with the boys, with the drones, and then with extra marines, Clem can just wreak havoc, deal critical damage, and just snowball from there. So currently, Reynor, he doesn't see the third SCV. He doesn't see the third racks. He doesn't know. And he does pull the boys. Yeah, we have the spine crawler on the way. The boys are being pulled. So far, the marines, they sort of step back. So far, they get one. There we go. We do have one gets surrounded. Yeah, big surround. One marine does fall. Oh, can he get a second? Oh, barely does. Yeah, takes down 2 marines, and the final marine is going to be forced back. With that, 3 marines are dealt with, and Lings, they pop. They pop, they defend, they force a cancel on the bunker. The spine crawler is almost done, and Reynor, he's shutting this down. Reynor, he is shutting this down completely. For the first 2 marines to get surrounded, that was brutal. And that's going to be defense. That's going to be defense here. The spine crawler completes. The boys can pull back to mining. And this is falling on its face. On the one hand, Reynor, he lost 6 drones. True, but he can redrone. He can safely redrone. He can safely resaturate. Ideally, with a proxy like this, you want to build up your marines over time and snowball out of control, but there was no build-up. There was no build-up. In the end, Reynor shut him down. And in the end, Reynor holds. Reynor, he holds nicely. Behind this, going to be able to saturate. And again, really impressive defense. Really impressive defense here by Reynor. Again, he was able to get that surround early. He caught that first marine against the wall. I mean, that was the moment for Reynor. And back at home, there's nothing. There's just nothing here. There's no factory. There's no racks. There's no production. You can see the racks as they actually land again. Let's go. I actually really like this. They land once again. But this time there are queens. This time there are queens. There's a spine crawler. Lings, they turn back around. Marines are building up once again. They do force a lift. There's 3 marines left. Up to 4. Nice stutter stepping. And again, they do kite well against this. Oof. Nice target firing. As 3 marines do survive. They trade well against the Lings, and Reynor going for the gold. Oh my god. Okay, sure. Going for the gold expansion. The Lings there, I mean, delaying some mining time. The game will continue. The game will continue. If it wasn't for these Raxes, those Lings that were attacking here would have been across the map. There would have been more Lings here to hammer down against that wall, or hammer against that wall, and more boys would have been pulled. Clem would have still held, but it would have been more expensive, as he would have had to pull extra SCVs to repair. That would have been more denied mining time and more lost resources repairing this wall. So really nice choice to land these Marines just to alleviate pressure, just to allow himself to expand. So Clem does expand. Clem, he re-lands those Raxes, building up more Marines. Once again to threaten Reynor. Oh, and we're going for a mech follow-up. Okay. And Reynor, he does see a factory in production, but that's a late factory. I mean, that is a sign that that is the second factory, not the first. So Reynor, he has an idea of what's going on. You know, mining is going to be denied. Mining is denied. No Balin that's behind this. No Roachwarren. Uh-oh. And again, it is going to be Battle Mech. We're getting into Battle Mech. We're getting into Mass Cyclone. The gold expansion is going to be helping. We do have a boosted economy. And currently, Clem has not scouted. Clem is unaware. Clem moves out. Moves out across the map. Link speed is only halfway done, so late link speed here at a Reynor. Very late. Also, if Reynor doesn't expand soon, then Clem is going to be suspicious as to where the third base is. I mean, there should be a third at this point. As the mech is amassing. Reynor, even though I mentioned how there has been a little bit of a sign of things to come, he has not confirmed yet.
Under attack.
Reynor, he has not confirmed. That is a concern. As Lings are moving out. Upon seeing the Cyclones, he will know. And he should respond with a Roachwarren and with Roach upgrades. That's how he should respond. He saw the Cyclones, he knows. Yeah, he knows he's going all in. You can see Reynor, he's not droning. He's not droning up his natural. His natural is undersaturated. He's going for the all-in instead. He's going for a bust. Yeah, he's going for the Bane bust. But at the same time, can he defend back at home? I don't think Reynor can. I'll be honest. It's going to be close. I mean, that is a lot of creep. As here we go. Lings, they flood in. Oh my god. There is a full wall just in time. Banelings, they're going to knock it down. Yeah, they knock down the full wall. Clem, he's racing back home. And Reynor, he's done it. Reynor, he has broken the main. Again, it was a shaky start here from Clem to begin with. Banelings, they zone away the Hellions. Ooh, one connection. 17 SCV kills. And we have more Lings coming in from behind as well. Yeah, Lings, they collapse in for almost a full surround. Catching out one of the Cyclones. Banelings, they almost crash in. Clem is holding. Okay. Clem, he does hold on. That was a big investment of Ling Bane. And that wasn't the best trade. Again, the Banelings, they just haven't been connecting, but there's still so many Lings. Oh my god. It's still so, yeah, it's too many Lings. Massive connections. More SCVs finally going to be falling. Nice splits here by Clem. But there's not really much of an economy left. 21 SCVs remaining. And remember, there's the gold. So even though Reynor's drone count isn't too high, the gold base means that it is a boosted economy. It's bigger than what it looks like. Bigger than it seems. And with that, Clem, he's moving out. Moving out with his Hellion Cyclone. This is his final army. And the Roachwarren is still on the way. It was a later Roachwarren here. Oh, Queens are falling. It was a later Roachwarren out of Reynor. You can see Reynor attempt to surround. Looks down. Oh, some of the Hellions. Oh, the Hellions even. And the Hellions does collapse on the Cyclone. Nice trades here from Reynor. Ooh, the Lings, they do actually reveal this. They came in from a weird angle, and Reynor, he will be found out. Clem finds the gold. Oh, it may not matter there. Oh, yeah, it may not matter. As Lings, they're popping up. More Lings are amassing. Once again, comes in for the surround. Takes down, has to pull the boys. Oh, god. The blue paper Hellions, they roast up the mineral line. But still gets cleaned up. Still gets cleaned up. And behind this, how many SCVs? 37. Has been building up. Third CC is done. Can Clem recover? I mean, it's going to be difficult to maintain the gold. Roach speed only just now began, so the Roach army is still lacking. Clem going for a Hellion run by into the Roaches. And GG. GG. He sees the Roaches, and Reynor, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Reynor, he does take a lead here, and again, Clem took a chance. Clem took a risk. If you're, as a reminder, winding it back, how did that series begin? Well, Clem, he went for a proxy. Went proxy 3-max, Marine bunker rush, and we saw that Reynor, he was able to surround the first 2 Marines. He was able to surround those Marines, able to zone back the army. He did respond with his own spine crawler on the low ground, and Reynor had a very strong start to that defense. As a reminder, the way to what Clem was hoping for was for the boys to be pulled, and then Clem could kite. Clem could build up his Marines slowly over time and kite back and focus down those drones and snowball from there. But he got surrounded. Clem, he got surrounded really fast, really quickly, and he lost his first couple of Marines, and upon losing that, lost all the momentum he had. Like, he didn't have any more momentum. He was zoned back, he was zoned away, the bunker was killed, and with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Reynor, he shut it down. The game continued from there, but Reynor was very comfortable. Reynor, he basically took a massive lead after the failed proxy of Clem, and Reynor never let it go. Never let it go. He responded with a Bane bust, which was crazy, by the way, against Blue Flame Hellions. I'll be honest, I wasn't too convinced by the Bane bust, but I did enough. Did enough. Now here we go, we're getting into game number 3, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the Italian Zerg representing Basilisk, leading the series 2-0, and 1 game away from claiming the entire series. It is Reynor. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid, down heavily in the series. Can he bounce back? Can he recover? Can he make a series out of this? The pressure is on. It is Clem. And welcome one and all to one of the quirkier maps in the map pool. Welcome one and all to Torches. Torches is a very quirky map. It is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool as well. Welcome to a map where we see a lot of cheese, a lot of all-ins. We have gold bases. We have gold bases on the left, gold bases on the right. We have the gold mineral patches as well to mine through. We have the high ground on the natural. We have the ramp coming into the natural base as well. We have healing pads. We have short rush distance by air. We have short rush distance by ground, depending on if you mine through these minerals. And we just see a lot of all-ins. And do you see what I see? Reynor, what's he going for? Gasless. This is very meta on Torches. So, winding it back here, for those that are curious, for those that maybe weren't around last year, gasless openers were very popular in last year's meta, in last year's map pools. If you remember El Dorado, if you remember, oh god, what was the name of that map? Also with gold patches coming into like another entire portion of the bracket. But there's been a couple of maps in recent times which allow for this kind of play. I want to say even, oh god, my memory is so bad when it comes to, I know what the maps look like, but I just can't remember the names of the maps. There was a map like maybe 2 seasons ago where we had two bases in your main, and you could just wall off on your ramp as well. But basically, because of the ramp coming into the natural, and because this area of the map is inaccessible unless your opponent also mines through these patches, you can get away with these gasless openers. Basically, what's happening here is that you are skipping link speed, you're prioritizing mineral income, you're not wasting anything and making any gas geysers. So because of this, you can rush into the gold base, you can drone up even harder, you can have a stronger economy early on. The downside, no link speed, it means that you are vulnerable to Hellion run-bys and Hellion dives. Clem notoriously is very good at diving in with the Hellions. Checking the vision, Clem more or less, he is aware of what's going on. He's checking for the third base. Here comes the add-on swap into Hellion production. Now, the reason why this is safe on a map like this is because of the ramp. Because there's a ramp coming up the ramp into the natural, we should be walling up. We should be walling this off with Eva Chambers and with a Roach Warren. So if you wall this area off, and if your opponent doesn't mine this area, then there's no way to harass. Now, thankfully, Clem is mining through these patches. He's mining through these patches, so he's gaining access to this area in between the bases. And again, he needs these Hellions to punish Reynor. Punish has been Reynor has been so greedy this game. He's taking his gases now after 3 minutes. You can see now he's walling up, as we mentioned. Like, it is standard to fully wall this area off. There we go, full wall. Does fully wall off. But again, Reynor's been so greedy, and it is on Clem to punish that greed. So far, he hasn't been able to. Behind this, going for a 1-1-1 into Liberator. This is very aggressive out of Clem. He's delaying his third TC in favor of the Liberator, in favor of just a greater army. And here he comes. Now, Clem, he sees this. He sees with the Overlord. He knows that the area, this wall has been opened up, and here come the Hellions. But so far, no saturation at the gold. So far, no saturation. And from here, he can turn this into an all-in. He can turn this into like a +1 timing, roach speed, roach all-in. Which hits quite hard on this map. Meanwhile, you can see the full wall here. Aliens, they turn back around. Once again, a full wall here at the natural. And Reynor, roaches are amassing. Roaches are building up. Now, I was talking about how we can turn this into an all-in where you hit with +1. I don't see any upgrades. The Reynor, he could afford +1 if he wanted to. But he's breaking out for now. And he may just turn this into a hash-based all-in. Otherwise, we should be seeing a lair soon, and we should be seeing upgrades soon. Okay, does pull the boys. Okay, does saturate the gold. Which means he can reinforce with Zerglings, which means he can go for a Ravager, Roach all-in. Liberator into the main, does 9 mining time. Queens are in position. Queen goes down, but the Liberator does fall. Ooh, and you can see Reynor is pulling some boys here to mine and open up this patch. Open up these walls. He thinks better of it. Here come the Ravagers. Now, I expected this to be a Ravager Ling all-in. As you can see, Reynor, he's not making Zerglings. He's still never got Ling speed. He's going to a lair. So this is just for show. This is just for show. He's making an army, a very small hit force, and behind this he's droning. Behind this he's droning, he's saturating, he's taking his gases, getting a lair. We're going to get into upgrades. He's only showing off this army just to force a reaction, just to contain the tearing. And do you see what I see? There's still no expansion. There's still no third TC. This is basically a 2-base all-in out of Clem. Which means the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Reynor. It also means that Reynor currently is vulnerable because he's been droning up quite heavily. And Clem will soon push. And this does look quite terrifying. Again, it comes down to whether or not Clem can keep up. Overlord goes down. He gets a Marine. Rocks are going to be falling. Reynor, he sees. Hellions are deflected. Tanks are moving forward. Hellions, they attempt to run by, but they are going to be denied. Hellions are shut down. They're moving in. And again, remember, there's no expansion. Like, there's no follow-up here. It's all or nothing for Clem. He's trying to end the game with this move out, with this push. Dodging bots. Oh, God. Dodging bots for the most part. Bunkers behind this. Tanks are moving in. Ling speed just not finished. We got 730 Ling speed timing. Let's go. Ling speed is done. And Ling's going to be paramount. Here we go. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing for Clem. Either he kills Reynor or he dies trying. Tanks are within range of the mineral line, but Reynor, he's already got a backup base. He already has a backup expansion. It's already good to go. Yeah, and the expansion will eventually go down. We can see Reynor get ready for a massive counterattack. Oh my god. That's a lot of roaches. That's a lot of supply elsewhere. The wall is open. He could just walk in, but he's waiting for Clem to be lured onto creep, to be lured further out. And here he comes. Yeah, here come the roaches, here comes the backstab. Reynor walks right into the natural, and he peels off into the main. SCV's gonna be falling. Clem, he races back home, does go for the mass on siege. Yeah, he's racing back. Meanwhile, the other tanks, no, they get left behind. 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks go down. Massive pickoffs. That was the backbone of the army, and now there's 1 tank left. Sorry, 2. There's 2 tanks remaining. Roaches, they bust into the main, they bust into the natural. Here comes the main army coming in from behind. Oh, and one of the final tanks gets surrounded. Hot pickup. Clem does barely save it. He's pinned back against the wall. Biles, they will connect. Tanks are falling left and right. Only Marines remaining. And again, Reynor, he's just pulling Clem apart completely. Again, I mean, this is torches for you as well. Like, we expected something weird on torches, and Reynor, he played Clem so well. Clem tried to punish, tried to be aggressive. Even here, it looks like Clem may clean up all these Ravagers. But Reynor, he has a 3-base economy. He can chill. Clem, he's down to 16 SCVs, down to 16 workers. There is no economy left. He'll step forward. Chase down Reynor, gets a roach. Gets a roach, gets an overlord. Here we go, going for a drop play into the bases. With some killer drops, he can maybe pull off a comeback. But, nah, no shot. No shot. GG gets called. And Reynor will take the series 3-0, taking down Clem. GG. A very impressive showing here by Reynor and Clem. Yeah, you can see not looking too happy after that series. And again, of course, there's still the lower brackets. Can still bounce back from that lower bracket, but GG, well played. Reynor will advance on to the grand finals. He has time to chill. He has time to relax. I think Reynor coming over. Yeah, he's coming over. Shake his hand. GG, man. GG. As Clem is knocked down to that lower bracket. And we'll see if he's able to make it through, of course. Hopefully he can, of course, reset his mental a little bit, calm down. Clem can be an emotional player at times, for sure. Not too much here. But he can, of course, take a moment, take a breath, and focus on the upcoming matches. Here we go. As we can take a moment here to refresh the bracket and catch up. Here we go. Okay, as we can scroll down to the lower bracket, we have some updates. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Ooh, we do have SKillous versus MaNa. SKillous versus MaNa has only just begun. This is what I mentioned earlier. The lower bracket, there's still a lot of games to play. A lot of matches here are still ongoing. So Geralt is out. MaNa takes down Geralt 3-0. Of course, Cristiano takes down uThermal 3-0. We already covered those matches. We have SKillous versus MaNa. They're in game 1. Meanwhile, Cristiano, he's up 2-1 against Lambo. Cristiano is coming in as one of the big, heavy names. I mean, same with MaNa, same with SKillous. For sure. Some of the bigger names in the bracket, and Cristiano, he is 1 game away from knocking Lambo out. Likewise, SKillous and MaNa still facing off. The winners will play against each other. Then they move on to face up against Clem in that next round. So Clem is waiting in the lower bracket finals for the winner of SKillous, MaNa, Lambo, and Cristiano. So again, Clem, he has time. He has time to chill. He has time to relax. So does Reynor. They both have time to just to get some rest, to maybe even power nap, especially if they're tired from the trip, from the flight. They can try to like power nap for like an hour. To be honest, like, to get these are best of 5s. To get through all these best of 5s, it'll be over an hour before the next matches. So Clem and Reynor, they have time to try to rest and try to recover and try to recuperate, for sure, as the others do battle it out. Oh boy. Otherwise, we are going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we will have our next series. Which series exactly? Hard to say. We might jump in mid-series into either SKillous versus MaNa or into Lambo versus Cristiano. We'll figure it out. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break, and we'll see you guys soon after the break, as a bunch of players are just now coming out of game, so we'll figure it out. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that very short break. Very short break as we have returned with the remainder of this series. We're jumping in mid-series. We're jumping into the ace match. Throughout the course of Clem versus Reynor, this series was taking place, and they have made it all the way to the final game of their best of 5, and one of these two will advance on to the next round. This morning in the bottom hand corner of Pylon, we have the German Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvZ best of 5. And again, this prediction is for one game because we're in the ace match. We're in the ace match one way or another. This is about to end. I can see this going either way. Now, what I will say is that Lambo has momentum. Cristiano, he was up 2-0. He was up 2-0, and now Lambo, he's been able to bring it back and bring it home, and we'll see how the story ends. I believe Cristiano started up 2-0, but I can double check. Oh, no, sorry, my apologies. Cristiano, he started up 2-1. But of course, Lambo, he has been able to force the ace match. They've been back and forth, I should say. They've been back and forth, back and forth. They've been trading blows. We don't know how they've been trading blows, but they have been. Cristiano, he's often very mid-game oriented and very mid-game centric. He's very fond of going into standard openers, +1, blink, and then into storm. Very fond of that mid-game. But we're loading into Pylon. Pylon is a very small map of the map pool, very short rush distance by ground, and I expect the German taxi. 100%. I expect an all-in out of Lambo. That's typically how games on Pylon go, is the Zerg player all-ins, and either they break the Protoss or they die trying. Traditionally, that's how games go here on Pylon, but we'll see if that's the case between these two. Again, I'm not too aware of how the series has been unfolding, how the games have been progressing. I know that Enki was casting this series in Spanish, so El Hermoso, Enki, he got you covered, and you can check out his VODs as well for the rest and the remainder of the series, for the beginning. As we have our Stargate open out of Cristiano. Meanwhile, Lambo back at home, opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Okay. I saw some people asking in the chats, is this live? Yes, this is live. Both Clem alongside Reynor and Lambo and Indy, they all flew over. They all flew over from EWC, from Riyadh. They made it to Poland in time to compete in the FEL, in the Fusion Esports League. You know what, if they shade into the mineral line, they get one, they get 2 drones, nothing major, just 2. Nice cleanup, nice reaction by Lambo. Behind this, getting his 3rd base up and running. Getting to his 3rd. Do you see Cristiano moving out with the initial Stargate open into Oracle? Do you see what I see? Robo. Yeah, this is to be expected. So it's going to be a Stargate opener into Robo, into Twilight Council, into Temple Archives, into Archon drop. This Robo should be to make a War Prism first, and the Prism should be lined up with the High Templar to morph in Archons across the map for that drop play. This is a very popular drop from the Polish side of things, from the Polish scene, from the European side of the Protoss scene in PvZ. You saw this build earlier from MaNa. MaNa he popularized this. He's very fond of this build. I don't want to say he invented it, but he did popularize it, and players like Cristiano, Geralt, SKillous, they do Max Packs even, they do mix this in every now and then, but a lot of the Polish Protoss players do kind of indulge in this build a lot more often than others. They like it. So it is. There's that War Prism. We're waiting for the Temple Archives. Yep, there it is. Temple Archives in the main. And the Prism is lined up. By the time the Prism is finished warping, by the time it gets across the map, you can warp in those High Templar and morph in the Archons. So this should be Archons into a 3rd, into charge. Into charge lots. It's a way to gain map control, to bully back Overlords, to bully back the Queens, to potentially get economic damage and trade well against Zerglings. Meanwhile, safety Roach Warren at a Lambo. 5-minute Roach Warren. That Epsay busts into the mineral line. So far, it doesn't quite get in. Likewise, Archons, they run into the Queens. Prism taking a lot of damage with the Archons, they break through. Overlord goes down. Nice pick off here for Cristiano. It's the Overlord. He wants the Queen as well. Clutch Transfuse. Oh my god, but the Archons, they're just so tanky. Yeah, they break through the Zerglings. They get 1 Queen. Can they get 2? 1 more volley. Barely not. As shields are running out and the Archons are finally forced back. That was how many? That was 21 Zerglings, 5 drones, 1 Overlord, 1 Queen. Archons are back. They want another Queen. They shouldn't quite get it though. I'll pick up. Cristiano pulls away. Behind this, +1 in charge in production. Going for a gateway explosion. Getting fully saturated on 3 bases. And from here, Cristiano can hit with charge, or he can go into storm. Oh, as he gets another Queen. Now the Queen goes down. It's another Queen falling. Behind this Lambo, he's not just expanding, but also taking up into Hydras. This tells us that Lambo plans on getting into the mid game. And we're building up into a longer game state. If you remember, I assumed that Lambo was going to go for an all-in this game, but that is not the case. It is not the case. He is taking up. So Archons do pull back. Storm is on the way. If Lambo's going to be droning from here and saturating and taking his gases and getting into a fourth base, I do favor Cristiano. Here. As this means that he's being given time to build up his army. Build up his death pool of an army here. With Immortals, Archon, Storm, it's going to hit quite hard. There are no High Templar ready. Storm is halfway done. Nice thing, run by does hit the third. And do we have any warpins? Do we have any reinforcements? The answer is we do. Probes are still going to be going down. At the same time, here comes Cristiano, who's going for the kill. Oh, he's going for the kill, going for the throat. He will get the Elise expansion back at home. We do see Cristiano. He does hold, he does defend. Anyways, pushing in. Prism taking a lot of hits. Hydras are amassing. Where are the High Templar? Where are the Storms? They're morphing in back at home. That's what Lings are coming in. Yeah, Lings, they come in, they collapse on the High Templar, but they didn't quite kill them. Cristiano turns back around. Now, what's scary here is that Cristiano, he has no nest, correct? Yeah, he has no Bailey nest. No Bailey nest. So this Ling Hydra army is insanely vulnerable to Storms. Storms will completely just chew through this. And Storm is ready. You can see that's a lot of High Templar. Until we get into Lurker Tech, Lambo, his army is very fragile. Like, this army will just topple over. Just one storm cloud and that's over. Like, I'll be honest. Lambo setting up for a surround. I do like this. He should be flanking with this army and coming in from behind. And if he can get on top of those High Templar, he can take a fight. Speaking of, ooh, does take down 1, 2 High Templar go down. Nice pickups. A lot of storms already going to be denied. So a nice start. A nice start for Lambo. Hydras likewise, they attempt the flank. Where are the Storms? Yeah, they're not being thrown down, but the High Templar, they're exposed. And that was the best fight that Lambo could have hoped for. He just sniped every High Templar. The Zealots are filing in. They collapse on top of the Queens. Nice force field looking down the Hydras. And imagine a Storm here. Imagine 2 Storms. That would have been game. That would have been game then and there. But Lambo killed every High Templar. Did lose the expansion and still lost a lot of Hydras. But do you see what I see? Lurker Den. Remember what I said earlier. All we need is to buy time for Lurkers, and then Lambo can slow the game down. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. Lambo, his economy is hurting. I shouldn't gloss over that. Lambo has been losing bases. He's been losing base after base, and he just hasn't been able to drone up. His economy is lackluster. So, on the one hand, hey, he's almost at Lurker Tech. On the other hand, he can't afford it. He cannot afford Lurkers right now. Oh, the wall's open. Yeah, the wall's open. Lings, they do flood in. Lings, they peel off into the bases. We have a nice storm on the Zerglings. Stellar Warpin's back at home. We need more Zealots, though. Oh, there we go. He will defend. Cristiano now can focus on the main push. He needs Zealots with his main army. Yeah, there we go. He's coming in. Lurker production has begun. Okay, there's 2 Lurkers on the way. 2 Lurkers in production. Hydras, they cannot push into these storms though. Oh, nice concave though. Hydras, they come in for a concave. They come in for a surround. Yeah, Cristiano, he's overextending. Oh, he throws away 3 High Templar. Yeah, miscontrol from Cristiano. That was 3 High Templar being thrown away. And Cristiano, again, he did overextend. He did expose himself. And Lambo's held. Lambo, he hasn't just held. Now he's got Lurkers. And Lambo's running away with this. Again, Cristiano had a lot of miscontrol with his army. Otherwise, that would have been game. A couple of times, actually. So Lambo is getting away with it. That's the top right. Does force a recall. Now remember, recall was just used, so now is a perfect time to go for a Ling counterattack. The wall is open, Lings are flooding in. Again, Cristiano just recalled the entire army. Pylon goes down, here comes the initial Lurkers. And there is only 1 observer. And Lambo, he should be able to run away with this. Again, this was a very close, a very clutch game. where Cristiano was in the driver's seat for most of it, to be honest. For most of this game, but alas, not anymore. Oh, these are still rough trades. Still rough trades, but alas, there's things everywhere. Oh my god, 2 more immortals go down. Lings into the main base. GG gets called. Cristiano, he gets torn apart. And Lambo, whew, he will survive. He will claim the series 3-2, taking down Cristiano and advancing on to the next round. Whew. GG, well played. A very close, very clutch series. Again, Cristiano, he was in a commanding position. He was in a better, stronger position. There were definitely a lot of moments in that game where he could have taken it, he could have broken through. But he had some really rough engagements, whether it came down to surrounds, flanks, or at some times exposing himself. We saw a couple of times where Cristiano did expose his own army. He did lose a little bit too much too quickly. He left his High Templar vulnerable. He got caught out multiple times. I saw multiple High Templar getting sniped. Really nice moves out of Lambo. And again, Cristiano, he had a really hard time babysitting his spellcasters, babysitting his army. GG. GG, well played with that Lambo. He will claim the series. And where are we headed next? That's the real question. Where are we headed next here? Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are. We are waiting for SKillous versus MaNa. That's it. SKillous versus... Sorry, my apologies. It has wrapped up. Jesus. Okay. SKillous versus MaNa. SKillous takes out MaNa 3-1. And with that, MaNa is out of the tournament. With that, we have our next series. We're going to be going on a break, I believe. Yeah, we're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we have 4 players left in the tournament. We have Reynor waiting in the grand finals. We have Clem waiting the lower bracket finals. And then we have SKillous and Lambo facing off in the lower bracket semifinals. Let's go. Lower bracket semifinals. So it's going to be again Lambo versus SKillous in a ZVP. We'll see you soon after the break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. I'm going to quickly go refill my water, and I'll be back soon. We will be back soon with the next series with Lambo and SKillous. See you then. See you then. See you then.
there are 3 ahead of us, and we are already welcoming Lambo and SKillous. It's their last chance. Oh, nice, bravo. All right, let's go with some questions. One quick one. So I wanted to ask Lambo, what do you think about Cristiano? Did he leave like positive impression? Did you expect such a strong performance from him?
No, I did expect it. Yeah, he's quite scary in ZVP. I know him from the ladder. He's also a grinder. He's still improving. Honestly, he held a queen block that I didn't think he was going to hold, and that to me in itself is quite impressive. So yeah, he played well.
So you were pretty scared when you were losing 1-2, I guess, right?
No, I wouldn't say I was scared.
Nice, okay. Still confident, still nice. And SKillous, did you expect making top 4? Were you like confident, like, oh, I'm surely one of the best guys here, or was maybe perhaps top 4 your basic plan, and it can only go better from here?
No, it's already more than expected. Like I thought maybe I will finish top 6, but top 4 is a very good result, but I hope I can do even better.
Good job then. Okay, guys, so let's not waste any more time. Let's clash, let's fight. And yeah, Shopify Rebellion Lambo against Team Liquid SKillous. Let's go.
Let's go, and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Fusion Esports League, the FEL Cracov 2025, the first of many, I'm sure, to come, as we have been hosting this big offline event happening over in Poland, happening in Krakow, and we are reaching the tail end of the broadcast. With the reaching the tail end, we have 3 series left. We have we have Reynor waiting in the grand finals, we have Clem waiting in the lower bracket finals, and we have our lower bracket semifinals. Let's go. Let us go. We have our lower bracket semifinals. We have Lambo and SKillous facing off in a best of 5. Bearing in mind, we have a best of 5 lower bracket semis, we have a best of 5 lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals, I believe, is a best of 7? Question mark. I will double check. Yeah, best of 7 grand finals. So 3 series remaining. Best of 5, then best of 7. Let's go. Let us go. As was stated when it comes to the interview, the very brief interview, Lambo, he just made it over Cristiano. It was a very clutch series, went all the way to the ace match, but we'll see if he can replicate that success. We'll see if SKillous can instead overwhelm and overcome. Oh boy, here we go. We are getting into our next series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss himself representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player himself representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this best of 5, I mean, after seeing that previous series against Cristiano, I'll be honest, I do rate SKillous a little bit higher than Cristiano. So if Lambo had a harder time there, I do lean towards Skillous. At the same time, Skillous was being very humble previously. He was like, oh, you know, I was kind of expecting like a top 6 finish in the tournament. I'm happy to be top 4. You know, I've already exceeded my expectations. Maybe he himself not feeling too confident coming up against Lambo. I do think these two are very closely skilled. I expect this to be a back and forth series. I'm hoping for a game 4, hoping for maybe even a game 5. Maybe. Let's go. For now, we're calming down, we're settling in. We have our hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Lambo. Lambo, of course, take the unnatural natural. Meanwhile, SKillous back at home, going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Standard opener out of SKillous. Meanwhile, we do have a bit of a disrupted opener from Lambo. But welcome once again to Pylon. Jeez, we're back. We're here. We're back. Now, if you recall, in the last series, I was speaking about Pylon itself, talking about how it favors aggression, and I was expecting an all-in out of Lambo. We didn't get that, though. We did not get that. Lambo, he played it out pretty macro, I wouldn't say safe, but pretty macro-oriented, going for initially Roaches, then into Ling Hydra, then into Lurker Tech. So we'll see if Lambo does go for the same overall style, overall build, or if he does deviate, and if he's this time more aggressive. We'll see how he does mix it up. We all know that Lambo, he has a lot of builds up his sleeve, so he can always mix it up and always kind of change routes and always look to deceive his opponents and keep his opponent guessing. Here we go. As we do have our Stargate opener out of SKillous. Does open Stargate, to be expected. Stargate opener into a third base. We'll keep an eye on any earlier tech structures, earlier Twilight Council, earlier Robo. We saw the early Robo build out of Cristiano last game, last series. We expect to see that at some point from SKillous as well. As things they do slip into the bases. Slip into the natural. SKillous does react in time. Oh! Getting a Zergling. Zerglings are cleaned up, the Oracle's on the way. A shout out, of course, to those working behind the scenes at the Fusion Esports League at FEL. I believe other games were taking place and being featured at the event. Other esports. Shout out to Infolet, I believe that they were organizing the signings, of course, for the teams, for the players, which I believe have since concluded. Oh. So we go. SKillous does move out. Again, did expand behind this. We have more Oracles on the way. Is going to threaten a dive. Behind this, we have our Twilight Council. We should be seeing a forward. Should be seeing a standard follow-up here. SKillous does commit to Shade. Gets a couple of drones. 1, 2, 3 drones going down. Not bad. Still waiting for a Forge, by the way. Where's the Forge? The longer this goes on without a Forge, the more I'm suspecting this to be something other than just Blink. We'll see. There's potential here for Glaives. That's a lot of gateways there. Things are cleaned up. Meanwhile, there's going to be 5 drone kills across the map. And show us what you got. Okay, it's going to be Blink. It's going to be Blink here. But a heavy delay on +1. You know, it's been a really long time. It's been a couple of months, I believe, since I've seen 8 Skates Blink. Since I've seen like an 8 Skates Blink all in. That used to be really meta last year. Like, where you'd like mix it into a series. And there was even a time where it was very trendy as well. Maybe like 3 seasons ago. But it has fallen off, has fallen out of favor. On a map like Pylon, if you recall, I kept saying how I favor aggression here. I mean, that's going to be a lot of gates. We do have, what, 4, soon 6 gateways finishing up. We'll see if we throw down extra gateways. We'll see if SKillous does commit. Basically, the signs that we're looking for here is no gases. I mean, no gas and no Forge, right? With no gas, with no Forge, this screams 3-base all in. As without any Forge, there's no upgrades, there's no longevity here to this, there's no extra tech, no extra gas for something like Storm or Disruptors. But there it is. Late Forge. Late Forge by SKillous. But it's still so delayed. SKillous does move out. But again, this is just a really quirky build out of SKillous. That's going to be a kill! Oh, not a cancel! The hatchery goes down, Queen as well, catching out the Overlords. Ay. Yeah, big loss there for Lambo. Behind this, Lambo attempting to get into Ling Hydra. Ling Hydra is amassing. Lambo rallying out. And SKillous, he's now taking his gases. Lings do scout, they do confirm this. Charge as a follow-up. SKillous still pushing across the map. It's a decent chunk of Blink Stalkers. Hydra production has yet to begin. Just purely Link to defend. And more Zervians coming in from behind, coming in for the surround. But SKillous, he should be able to blink away. One Oracle is targeted. Yeah, bit of miscontrol there from SKillous. Didn't pull away in time. What that Lambo holds. Lambo, he's holding on. SKillous likewise is kind of stumbling his way into the mid game. Like it's been a really interesting kind of style from SKillous. I mean, it still has a high stalker count because of the initial build. He did sacrifice upgrades and tech to do so, but hey, I mean, he's killing queens and getting into the mineral line. Oh god, yeah, it does get into the mineral line. The Oracle does go ham, and Lambo here will lose his space. Lambo here will lose his expansion. Again, a bit of a quirky build here from SKillous, but he is catching Lambo off guard. Lambo losing Hydras, Lings, mineral lines, queens, losing everything. And again, you can see how fragile, how vulnerable these Hydras are. Can he get the expansion? It's gonna be close. Let's get 11 workers. Lambo does hold on, does save the hatchery. Behind this double expanding. These are still some shaky trades. As you can see here, 10 stalkers for 9 hydras, 59 lings, 2 queens, and 11 drones. SKillous was hyper efficient. And behind this, working towards storm. At the same time, I believe lurker tech should be on the way. Not yet. There, I don't see a lurker den here. Not for Lambo. Yeah, no lurker den. No infestation pits, no hive. Does get some transferring workers. Nice, still a run by. Trading well. Takes care of all the Zerglings. Main army tools left hand side. The base is low from earlier. He wants it. Does want the expansion. Storm is coming in. How the Templar? Yeah, Templar almost exposed. Nice control here from SKillous. Does save the Templar. Save them. Storm's coming in. Oh no! Yeah, as Lambo, he's holding on the right hand side. Bailey's now coming into play. These storms are still brutal, and GG gets called. Lambo, he is broken, and SKillous will take game number 1. GG. Again, SKillous was just pulling Lambo apart. Lambo just had a very hard time keeping up. Yeah, again, Lambo taking a moment. And SKillous kicking things off with a win early on. Again, SKillous had a little momentum, was being hyper aggressive. We were pointing out the build. It was a really quirky build. Like, I was so confused. I was like, is this all in? Is this not? So I was convinced that it was. It was very committed. I will say that at least. It was a very committed build, just because, of course, we saw that there was no forge, no upgrades, no +1. It was heavily delayed tech as well, but really early, really high stalker counts. And he was able to find some damage with it. I wasn't convinced he would, but no, he was able to. Remember, he killed the 4th base initially, then he got a mineral line, then he picked off 59 Zerglings. Like, he was able to trade very nicely. And Lambo was bleeding out too much, bleeding out far too much. And with that, we are getting into our next game. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have our red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, the German Zerg, representing Shovel Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning at the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss player himself, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. Go. So we could be settling in. You have this time Lambo going for his hatchery on location, does go for the extractor trick to get his hatchery a little bit faster. This time will not be forced to expand elsewhere. So a much more comfortable start here from Lambo. Much more comfortable. Players are settling in. So now we do have our standard openers. And again, we'll see if... I mean, as we load into Tokamak, it's a much larger map. I don't see SKillous going for the same build. Going for this, like, crazy delayed forge and gateway explosion, 6-gate blink into aggression. It was quite successful on Pylon. And again, as a reminder, you know, I do favor aggression on Pylon, or aggression is just favored on Pylon, which is, I'm sure, why we saw it out of SKillous. But here on Tokamak, we should be seeing something more tame, something more defensive, something more mid to late game oriented. That's what we should be seeing here from SKillous. More so than last game. So players are setting up. To have our third base being taken. Lambo claiming his third. So keeping up with the adepts. Just keeping up. Oracle is on the way for SKillous. So again, does open Oracle. Should from here could be just going for a second, potentially even a third Oracle. Adepts say cancel the shade. They head into the mineral line. One drone goes down. He gets one. He gets two. Oh. There you go. Two drones go down. Can he get more? So far, SKillous trading well. Does shade away. Yeah, two drones. Picks up a couple of Zerglings. Pulls back. The Oracle moves in. So do the Adepts. Does not get into the mineral line. Not this time. And not this time is the Oracle. Ooh, does get into the mineral line. Does get 1, 2, almost 3 drone kills. Spore late to reposition, but the Oracle does take a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Does get away. Does barely get away this time. There you go. Twilight Council, extra gateways. Third base still on the way. This does feel like an earlier Twilight Council. Now, as opposed to the previous game. Remember, last game was 6-gate blink. It was 6-gate blink. Oh, the Spore! The Spore is not quite in position. Another 2 drones going down, another 3 drones even. But this looks more like Glaives to me, at least. There's no Forge once again, but the gateway count is a little bit lower. It was a little bit of a later Twilight Council as well. We'll see. Nah, never mind. Just look at this. 2 more gates. 6-gate setup once again. This is the same build as last game. Two games in a row. 2 games in a row. This should be Blink. I mean, again, it's just such a high gate count. There it is. Blink is on the way, so same build 2 games in a row. Now, I'm not too fond of the idea of doing the same build multiple times in a series just because your opponent is a little bit more acclimated to it. Likewise, this aggressive build won't be anywhere near as strong and anywhere near as potent on this map either. So I'll be honest, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by this, but we'll see. Meanwhile, safety Roach Warren out of Lambo. We didn't see this last time. Is going to be a safety Warren. That means that if it was Glaives or even a charge-based opener, then Lambo would be ready. Which one does complete? Lambo's turning. Skill should be building up those stalkers. Now the oracles do trade well. Perhaps they cancel the shade. Which production has begun. Here come the stalker reinforcements. And SKillous, he wants at least the 4th. Wants the fourth base. Can he get the queens as well? The hatchery taking a lot of damage. Is going to go down. Takes down the hatchery. Threatens the shade. Gets into the mineral line. Whilst they do connect for the most part. Lambo, he does defend. He defends, he holds on. Meanwhile, ooh, that's going to be a cancellation here at the fourth base once again. Take an eye on the fifth. Oracles are hoping for another cancel. Oh, SKillous getting caught out, losing a stalker. But nice wing control. SKillous gets away. Does blink out. And Lambo, he holds, he defends his expansion. Behind this, he's taking up quite heavily into a hive and into lurkers. So this time, would you see that Lambo's being very greedy? Tech-wise, at least. He's being very greedy, taking up as quickly as possible into lurker tech. We'll see if SKillous can break Lambo before the lurkers hit the field. Is Lambo being too greedy here? Hydra production has begun. Everything's going down. Roaches are exposed, and this might just be too much. Remember, there's no +1 with this, but he's getting on top of the roaches. Oof. There's a lot of roaches going down. Queens as well. As the queens, they somehow survive this, all of them on barely any HP. But he can dive in. Like too soon. Not quite. Not with those leading reinforcements. Blinking away. Blink away. And again, the army here for skill is just getting better and better. Storm is almost done. Zealot's tanks so well. And here go the storms. Oof. Yeah, just bullying back Lambo. Lambo, he has no room to make any lurkers. He has the den, but he needs room to breathe. It just isn't happening. Oh god, another storm pops up. Well, Hydra's going down. The base falls as well. Lambo down to 3 expansions. And barely an economy. Here comes the first lurker. The first lunker is coming. The lunker. He's almost there. He needs a little bit more time. We got 2 lurkers on the way. It's going to be what the revelations are for. Oh, as he does win again, gets 1. Takes down 1, takes down the other lurker as well, and that's going to be it. That's just going to be far too much here. SKillous with hyper aggression. He breaks through the main army twice, both in game 1, now here in game 2 as well. This time a little more decisively, and GG gets called. SKillous, he will break through, he will overwhelm, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. I'll try and do a better job at showing it off. Actually, hold on, I can actually rewind. There we go. Fist bump there out of SKillous. Looking strong, looking powerful back. Looking powerful. Oh. Here we go. We're getting ready here for our next game. Lambo is up against the wall. He has to win this game here and now to make a series out of this. Otherwise, it's going to be over. Otherwise, it will end here and now. And again, we haven't really been able to get into our own games. It just hasn't really happened too much here. As we've been ending things a little bit earlier. Lambo's been trying to tech up and trying to get into his own lurker attack, but he just hasn't gotten there. Time and time again has been denied. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 3. of our best of 5 lower bracket semifinals. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the German Zerg player, we have the Red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0 and 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the next round. It is SKillous. We go. Nikita. Same build 2 games in a row, and I'll be honest, at this point I don't blame him for not doing it again. We're just going for game 3. Welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is similar to Pylon. Ultra Love has a short rush distance by ground. It does favor aggression. There are some defensive features like the ramp coming into the natural, or the choke point that can be fully walled off by knocking down those rocks, by knocking down that tower. There are definitely some defensive features, but overall you can be hyper aggressive here on Ultra Love. So I would not be surprised if SKillous does go for the same build. Does go for it once again. So he's just stretching. Don't forget to stretch. Don't forget posture check as well. True. Posture check in the chat. Look after yourselves. As we're calming down, so far standard openers are hatch gas pool, nothing crazy out of Lambo. Likewise, gate expanded to Cybercore from the side of SKillous. And again, welcome to Ultra Love. Now, something that I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised by is that Lambo, he has been the punching bag so far in this series. Like, Lambo's been playing very normal, very standard, at times maybe a little bit safe, at other times maybe a little bit greedy. Last game, he was a little bit greedy in the sense that he was being very greedy teching. He was taking up very quickly into Infestation Bit, into Hive, into Lurker tech. At least he was trying to, but Lambo was punished for that greed. Is now the time for Lambo to switch gears and to go for a Queen all-in, right? Does he Queen all-in here instead? We'll see. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But at the same time, SKillous has been being a little bit safer here. By going for earlier blink, by going for the gateway explosion. I mean, we'll have an army to work with. Early. We are building up. Adepts I do shade into the main. Gonna be denying mining, but nothing major. Oh, gets a drone. Gets 2. 2 drones going down. Not a bad start here for SKillous. Does force a gas geyser, forces out a spore. Oracle comes in from behind, gets it's up to 5 drone kills in total. Not a bad start here for SKillous. Behind this early Twilight Council, that's a Twilight Council in line with the 3rd base. Again, if this was a normal player, I would assume this is for Glaive Adepts, but because it's SKillous, I have to make the assumption this is for +1. This is for Blink. This is gonna be for Blink Stalkers. Lambo back at home, going for the Eva Chamber. This does screen +1 melee, so it looks like Lambo does plan on going into Ling Hydra, which can trade well against Mass Blink Stalker. There it is, melee's on the way. There we go, we have 4 gates in production, 6 in total, and going into Blink. So once again, 6 gate Blink out of SKillous, 3 games in a row. And every single time he has successfully killed the 4th. Let's see if we can do it again. go. So oracles do poke out. Poke out. We do have a safety bait on the way, thankfully, for Lambo. Leading as they clean up all the adepts. And we are waiting for those stalkers to amass. They're building up back at home. Soon SKillous is going to move out. Checking his vision. He has yet to confirm the 4th base. Yet to determine where it is. I'll get there. As he does attempt to move out. Things they do harass across the map, but so far SKillous he does fully wall off. Very nice defense from SKillous. So that's away the Oracle. SKillous now finally moving out. Behind this, the layer is just now finishing, so it's purely Link Queen. Purely Link Queen to defend. With enough Zerglings, Lambo can pull this off. And you can see how well Links can trade against Stalkers. Blinks on forward, timing on the Queens. Oh, this I'm not so sure of. It takes out all the Queens, the Oracles, now they can go ham. And they wreak havoc, but Stalkers are still going down. It's still going to be somewhat of a trade. Nice Blink control. But for the most part, it looks like he's going to be cleaned up, and Lambo he will hold. Oh! We'll lose one Oracle. One Oracle goes down. The final Stalker falls. And again, that, on the one hand, it was a decent trade, but that was 13 Stalkers for 93 Zerglings. That's a lot of Zerglings. But at the same time, the Stalkers, they were gas intensive, they were expensive. Here comes the next wave. We'll see if that was good enough. Still running into a wall of Zerglings. SKillous moving out. Once again, does find some of the Queens. Yeah, it does get behind the middle line. The boys are being pulled. So far, the Stalkers are holding. The Stalkers are getting quite low, but here we go. We do have high ground vision. Stalkers, they blink up the ramp. Oof. You know, most of those Zerglings. Once again, though, he's going to be throwing away all these Stalkers. These are still expensive trades here for SKillous. Yeah, the trades are expensive. And Lambo, he's holding. He's surviving. What's important is that he hasn't really lost many workers here. There's a lot of Zerglings, don't get me wrong. But he's still got his economy. And we'll see if Lambo does commit. Overload speed is done, so we can go for Drop Lord play. He's on 4 base saturation. He's massing up purely Ling Hydra or Ling Bane Hydra. As they catch a High Templar. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets all 3. All 3 Templar go down. Massive pickoffs. With that Storm, he kind of push. If it wasn't for that move, if it wasn't for that surround, potentially SKillous could have broken the 3rd. At the end of the game. Depending on their Storms. And here we go. Lambo, he's maxing out. A little bit supply blocked. But Lambo, he's on 80 workers. You can see that Lambo is not going for an infestation bit. He's not going for a lurker den. He's not going for a hive. It's purely a lair all in. Purely just a lair tech all in of Ling Bane Hydra. As Lambo is just purely building up in this army. And depending on the storms, I mean, even then, I don't know if there are going to be enough storms. So we get a couple storms. We all the Baileys are trying to get on top of the Templar. Oh, can he get in? Oh my god, massive connections. 3 out Templar do go down. There's 2 out Templar left. And Lambo's done it. Lambo, he's done it. We have a series. We have a back and forth. Lambo, he will break the expansion. He will break through the main army. SKillous, who was heavily reliant on those storms, and the storms were not good enough. High Templar were caught out of position. And the base has been broken. And breaks the 4th. Consolidates his army. So everybody's doing what they can. Yeah, and with that, I mean, SKillous needs a lot of time here. If Lambo is passive, if Lambo allows SKillous to get his 4th base up and running, then sure, then SKillous can make a game out of this. Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss. It's not gonna be easy to turtle. I mean, it isn't easy. It does hit the Nexus. Now we're rolling in. Down goes the base. Now once again, if these storms are somehow insane, amazing they're making it through. They barely don't make it through, actually. But there's still so much more Ling Bane. GG gets called, and Lambo, he will fight back. He will put a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG will play. That does fight back, does put a point on the board. We have a series. We have a back and forth. Again, a very intense game here between Lambo and SKillous. As we did point out, SKillous, who was losing too many Stalkers. Unlike the previous games, SKillous, who was just throwing away wave after wave of Blink Stalkers. And these were losses that he just couldn't afford. He could not afford those losses. In the end, he was shut down. And Lambo snowballed from there. So now getting ready here for our next game. Getting ready. As the next game is going to be on Ley Lines. Let's go. Ley Lines is coming up next. And this wouldn't be a bad map to recover on. Let's see how SKillous and Lambo will change their approach, as they have been adjusting. They have been adjusting so far. Let's go. I'm ready for it. This camera loading in. Part of me wouldn't mind just having the series a little bit sooner to get into the Clem series. The other hand, of course, the other part of me wants the ace match. Wants the ace match. Wants the game 3. Take it all the way. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the blue Protoss player for Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1, still 1 game away from claiming the entire series and advancing on to the next round. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player for Shopify Rebellion, from the land of Germany. It is Lambo. Once again, stretching. We're just getting ready here to jump in. Again, SKillous, he's done the same build 3 games in a row. I just just want to get back to that just very quickly. SKillous has been going Stargate opener into a third base into a fast Twilight Council with a 6-gate blink. 6-gate blink every game so far without failed has been the same builds and the same opener out of SKillous. We have seen Lambo adjust slightly in the last game, going for something more Ling Hydra heavy and into faster Ling Bane Hydra, which was quite successful, is what I will say. And we'll see if SKillous is forced to go back to the drawing board and go for a different kind of opener instead. Here we go. So we'll see if SKillous does it 4 games in a row and just commits, and whether that's just what he enjoys. Again, Lambo has been attempting to react more than anything to what his opponent does. These things do poke in. Also, I might actually use the clean feed from the next series moving forward. We'll see. Depending on where my mental faculties are. Because if you recall, I was expecting this to be a 12-hour cast, but we're nearing up 11 hours. It's gonna be like 13 to 14 hours back. Where, no. We're going the distance back. We're going the distance. Let's go. So now everything's looking normal. We're still waiting for the third base from SKillous, and then we're waiting for the Twilight Council. And we're expecting it to be like right after the third. Nexus. See if it does hide. It's tank. And what he goes for. Just tabs on the Overlord. Oracles are moving out. There it is, early Twilight Council. It does feel like the same open. Oh, never mind. That's gonna be an earlier forge. Okay, okay. SKillous mixing it up. Now because the Twilight Council was so early, I'm leaning towards maybe +1 in charge. Typically we'd get a little bit later if it was +1 in blink, but we'll see. My timings might just be a little bit off just because it's 5:30 a.m. I'd be a little bit off. Meanwhile, Eva Chamber here out of Lambo going into +1 melee. So it's going to be +1 melee into Ling Bane Hydra, or just straight Ling Hydra out of Lambo. SKillous does move out. Moves out. That's going to be 5 gates being thrown down. Jeez, that's a lot of gateways. It's going to be 6 in total. So 6 gate setup of +1, and yep, charge. So +1 in charge on the way. If you remember, we did mention that we did feel like this should be charged, not blink, just because of the +1 and because of how early that was. And fun fact, this is designed to punish a player that skips Banelings and that skips Roaches. And I do actually really like this build right after the last game. What I'm getting at, against specifically Mass Blink Stalker and Stalker Aggression, what do you want as a Zerg player? You want Ling Hydra. You want Ling Hydra as a response. You don't really want Roaches, you don't want Banelings. If you can get away with it, you want to get away without using. And likewise, here we do see this. We do see that, again, because of the series so far, because every game SKillous has been playing Blink, the last thing that Lem is expecting is charge. That is the last thing. Nice around. But as a result, there's no nest. There we go. Now he throws down a Bane nest. He just saw the research. He just saw the upgrades. He's now aware that something is wrong. So the Eva chamber has now begun. Oh, sorry, the Reynor has now begun. Here comes SKillous. Is moving out. Ducklings moving in. They do hit the third, and not bad, undefended. Does get to the middle line at the same time. SKillous is pushing across the map. SKillous has pull away in time, force defensive weapons. Meanwhile, Lings get a full surround. Stalkers are going down. Yeah, no control there, no blink. SKillous, he was distracted. And Lambo, he's all over this. No shot. He shuts down every single Zealot. At the same time, he takes down the mineral line. Again, all is shut down. And Lambo, out of all this, he has a base. He has a fourth base. He's freely droning, freely saturating. And so far looking good. Getting ready for his own bust. Setting up. Bailey's gonna be rolling in. We have Bailey's here towards the mineral line. Zealots, they can't quite engage. Not too freely. SKillous does force back the main army, at least for the time being. Again, still waiting for the Hydras. Still waiting for the Hydras. SKillous does pull back. SKillous is expanding. Again, he's slowly building back up again. Fleet beacons on the way. This feels a little bit desperate. Basically, SKillous, after taking some losses early on, his goal here is just turtle. To turtle up until he can make use of that tech. Seeing some spotted. Spotted. Oh, catching at the Oracle. Let's catch him out. Lambo setting up here outside of the fourth. And again, this is going to be a very difficult defense for SKillous. We don't expect him to defend this at all. You can see the supply disparity. That's just how heavily the early game went in favor of Lambo. The initial setup just didn't get quite much done. There we go, takes down the Nexus, and there's nothing to stop him. I'm sure we have some source coming in that will help. No fourth. See in chat, someone asking, how's Clem versus Reynor? Long games? No. Very short. Clem vs. Reynor was a very short series. And we might get a rematch. Oh. This game's going to be going... Oh, as the base does full once again against SKillous, just going to expand. He just cannot expand. That's just not going to happen. Lambo is maxed out. And again, there's the risk you take that when you rush into charge like this is you have to make it pay for itself. Forcing out a storm. Storm is forced out. SKillous trying to keep up. So the mothership. Okay, buying time. He does hold on to the third at least, true. SKillous does move back. Same time, Bailey's head into the middle line. Oof. Take down the shield batteries. And from here, SKillous, he's coping a little bit back. Yeah. Un poquito. There's the fourth once again. And just like the entire series has been playing out so far, a lot of it just comes down to the openers. Yeah, so let's get fully surrounded. Hydras, they collapse in from every angle. GG gets called, and Lambo, he will tab the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match here. Again, a really strong start from Lambo to shut down the aggression of his opponents. We saw that SKillous was going into charge, and there was definitely potential with charge as a timing, but alas, we saw that he was shut down. Lambo was able to respond with Bailey Nest to be able to get ready. To get ready for the aggression. He's able to shut it down. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into the final game of the series. We're getting into the ace match. Getting into game 5. Getting into game number 5 here. The final game of this best of 5. One way or another, it all ends here. It all ends here. All ends between Lambo and SKillous. As a reminder, the winner of the series does advance on to face off against Clem. Clem is waiting for the winner of either our Zerg or our Protoss. Here we go. Oh. As the final game is going to be on torches. Oh boy. Again, one of the more crazy maps out there. One of the more crazy maps. You know, a big shout to Natman in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 4 months with Twitch Prime. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. And do apologize for being a little bit low energy here towards the tail end of this series. After we cut to a break, I will go and wash my face. And do some squats. And wake up. We'll get there. We'll make it. We'll make it. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, being forced into the ace match. He was up 2-0, by the way. He was up 2-0. He had a strong start, but now has been forced into game 5. Can he bring it back? For Team Liquid, it is SKillous. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player mining through the mineral patches already from the land of Germany, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Here we go. As you can see, Lambo, he mines through the patches. He does rush into the gold, and the gold is going to be taken. This is a little more standard here on torches. And the rushes to spike ground and by air is very short on this map. We'll see how SKillous does try to punish this. I'll be honest, I haven't really casted many ZVPs on this map, just because it's often vetoed, so torches is a rare sight to begin with. And ZVT, I feel like even less so, or even more so, of a rare sight. As SKillous does confirm the gold. Does confirm the gold base. And again, we'll see how he reacts. We'll see how he punishes, and he will have to punish this gold. Although his Lambo will get away with a boosted economy. So here we go, the gold is getting up and running, it's getting fully saturated. Meanwhile, Lambo so far staying in gas, getting at least link speed, I would assume. From here we can go into like a roach-based all-in. We can rush into a lair. Link speed is on the way. Pulls out. Okay, he pulls out of gas, so he's not going into banelings, he's not going into roaches, he's not going into lair or even +1. Are we just expanding? Are we? It's getting link speed. That's it so far. That's spoken. Don't get anything major yet. Going to be deflected. They're staying soul. Yeah, SKillous is poking in. Behind this, going for Stargate opener. Playing standard. The gold is getting fully saturated. Now we see Lambo taking a third base. Has yet to pull back into gas. But he's just walking in. Okay. He's thinking about it. We have our links. They do peel off towards the left hand side. Looking down those rocks. Take it slow. Settling into our two bases. We do see the Lambo, he's droning up actually. Okay, so Lambo, despite setting up for aggression, despite knocking down these rocks, he's droning. He's droning up his third base, he's macroing out of this. Based on the setup here, skills, yeah, the Twilight Council is going to be a little bit later. Really have a way to get much done here. So yeah, the pylon goes down. So far, better start for Lambo. Comfortably getting up to the gold. Not the easiest thing to accomplish. SKillous is holding on. How many gateways are we building up towards? So far, just 4. So just 4 gate blink into a forge. Oh, that's sorry, 4 gate blink into. I'm expecting to see a forge. Never mind. Going up to 6. SKillous does fully wall. Last Lambo does attempt to break open that front door, going for the gateway. Okay. At the same time, links to do distract at the third. Almost being broken. Nice force field, buying a little bit more time. As Lambo, he is barely breaking through, yet does bust down that front door. He busts into the bases. Yeah, breaks in. He breaks into the natural, breaks into the main. Going specifically for all the pylons. And for a couple stalkers. As we go, pylons are going down. There's one pylon left, but the natural depowers everything in the natural base. Let's go. And here comes the rest of the all-in. Again, Lambo behind this. He is not droning. He's droning up to 40. That's it. So only 40 workers. As he commits into the main base. And again, SKillous had such a strong start to this series. Such a strong start. But it all did fall apart. GG gets called. Lambo, he will claim the series in the end. He will take it to 3-2. Advancing on to the upper bracket semis. Or upper bracket finals. GG. GG, well played. You can see there, Lambo. Actually, well, they were right next to each other. I didn't even notice. But you can see them within the cameras. Does shake his hand. Does claim the win. SKillous is out of the tournament. He is out of the Fusion Esports League. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Oh, Congratulations here to Lambo, as he does claim the series. Again, just we had a bit of a more aggressive start by Lambo rushing into the goal base, but it didn't immediately pay off. He cut workers early. He cut workers, I want to say, at 40, like around 40 drones, and he just went for a Ling Roachal in. I do really like that Lambo, he was attacking multiple locations at once, forcing SKillous to kind of split between the bases, and almost at times convinced that something else was going on, that something else was amiss. And with that, he was just torn apart. He was not ready at all for the build of choice, not ready at all for the move outs, for the all in, especially to knock down that expansion, or knock down that wall, I should say. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. As we are going to be going in a break. We're going to be cutting to a break here, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. It is going to be Lambo. It's going to be purely ZVTs, potentially, or even a ZVZ. It's going to be Lambo up against Clem. Lambo versus Clem. They're going to be facing off in a best of 5. Meanwhile, the winner of that series goes up against Reynor in the next round. Oh boy. Here we go. Lambo versus So we're going to be cutting to a break. When we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll have a next matchup. See you soon. See you soon after the break.
get ready. Let's get it started. So we have Shopify Rebellion, Lambo, and Team Liquid, Clem, who just drank a little bit of water. And you may say this was like a recovery moment for Clem, because I've heard that you were sleeping backstage a little bit, and I wonder if you perhaps, did you sleep well? Did you have any dreams?
Yeah, I had a nice little nap, and now I'm powered up, ready to roll.
Sounds good. Do you do power naps during longer tournaments such as this, or is it like this tournament thing?
Usually I don't, but with the flight situation and everything this morning, I kind of had to, yeah.
All right, and Lambo, you seemed extremely tired, especially when you were losing 2-0 to SKillous. And I wonder, like, does exhaustion affect you at all? You were more and more tired, yet you pulled reverse Uno on SKillous, and I don't know how.
Yeah, I think I'm still fine. I'm still fine. I'm a bit tired, but maybe one more series. But I don't want to keep, like, I keep playing 2-1, 2-1, 3-2, 3-2. It's like time for a 3-0.
Time for a 3-0. I've heard that these guys will switch races for the map one, so get excited for that. And please shake your hands and let's go with the lower finals.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we returned with the lower bracket finals. Oh boy, we're almost at the finals. 2 series left, 2 series remaining here tonight. Again, it's been an intense broadcast here, an intense day of StarCraft. 11 hours. We're 11 hours in, and we still got more to go. Let's go. I'm telling you, 14 hours. We'll make it, man. We'll make it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. As we are setting up, we are getting ready here for the lower bracket finals. Vetoes are done. And game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. Game 2, Ultra Love. Game 3, Maganatha. Game 4, Leylands. Game 5, if we get there, Torches as well. As again, we are jumping into our fresh best of 5. Likewise, we heard a little bit from the players. Lambo saying that he's a little bit tired, a little bit due to the fact that a lot of his series has been going to the ace match, right? He's been getting a lot of ace matches, a lot of game 3s, a lot of game 5s. So Lambo a little bit fatigued, but he will get there. Of course, he will get there, I'm sure. Meanwhile, we see Clem also stepping into the ring as a heavy hitter. Did go down to Reynor in a very fast series, but now he's here at a chance at revenge. Also, he had like a couple of hours to nap. He could have napped it a little bit. He could have had a little bit of rest in the lead up to this series. Here we go. It is go time. Players are ready. Lobby has been made. You can hear the beeps. We are loading into the first game of the series. Let's go. Let us go. Likewise, long day for 10K. I mean, yeah, I mean, let's go. Of course. I mean, they've played for longer for less. What are you talking about? Of course, a shout out to of course the sponsors to the event. I know that Streamer Zone, they came in and they did help boost the prize pool. I want to say like the prize pool for like the House Galactic Battles was like maybe half this, if not less. So again, the passion is real. Here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Terran player. We have the German Terran. We have the blue Terran rep. Wait. I was like, hold up, what's going on? Okay, let's go. For the first time, I'll be honest, I've casted a lot of off races. I've casted Dark play Terran. I've casted Hero play Terran. I don't think I've ever casted this player here play Terran. Let's go. In the right-hand corner, we have the German, typically Zerg player, but now the German Terran player representing Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the French, typically Terran, now the French Zerg player. For Team Liquid, it is a Clem. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. first things first. I'll be honest, I've never seen Clem Zerg, and I've never seen Lambo's Terran. Now I do know that Lambo, he's got like the Harambro stream, right, where he and Harstem, they like coach each other, and I think Lambo teaches Harstem Zerg and Harstem teaches Lambo Protoss. I know that they do content like that together, true, for their YouTube channel and just for content in general. I don't know if I would, you know what I would love? I would love to like Mark thrown into the ring, and you know, you have like Uwumbo. You have like uThermal and Lambo like making content together, and you have uThermal coaching Lambo Terran. Is maybe that's already a thing? Maybe, I don't know. If it isn't, it should be. So what I'm getting at is, I don't know if anyone's been coaching Lambo Terran. I don't know how good Lambo's Terran is. I don't know what to expect. Same with Clem. Obviously, Clem, his Protoss is some of the best in the world. True. So his Terran is the best in the world. How good is his Zerg? How good is it? I don't know. We're about to find out. Oh boy. Hashgas Spool, standard opener here out of Clem. Meanwhile, standard opener out of Lambo as well, going for a third TC before starport. Everything so far is looking normal. Everything so far, so good. I would imagine that they're both GM with their off races. I would imagine they're both around 5k, maybe 5.5, depending on how much off race they play. I know that Lambo, to be fair, I know that Lambo, he does off race like as a warm up whenever he streams. I think he does like 1 or 2 off race games, and then he does proper ladder. And no, yeah, now that I think about it, I think I've seen, not on Lambo's stream, I think I've seen Eva beat Lambo's Terran before on stream. On Eva's stream, true. So I think I've seen that, yeah. So Lambo, he does typically, like do like 1 or 2 like warm-up games with Terran before like jumping into the ring, and then laddering with Zerg and streaming with Zerg. True. So we'll see. We shall see. And so now it is going to be interesting. Okay, so we don't go for the Adder Sword. We're going to be going for a Liberator opener instead. Lambo, he does rotate, and again, Clem is going to try to keep up. So if I mean, we're loading into Tokamak, this is a Zerg map. To be fair, like Clem is going to be a little more comfortable here. One drone going to be going down. Does fully wall up. Does pull back to his third. So far, good reactions here by Clem. Doesn't lose anything major yet. $5.5k off race. I'm for 3.5k to diamond. I mean, I'm pretty sure these guys are around 5.5, around that. I think that's a healthy estimate, based on what I remember from seeing Lambo play against Eva. I would say maybe 5.8k on a good day. Maybe 5.8k. Here we go. For now, though, poking in. Liberator does rock up here towards the right hand side. Interesting location for the lair. Very interesting. As we're going for our double Eva chamber into Ling Bane. So it looks like a Ling Bane set up here. Meanwhile, thankfully, I was about to say that often when players off race, they abuse what they dislike playing against. And I was like half expecting mech and like battle mech out of Lambo, but he's not doing Clem dirty, thankfully. He's going into bio, not mech. Thank God. Actually, now that I think about it, before I get ahead of myself, I was gonna say, no, yeah, this could be the setup for an ARAX. Oh, that would make sense. I was saying that is in line with what I was getting at when it comes to what is difficult and what you dislike playing against. An ARAX is very much so most likely what Lambo's been doing when it comes to off racing. Yeah, true. It's gonna be a tough hold for Clem. I don't know how much experience Clem has against that. We'll see. For now, we're getting up to 5 Raxes. We do have our 1-1 upgrades on the horizon here. Lambo is going to be saturating on 3 bases, and then we're expecting 3 more Vaxes. That's what I'm expecting, at least, to see a line of 3 extra Vaxes here, and to see Lambo go for a 3-base all-in. For now, he is going to be poking out. Meanwhile, Clem going for Lingbane Hydra. Okay, does go for the Hydra Den. 4th base is throwing down as well. Clem getting fully saturated. I will say that Clem's 4th base is a little bit late. True. So it's a bit of a later 4th base for Clem. Meanwhile, laying around by here on the right-hand side. Do you see Lambo not fully in position? SCVs are going to be going down. Yeah, it does get in. Lambo pulls away. So there are reinforcements. Maybe he will hold back at home. He will hold on. Tanks are set up. We have Hellions behind this to protect. And Lambo, he's getting a 4th CC. Never mind, he's not going all in. So 4th CC is on the way. He is not A-Raxing. Getting an armory for 2-2. From here, he can then take gases to get a 2nd factory. Hellbats do morph in. Again, the purpose of these Hellbats are to protect the flank against a Ling run by or a Ling counterattack. So you want them in the backline to protect the tank. Marines, they stim in, they get 1, they get 2. Where are the transfuse? Yeah, late transfuse here by Clem. 2 queens do go down. There is some Lingbane to work with. We'll see how well Lambo can split. So far it does. Oh no! Oh, Bailey did crash on forward. Yeah, 1 big connection. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, Bailey does connect. Lambo, calm down. Now he's getting up to 8 Raxes. Now he takes his gases. Now he takes the 2nd factory. And he's building up into a longer game. And Clem is holding. Clem, he is holding on. Playing with fire as he has a really low Bailing count. Where are the rest of the Bailings? Thankfully, though, Lambo, his army's oversimmed. Reinforcements have arrived. Again, the Bailing count is really low here for Clem. They're across the map. I was curious where they were morphing in. 8, 9 SCV kills is nice damage, but again, the main army here is looking quite weak. It's very Hydra heavy. Going for another Ling counterattack. Playing a safe bus into the mineral line. Oh my god, almost getting a kill. Almost getting a kill. Likewise, the main counterattack here is being set up. Lambo fanning out. As he does get caught out. Yeah, better connections here from Clem. Again, I'm really concerned for Clem just because the Bailing count is quite low for him, at least when it comes to his main army on the right hand side. But he connects well, despite having the bare minimum. Once again, as he distracts Lambo, we do come in for a counterattack. But the planetary is ready. Lambo, so far, he does hold. Does hold on. Both players are maxing out. We just see that Clem is taking up into lurkers. Meanwhile, Lambo, he's not quite ready for that. Lambo, he's very marine tank heavy. Where are the ghosts? Ghost Academy just now has begun. So ghosts are a ways away. But we're locking in. We're going to be here for a while. Here we go. Clem is going to be zoned back. It's going to be zoned away. Hive is now finishing up, getting ready for those Hive upgrades. One Zergling getting caught out. And I'm worried here for Lambo. The soup does lie. Right now, I mean, I guess the soup does lie for both players. Clem, he has yet to embrace any lurker tech himself. Meanwhile, Lambo is still very marine heavy. very marine heavy here. I feel like he needs to throw away some marines here for Ghosts. How is he just going to get caught out? Speaking of tanks on siege, yeah, tanks get caught out. Lambo, he'll lose all 3 tanks. Bailey's rolling in the right hand side. And Bailey's are connecting. Some better spread there, or better split from Lambo towards the end at least. And Clem from here, he can back off, he can start morphing in. Now Lambo, he's secure on 4 bases. We speak about this all the time, specifically on Tokamak, but your 4-base setup is very secure on this map. The 5th base is more difficult. As you can see here, the expansion is being taken, but you can set up lurkers behind the mineral line and you can abuse this position. It is difficult here for Lambo to expand in either one of these locations. It's on Clem to punish, as Clem has yet to confirm. He hasn't seen the base yet, he doesn't know. He needs to stop it. Meanwhile, Nidus into the main. Lambo, does he notice? He does. Stims on over. Boys are being pulled. Both Nidus swarms are going to be going down. At the same time, Clem pushing into the bases. And Lambo, he's keeping up. Here comes the scan. Who needs Ghosts when you can just focus on the lurkers? Only 2 lunkers. And both lurkers go down. Double Nidus here towards the natural and towards the 3rd. Lambo, he's trying to race back, trying to respond. He'll get 1. What about the other? Uh-oh. Lurkers are inside. Yeah, they're going to be popping out. Ooh, I don't think they should, though. It's going to be a one-way trip, as every lurker here is going to be thrown away. Lancer holding his own. Oh, where's the scan? Where's the scan? Oh god! Bit of a late scan there for Lambo. Does clean up the army. The Nidus swarms are empty. Playing Hydra pushing in. And Lambo, he has money. He just needs a little bit more time to rebuild. And Clem should just be mass expanding from here. Just mass expanding. Saturating all his bases. More Nidus into the main. Lanes once again into the middle line. 28 SCV kills. With the help of the lurkers, with the help of the Ling run bys. Speaking of, more lanes into the main. And this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, it's getting out of control. On the one hand, this is really nice harassment, but killing Lambo is a different kind of challenge here for Clem. But again, pushing into these bases is not going to be easy. Except for this one. This is probably the most accessible expansion for Clem. At this stage, especially because Lambo is turtling as hard as he is, I would want to see Clem throw down a Spire and start working towards a greater Spire and upgrades and get ready for like a Brewlord switch. Brewlord into Infestor into Viper. And just the late game army. I said it's one of those things where I don't think Clem enjoys that kind of style. I think he would prefer this more mobile composition, this more like kind of hit and run kind of setup that he has going. Which is understandable, it's just more fun to play. That may hurt him though. Clem does land some connections. Lambo does take some Baileys to the face. Takes them to the face. Clem's on A bases. Clem could do with taking more expansions. We speak about this all the time, and this might come into play, but ideally Clem, he needs to pull away from these hatcheries and start prioritizing the fringe bases. If he doesn't, there is a chance that when Lambo breaks out, that he himself takes his bases for himself and there are going to be resources left over for him. So that could be a concern, depending on how long the game goes. Clem may just be confident that he can end it early. Or earlier. Takes down both tanks. for production. There does respond. Takes down with Dinosaurs. And finding some more damage here, finding out some ghosts. Yeah, 3 tanks going down, the ghost as well. Does go for the planetary. And Lambo, he does not get these bases up and running. Yeah, Clem, he's at this point pulling Lambo apart. He is doing it. Kills one command center, now going for the other. In a head-on fight, Clem, he cannot hold his own here. Lambo will overwhelm. So Clem, he just has to pull back, has to rebuild. We can see Lambo forcing his way forward. I mean, he is maxed, true. Maxed out. But he's deep on creep. Lambo collapsing. Oh no! The collapsing him from multiple angles. Lambo running into the army. Despite that, he stims forward. He still has plenty of bio. He's moving in. He's moving forward. Go double nice into the main. But the tanks, they're bullying back the lurkers. This is where against a tank heavy composition, lurkers struggle. They struggle a lot against this kind of setup. This is where lurkers can be less effective. Does try to rush in. Gets on top of the tanks, not bad. Yeah, tanks are surrounded, all the tanks are cleaned up. Very nice engagement from Clem. He cleans up every single tank. And the mass links putting in so much work. And GG gets called again, Lambo. There's nothing left, there's nothing to hold on to, and Clem, he will take a lead in the series. Whew. GG, they're both smiling. Hold on. But GG, well played. Again, Clem does take a lead in the series. Clem showcasing a Zerg. Not bad, not bad. Again, like I haven't really seen what's Clem, but I should have 8-raxed. True, I don't know why he didn't. As a reminder, like Lambo, he played pretty standard. He did not 8-rax. He got a 4th CC, took his gases, got his own second factory. Lambo, he had some strong moments. He had some strong moments early on, I want to say. But he wasn't quite able to get any of the expansions. Wasn't quite able to break the 4th. And we'll see if this continues. No, okay. Here we go. Lambo, he was like, Nidus Imba. And Clem was like, yes, Imba. But here we go. Okay, now we're going to be getting into our main races here. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultralove, we have the German, now Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion, playing his main race. It is Lambo. And spawning in the one-hand corner, we have some opponent. We have the French Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. Here we go. Close to sport based layouts, her design movements, kind of like I think for the most part, like Lambo and Clem's off races there were pretty closely matched. I think I would agree with that for sure. Unfortunately, whether it came down to base layout or sometimes late reactions, we saw that Lambo, he was Definitely a little bit frazzled by the Nidus Worms. Likewise, he was caught out a couple of times in the center of the map as well. He had some rough engagements overall. But with that, we're settling in. Going to be settling in. And we do have our initial openers here. The turns have tabled. And now it is up to Clem to clean this out, to claim this series, to have his chance at revenge. Again, Clem versus Reynor earlier, it's pretty one-sided. It was pretty one-sided here. Clem was hyper aggressive, and maybe he needs some time to warm up before those grand finals. Meanwhile, I'm sure Reynor is watching. I'm sure he's watching intently, trying to get a feel for how Clem is approaching some of these games, how he's approaching this matchup. And we'll see if Lambo can slow Clem down for his boy. As the third base is being taken. Bearing in mind, of course, that, you know, Lambo, he's good friends with Reynor. He is his coach at times when need be. He was even coaching him a little bit for EWC after he had been knocked out. It was there for both Cyril and Reynor, for both of them. Here we go. As for now, the openers are standard. And welcome to Ultra Love. And hey, you know, I was expecting an 8-racks out of Lambo on Tokamak, and he didn't quite do it. Here I expect either an 8-racks or I expect mech out of Clem. 100%. I expect one or the other. Clem has been playing mech as well in this matchup. He has been going into battle mech, and he has been enjoying it. I mean, every Terran player has, to be fair. So that is something that I'm also going to be keeping my eye open for. But I'm expecting one of the two here, just because of just the aggressive nature of Ultra Love. Likewise, I'm expecting Lambo to open Roach. I expect standard opener into Roaches, into like Roachling Bane in the mid game. That would make the most sense, especially on Ultra Love, but we'll see. What's the deal? They'll play the rest with their main race? I believe so. I believe so. Game one was just to feel each other out a little bit. Just to break the ice, you know, before they spend the rest of the night together. As Reaper does break forward. So now, do you see Clem rotating, poking in? Oh. Let's poke forward. Meanwhile, Clem going for his own Stargate before Starport. Stargate, what? Third CC before Starports, in towards Cloak Banshee. Standard opener so far. Nothing crazy. Rotates into the main. Lambo's keeping up. No major damage yet. And no major signs either. Second rack. Okay, so we're not playing mech, we're going to bio. We have a 3-1-1 setup. We're looking for the timing of both eBays. But I feel like we would have seen that already. Likewise, Hellions, they go for the dive into the natural. Lings, they will punish. Clem being a little bit too greedy here. Oh, I say that Lings are cleaned up. Hellions, they go for the middle line. So far, Lambo does react in time. He does pull away. And the Hellions, they barely squeeze past. They squeeze into the main. More volleys going off. More drones going down. Yeah, 5 drones in the main. 6 drones. At the same time, the Banshees do show up. Snipe the Queen. Spores are late. Lambo is being torn apart here. Ay, ay, ay. 8, 9, 10 drones. Did I say 10? 11. GG gets called. Game-ending damage before Lambo can even get into his game. Clem will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG well played. Again, you cannot afford to lose that many workers that quickly, that early on. Not at this level of play. Not at this level of play. Again, that is almost unacceptable damage. Or, I mean, it is unacceptable damage. And unfortunately, Lambo couldn't quite recover from that. Potentially, you can try to turn that into an all-in if you have a Roach Warren, if you have the tech for that, but there was no tech. There was no tech to work with. There was no option for an all-in. So from there, Clem does extend his lead. And now we're getting into game number 3, and we're hoping for an extended series. We're hoping for a little bit more here, but alas, the pressure is now on Lambo. Maybe Lambo can go to Clem into playing Protoss. Even then, I would favor Clem. Not gonna lie, but it would be fun. It would be fun to see his Protoss against Zerg, which we've heard good things about. For those that are curious, like Clem, his Protoss is actually some of the best in the world. Maybe the best in Europe. You could maybe make an argument for certain matchups at least. But Clem has been very vocal. He said the only thing stopping him from switching to pure Protoss and to just be a Protoss player is PvP. that's the biggest thing stopping him. He's not very fond of PvP. No. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of MaNa, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the German Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in the series, we'll see if you can bounce back. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Terran player representing Team Liquid from land of France. It is Clem. We go. As we are opening up, and welcome on to MaNa. MaNa is one of the, or is the largest map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, and as a result, we do often see longer games on this map. We don't really expect Clem to be anywhere near as successful with his Hellions or with his aggression. Because the map is so large, you can get away with certain greed, and hey, this wouldn't be a bad map to embrace something like Mech on. That is going to be an option once again on the table. I feel like something like an ARAX is less viable on MaNa, so less bioaggression at least. We'll see. Yeah, we could just resort to drop play and just get into a longer macro game and get up to 4 bases and max out. We'll see how Clem will approach this. And for the most part, my eyes are on Clem. I would say that I would want to see Lambo go for a bit of a roach heavy style, but we didn't see that last game. I was a little bit surprised. I was expecting that to, out of Lambo on some of these smaller maps, but he did not take it. Did not go for it. Now we are moving out. Now we're settling in. It does break in. Oh. In into that mineral line, and will zone away. Behind this, going for a third CC before starports, economic follow-up, economic opener. And will Clem have some fun with another factory? Will he go into mech, or will he just play standard? My eyes are on Clem. Now there it is, starport after the CC. From here we can just go into Banshee play. Meanwhile, there it is, Roach Warren out of Lambo. I was expecting this last game. I was expecting this on Ultra Love. I was waiting for the Roaches, but again, we never quite saw them. We're seeing them here though. A bit of a safer start, so the Reaper does confirm the Roach Warren. Clem is aware. And again, this looks just like a safety Roach Warren, just to be safe, just to secure the early game, just to get into the mid game, just to survive. Again, Roach openers have been very meta, have been very common as of late from players like Serral, players like, here Lambo, Shin, Solar, a lot of the Rogue, a lot of the Korean Zerg players, they all open up Roach nowadays in this matchup, just to be safe. And if you notice, no link speed. No link speed here from Lambo. This tells us that most likely he does plan on going into Roaches, then in towards Ultra Tech, in towards Hive Tech, then into link speed, Bailings, Ultras. So I'm leaning towards Bio play out of Clem. But yeah, Roach into Ultra has just been very, very common as of late. I say Ultra, technically this could be Roach in towards Lurker Tech. Like, that is also a viable option. Is available here to Lambo, if you so chose to. uThermal made them do it. Let's go. Maybe Lurker. Lurker, the only indication of Lurker Tech is if we get into +2 range. +1 range and then into +1 melee is like standard. If he gets into +2 range, would be rare. That would be the kind of the tell for Lurkers. So far, Carapace is what you want against Bio. If we see link speed, then that's another sign it's going to be Ultras. As Hellions, they attempt to go for the dive. Nice wall. Lambo does wall off. Does wall up. Does not allow the Hellions in. And the Hellions are forced back. So far, nice defense here from Lambo. As Hellions, no, they double back around. Ooh, and they do get in. This time they do get into the mineral line. Roaches are trying to keep up, and they're locked in. Yeah, the Hellions, they're locked in. Nice setup here from Lambo. He will clean up these Hellions. He will defend. He will survive. Hellions are cleaned up. Again, baits him into the mineral line, but no, he let it finish. He let the Evo Chamber finish. So he'll have to kill it himself. Unfortunately, a little bit of a waste there from Lambo. Meanwhile, I believe the Banshees would go down. Okay. Cleans up the Banshees. Roach speed is on the way. There it is. There's that link speed. So as we mentioned, if you see link speed on the way, then that is indicative of Ultras. So link speed into a Bailey Nest, infestation bits into a second Evo chamber. This all screams Roaches into Ultra. Or into Link Bane, then into Ultra Tech. So we have confirmation. So Lambo just throwing it all down at once. But again, we'll see if he can survive the aggression of Clem. As Clem does start to step in, takes down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Roaches. Aye. The target firing there is brutal. Again, Bailing speed is on the way. He needs a little bit more time to get into that Link Bane army.